Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening from wherever you're tuning in. This is the final day of the 2023 World Scrabble Champion. Your anchor all the way through, Matt Canik here, and I am thrilled to be joined by two of the best minds in the game as well. On the right side of the screen, we've got former world champion Wellington Jighere of Nigeria and former North American champion Will Anderson of the United States. Will, Wellington, thank you both so much for taking the time to be here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's our pleasure.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Second best thing to being in the adjacent room actually
Yeah.
playing.
I know both of you have a lot of fans who wish you could be there, but alas, so many talented players in the room and only two seats in the finals. It was a bloodbath to see who would get there, but this is indeed the second best thing, and I'm sure a lot of people happy to see y'all both. The players are in the playing room getting ready to begin play, but we just wanted to take a few minutes to discuss some of the resources. We know these videos are going to be posted on YouTube after the fact, on Twitch archives after the fact. And for those maybe newer to Scrabble, unfamiliar, checking out the Scrabble scene for the first time, I've got two great ambassadors for the game here. And we just want to talk about a couple other ways you can find more information on competitive Scrabble, get involved, dabble in the waters yourself. So I think the first thing we want to touch on is where you can find additional games of Scrabble. And I think Will, more than anybody else, knows Scopely provides a great product in Scrabble Go. That is a resource you can play on your mobile phone, through Facebook, a number of other places. Will, can you talk about Scrabble Go for just a minute for our fans?
Yeah, Scrabble Go is our sponsor here, and definitely not sure if I'm thanking myself or whatever, but as a player in our community, I'm definitely very grateful to Scopely and Scrabble Go for their support of the over-the-board tournament scene. And yeah, Scrabble Go, the official mobile option to play Scrabble on phone. Also a desktop version, so you can now play on phone or desktop, and certainly other places to play Scrabble online. Want to shout out also the influence of Woogles, as well as plenty of other places to play. What's important is that you, if you're watching a lot of these streams and seeing the incredibly high level of play that's being showcased here, you got to remember that everybody starts somewhere. If you're seeing this and you think to yourself, I'll never get to that level. We all think that, right? Like it takes a lot of time and energy, and most Scrabble players are watching this level of play in awe. Odds are very good. If you start playing, you're going to find lots of other people at your level, even as a newcomer. And Scrabble is really fun to play regardless of your skill level. So I definitely encourage everybody watching, don't be daunted by the play that you're about to see today and that you've seen for the past 4 days. Just remember that Scrabble is fun to play at every level and on every platform. So that's my words of wisdom to you all out there.
And Scrabble comes, generally tournaments have multiple divisions: a beginner division, an intermediate division, an advanced division, an expert division. You would start at the bottom unless you choose to start higher up. You won't get mowed down by the greats in your first game unless that's the experience you try to set up for yourself. You slowly get to wade in and take the journey as far as you want. Some players play in the beginner division for their entire lives, and they're totally content with that. There's absolutely a place for those players in the scene as well. You take this game as far as you want to take it, and otherwise use it as an excuse to make great friends, travel around the world, and make cool memories together. We also want to talk about a few resources where you can learn additional words, try to learn the lexicon. It's not just a matter of opening the dictionary and reading cover to cover. So, Wellington, what kind of resources have you used to prepare and learn words in preparation for these tournaments?
Well, I personally have found Ziziva to be a very, very invaluable tool over the years, and it has come in very, very handy, not just to myself, but to players all over the world. And I think Ziziva is the best thing that happened to Scrabble. Yeah, I remember the first time that we got introduced to the Ziva. It's a little story so many years ago. We had a friend of ours who was back then in Nigeria, we knew him as the person who had the greatest word knowledge in Nigeria by name Ayorinde Seido. He resides in Australia now. So back then, I think the year was 2008, if I'm not mistaken, and a young chap in our camp who was preparing for the World Youth Championship introduced us to Ziva, and when we saw what the Ziva could do, Ayorinde was quoted to having said that, "Wow, they've turned this Scrabble to Ludo." You know, in Ludo, if you just need to roll 6 to to get out, and it was so fun. And when we saw the capabilities that one could, how fast one could actually improve with a study aid like Ziva, it was mind-boggling, and it has been very, very useful over the years. Both the phone app, which came out some years later, which they are all very, very fantastic. And then, of course, we must not also forget Quackle. Quackle has been a very, very important tool for game analysis and studying and all kinds of board situations, and it's very, very fantastic what you can achieve with just Ziva and Quackle alone.
Yeah, those, I think, two of the giants in terms of Scrabble studies. Ziziva, for those unfamiliar, Zyzzzyva. You can Google it. You'll find links to it through the NASPA website, NASPA, as well as other places, but a tool that is invaluable to generate word lists, but also quizzes for yourself. And Quackle, Quackle, a great way to analyze board situations, help spot plays, and, advance your strategic analysis, run simulations of the games. It gives you all sorts of additional information. So thanks to both of you for plugging those. We'll talk more about Scrabble resources, and chat, you can help us out as well by plugging your favorite Scrabble resources. But the players are seated at the table, so we will now cut to the action. Our best of 7 finals between Harshan Lamabadusuriya of England and David Eldar of Australia. We'll cut over to the over-the-board camera now and get the action underway in just a few short moments. But boy, what a matchup of superstars. Harshan and David Eldar have previously met in this tournament in the finals back in 2017. At that time, it was a best of 5 finals, and David Eldar won that set 3-0. So Harshan will be looking to exact some revenge. But if David Eldar able to win this one, he would join extremely elite. One player has won multiple world championships before, and he revered as the greatest of all time is, of course, Nigel Richards. If David Eldar is able to win today, he will be just the second person to add his name to that Mount Rushmore. And at his age, perhaps he makes his own run at the greatest of all time in the future. Harshan yet to win a world championship, but has numerous UK championships to his name. I don't even have the full list because he has won so many tournaments over there. Harshan now works as a pediatrician, medical doctor in the United Kingdom, and David Eldar previously comes from competitive poker play, although now works more as a real estate investor. But two very intelligent men will be battling it out over the board. We're now going to cut to the action and get our Scrabble underway.
Matt, if I can interject, this is actually a reprise of the 2017 World Championship match. These two players already doing battle in 2017. So very interesting context to think that David's first World Championship came against this same opponent. Is that going to be a psychological factor here for Harshan, out for revenge for losing that matchup a few years ago?
Yeah, certainly a lot at stake here. You see the giant check for $10,000 just kind of waiting in the background. I'm sure both of these players would love to pocket that check, or a smaller form, of course. But yeah, Harshan perhaps exacting his revenge this year, or David Eldar cementing his name and his legacy in competitive Scrabble. These two players both previously lived in England. Harshan still resides there. David Eldar has since moved to Australia, but a lot of familiarity between the players and their game as well. Wellington, when you play a player you've got significant experience against, how do you think that changes the way you approach the game and the plays you choose to make?
And knowing your opponent is a very very tricky thing, because sometimes the key is not to allow the knowledge of the opponent's style of play to over influence how you approach the game towards them, because sometimes the opponent also knows that you've had this number of experiences with him, and it could actually be a very very tricky thing when he decides to use that knowledge that he knows against you. So it's a very very tricky thing, and it is good to just play the game by its merits and take each move at a time, and make the best of each move, rather than wanting to capitalize on what you think they are thinking about right now, and get yourself in trouble there.
Yeah, great words of wisdom from Wellington. Perhaps against lower rated opponents, there are clear gaping holes in a player's game you may be able to take advantage of. But these
Yeah.
two gentlemen, two of the finest players in the world, you can't have a glaring hole or a glaring weakness in your game to be present on this stage. Fatigue also certain to be a factor in this tournament. We've seen some uncharacteristic mistakes across the course of play. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that this is the second of two major tournaments held on back-to-back weeks here in Las Vegas. David did compete in that first one. He made it to the finals of that tournament as well, where he was defeated by, well, none other than Wellington Jighere, who's on stream with us here. So this 65 games of very high-stakes Scrabble already played by these folks. Will, to what degree do you think fatigue may be an issue for these players?
Yeah, it's Scrabble is not an easy game to play at this volume over time. I would think that for the players in this position, you're just hoping that adrenaline can get you some or all of the way through the finals. If I were putting myself in their shoes, I would hope that adrenaline gets me through 3 or 4 games, and then you might just see if the series gets to a game 6 or a game 7. That's where I think we need to be prepared. If either player makes an uncharacteristic mistake at that point, that's where you could see fatigue creeping in after so much Scrabble having been played in the last couple weeks. So you hear stories about, chess players playing chess for, 6 or 7 hours and burning more calories than a marathon runner or something like that. I've heard stories like that. And Scrabble is really no different. You have to have good physical conditioning to sit there and use your brain at that high of a level for so long. So fatigue, absolutely a factor. And I think, as I say, in game 6 or 7, don't be surprised if you see it rear its head.
We saw David Eldar yesterday with the Scrabble equivalent of the yips from baseball. He failed to pull the trigger on a word that is reasonably common, doggiest. Also missed on a 135-point double-double, Cozener, yesterday. Those are mistakes we don't expect a player of his caliber to miss. So perhaps certainly fatigue after a lot of high-stakes games. Harshan has won the right to go first in games 1 and 3, and if necessary, 5 and 7 by virtue of having a better record. And with that, we are off. DOSIR, promising start. A T and an F on the rack for Harshan to begin. This is a rack that will not bingo for him, but some good options. Wellington, what would you look to do out of this rack?
For a start, I usually if you can't bingo, the next important thing is to play a high scoring move, and I think the what he has just arranged, Feared, seems like a very good start, and an ST leave isn't a bad rack leave at all. So I'll agree with this move.
Fjord, also the highest move according to a quick computer simulation here, and Harshan not going to spend too much more time thinking about that. The ST leave, stellar for him, and David Eldar now to respond, BIOO, QTU on his rack. He'll have a few high-scoring options. QUOIF plays to the F in Fjord, QUOIT through the O in Fjord, or he could hold on to the Q and play BOO, overlapping it on the left side. Will, of those options, what is your favorite here?
Well, before I share my favorite, I just want to give a shout out to Harshan for opening vertically and renewing the spirited debate in the Scrabble community about whether you should play your first word vertically or horizontally on the board. Curious to hear everybody's thoughts in the chat on Twitch about which way they think is the best way to open. I know that people are very devoted to their choice there. Yeah, as far as for David here, sometimes you want to at least consider when you have QU together, is it possible to play a word that keeps QU on my rack for next turn and hope for something better? I don't really think there is a word like that here. I think he's very, very likely to play quaff to the F of Fjord, get rid of that QU combination, score decently well, and try to draw a bingo next turn saddled with that B. So it's not going to be super likely, but maybe he's considering keeping his QU for next turn here.
Quaff, the seemingly best play for David, is going to give back a killer opportunity for Harshan next turn, who into his ST leave picked up the blank. I won't yet tease that word, but perhaps Wellington and Will have spotted it and are sitting there with a smile. I will warn everybody in the chat that we are focusing more on the strategic aspect of these plays, so we will be calling out and spoiling options and playable bingos early on this stream. If you prefer to use these as puzzles, put us on mute, or if you're watching these videos after the fact, perhaps pause. Quaff the play now, and Harshan has the opportunity to score 109 points on this turn. He already had this word playable as a double-double, hitting both double word squares through the I. Will he find this one now with the 3 underlaps it requires? Do you guys see it?
Yeah, I think we do. This is one of those great situations, Wellington, where you probably already see the word and you just have to realize that it still fits on the board. And I'm a little worried that Harshan has spelled out a different word here, which is still going to score a solid number of points, but it won't reach both double word scores. It'll come just short. And Harshan would be hard-pressed to imagine that he has a better word than rimosity here for 96, but he actually does. I'm curious, Wellington, if you think he'll see it.
Yeah, I think he'll see it. For a player of his caliber and at a stage of this game where the fatigue hasn't yet kicked in, it shouldn't be a difficult find. But the funny thing is, we never can tell where the human mind drifts to this stage, especially when you are being on live stream, and it can be very tricky. So let's find out if he spots it. But for the viewers out there, I think the word is ministry. I think he's almost there.
I think he's got it.
He's got it.
Beautiful.
Ministry has been spotted by Harshan. A killer opportunity, 109 points, the blank to be an N. And that will bring Harshan ahead 135 to 34. Well spotted by the pediatrician from England. And David can't be thrilled to see that come down, though he certainly had his series of great spots yesterday. David looking to respond to the double-double out of BEINOTT. This is a rack that will not bingo for him, and these racks I find to be rather tough. Looking to play, 3 or 4 tiles, score some points, keep a bingo-prone leave. He'll have options such as BITO or OBIT above the Y in ministry, but those may give back some big overlapping plays. Wellington, is there anything else you would look to do out of this rack if you're David Eldar?
If I'm David Eldar, I'll definitely be wanting to, because a good start like this from my opponent means that the game should go crazy. This is one of such times where I wouldn't want to be defensive. So I'll probably, any move I play will definitely lead to a triple opening. So that is whatever I do with this rack is going to either beat or whatever. But I must get to the triple lane just to create some chaos somewhere. Perhaps it could because when your opponent starts this well, you need to kind of force him into defensive play in order to be able to have higher chances of catching up somewhere down the line. And you could open a triple lane, and he might not have an optimal play through there, but he also has to watch out for his lead, so thereby forcing him to go play where you want him to play. So I think that will generally be my strategy at this stage of the game.
Harshan, a player we have seen across the duration of this tournament, make some very defensive moves, opting for more defensive options than even us in the commentator booth had considered at multiple different junctures. So we'll see, David, how aggressive he chooses to be in opening the board. Will, would you also be looking to open a triple opportunity out of this rack?
It's a good question. It seems like David is seriously, at least he was seriously considering playing O-bit instead of Beto, which would not open the triple lane except to an S by playing OR and buy. So that seemed like he was considering it, and now it looks like he's considering just playing OB there, thinking that his ENTTI leave maybe combines well with the R and D of Fjord. I don't know how I feel about that. My gut reaction was very similar to Wellington, where I felt like a more aggressive opening was certainly warranted here at such a big early deficit, but maybe David's going to be a little more patient here instead.
Yeah, I would also certainly be looking to open the board in this situation, but David feels otherwise. Perhaps the floating R, the floating D in Fjord, he feels couple very nicely with EINTT on his rack. David choosing a play that nobody in the commentary booth chose. I'm sure y'all in chat have some opinions as well. I'm broadcasting from several minutes in the future, so I can't respond to that chat and your feelings right now, but I'm sure there's some riveting conversations going on as well. Now, after a short play, OB, Harshan has to have David pinned on a pretty good rack here. You know, you generally don't play two tiles like that unless your leave is rather strong, but the R and the D together are rather tough to address fully. Harshan has some options to do so. He could play Poplar, Poplar, or maybe the word Apollo, maybe a smaller play as well, just something like OOP, or he can look to the top of the board to try to score additional points with the play like Plap, PLAP, making LOR and a buy. Would you be looking to knock out the R or the D, or just keep scoring points?
Well, as you point out, Matt, the problem with blocking the R and the D is it's very difficult to do so productively while also scoring any number of points. It's tough, you know, if you're Harshan, you obviously have a nice early lead, but one of the worst things you could do would be to overly sacrifice a ton of points to play defense on those letters, only to still somehow allow a bingo elsewhere on the board. So I would lean towards playing Plap here on top of Ob, just because you're getting both of those Ps off the rack, you're scoring quite well, and you know, if David, and it looks like that. Oh, instead he's just played Lap. Interesting, okay. Wellington.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would definitely have added the P, but maybe he has other plans, and might be a more strategic move from him. So.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of non-standard moves from Harshan across the tournament, moves that are surprising, and yet the results speak for themselves here. David just won playable bingo. He knows that, and he drops it very quickly here. Nitrated, a 61-pointer. He still trails 156 to 119 after that play, but his gambit did work out. He opened a scoring spot. Harshan played there, and the bingo line stayed available for him. So, well schemed by David, perhaps.
Yeah, this board now, after nitrated, it was kind of bereft of scoring opportunity, but now nitrated has opened up 2 triple word scores. So depending on what David draws, he's pretty likely to get a good follow-up score. I'm curious to see Harshan's drawn his 3 replenishment tiles. And those are going to be really important because David has a really nice play of itchy and nigh to the N of nitrated. One of those words, if you're a North American player, NY might look unfamiliar, but it is valid in the world lexicon. But a play there is going to score a ton. And I'm just really curious to see if Harshan will draw a play that blocks it. And I'm not sure if he has.
Itchy is going to score very well for David on the left side of this board, but its anagram Tichy, Tichy, also plays on the right side. Not quite as many points, but David going to have a good scoring option in either instance. Harshan into LOOP picking up TIX. He'll have some scoring options if he wants to retain the X for the future. TOPOI on the right side, making ET and DO plays for 30 points. Exploit, another play he can make, dropping down from the E and nitrated for 32. Or if he wants to keep things tight here, we may see OXO play underneath the T, E, and D in nitrated. Wellington, between those plays, what are you looking to do here?
I think I would favor exploit because exploit he doesn't have a great rack at the moment, and especially since you are leading, you have to fish for more tiles, and exploit is a great way to do that, and extend the lead to a bingo lead, such that even if your opponent responds with a bingo, you are still in the game, and then you're going for fresh tiles, and so exploit would most likely be the move for me.
So exploit, yeah. We've seen multiple players on this stream across the last 2 weeks with a lead not play too many tiles at a time, get caught with a lot of tiles that score just 1 point, and watch their lead slowly evaporate. So I think that's a great decision there and a great line of thought. Will, do you agree with the play of exploit, or might you do a different option here?
I do agree. I think, oddly, I would be apt to potentially miss exploit as an option just because I would be tunnel visioning so hard on playing to either of those triples. The thing about exploit going down from the E of nitrated is that it scores quite well, 32 points. That's about an average score at this level of play, but it doesn't reach any, triple word score. And I think Harshan hasn't generated it as an option here. Not that OXO or Topoi are big mistakes over exploit, but I do feel like that's a play that could be missed from time to time.
Yeah, so OXO, the option we see from Harshan, is right in line with the defensive play we've seen from him all tournament, and David immediately dropping Itchy down for a massive score, 56 points for Itchy after 26 points for OXO, and despite the 109-point bingo on the second turn for Harshan, we have a tight game, Harshan leading 182 to 119 now. ILPT, the leave after OXO, and Harshan always takes his time, makes sure he does all of his paperwork, tracks his tiles correctly. He wants to be absolutely sure he hasn't made a mistake, mistracking the tiles, miskeeping the score. So being very diligent there. DILNPST, the rack now. And this one looks to be rather tricky. As I mentioned, you don't want to get caught up scoring very few points out of these racks, but not many other options. Will, what would you look to do here?
Man, this is brutal. And it's all of a sudden after OXO and Itchy, those 2 beautiful scoring spots have been used up, and the board is back to extremely tight, almost no points on offer anywhere for Harshan. And I think an extra factor to note is that formerly Fjords was open as an S hook, and Itchy has blocked that. So Harshan drawing that S, but having no really good place to use it outside of laps, which you really, when you're looking at a board to assess the value of your S, You want to see those words, you want to see those spots on the board where you can end a 7-letter word in an S, and there really is no place to do that right now. So I think he's going to be thinking about that here. I'm not really sure if he has a great option that allows him to do that. It's going to be tough here. I'm really not seeing a play that makes me very excited, Wellington.
Yeah, there aren't any exciting plays for him, except this is where you have to switch to coming up with a strategy for going forward. And I think this is a he has done a lot for himself recently, and I believe he'll be able to come up with a nice strategy. But I can still Toad comes down, and well, it's not a very, very bad play, but I probably would have. I don't like the idea of scoring so few points when you are leading, so I probably have done something else. But this is also a very nice play.
Yeah, just not many scoring options there. The only opportunities to score significant points would require using the P in front of LAP to make plap, making a play like dip or lip and throwing this board wide open, giving David a triple on otherwise a tight board. David with 6 vowels here, A-E-E-E-I-I-L, the rack. He does have a nice 6-letter word down from the H, Healee, for 18 points, Healee, but that retains 2 I's. He could look to play additional vowels, Edile, A-E-D-I-L-E, or E-I-D-E, playing through that D, or maybe look to exchange here. Wellington, of those options, what do you prefer?
Well, knowing David's style of play a little over the last couple of days, I think David will most likely go for exchanging here. I'll be surprised if he doesn't exchange, because Healy would have been a good option, but the double I leave is not very friendly, and with the situation on the board, these are some of the times where it is actually good to exchange, especially when there aren't much that your opponent can do, given the way the board is. So exchanging bad tiles at this point in time isn't a bad option.
Yeah, tricky turn. Will, what would you do here, and what do you expect David to do here?
I'm concurring that exchanging seems like a good idea, if only because this board position is so challenging. Instead, he's going to play elite. Okay, that is a surprising one. This one surprises me, if only because he's just given Harshan a good place to score on a silver platter there. Maybe he's assessing that after Harshan's play of Told, which only used a D and an L, perhaps Harshan is in less of a position to use a high scoring tile to reach that upper left triple, but in fact, he is going to be able to do that there. It's a surprising play by David, kind of opening up such an obvious place to score for Harshan.
Yeah, I am in concurrence with that analysis. That rather surprising. And Harshan able to cash in 29 points, FEINT coming down. Also had the opportunity to play Sniffed in the same spot, 9 more points, but does burn the S. Wellington, do you like the play of Feint, or do you think you would have used the S to score 9 more there?
I would definitely have gone with Sniffed, because the board doesn't have much opportunities for an S, and if you notice, there are still a lot to play for, and there is one such time when it's actually good to grab as much points as you can. So I would definitely have gone for Sniffed instead of Feint.
I think this game is incredible at demonstrating, even among the cream of the crop, the top world-class players, there's a lot of variation in the plays that may be made. Elite and Told, I think, definitely plays that would be different plays from different players in this room. Feint as well, another instance of that. David now AEINRRR on his rack, and once again a decision to make here. Does he keep the board tight? Does he look to play a little bit longer? He'll have options like ART in front of lap, making a lap and rob for 14, CARR from the C in itchy for 10. Those hold nice bingo prone leaves, or he could look to play much longer and score points. Carmir, carrier or harrier playing from that C or that H. Will, what would you look to do out of this rack?
Yeah, I just want to point out that David leaving AEI on his previous play. I'm sure he was thrilled to see 4 consonants come out of the bag onto his rack. But of course, be careful what you wish for, because 3 of those consonants all R's, which make things very awkward for him. So I would definitely expect him to make a long play from the C here, whether it's Carnier or Carrier. I think he's extremely likely to turn over those tiles, score a bunch of points, and hope for a more balanced rack going forward.
Wellington, in this situation, do you concur? Play long in this situation?
I'll definitely play long in this situation because evidently the tiles haven't been too favorable to him after Ichi, and playing long would be a good way to find a way to upturn that. And in terms of between Kania and Carrier, I'll probably go for Kania because you don't want to place something that has an S hook just at the bottom of the triples, so in order to prevent your opponent from harvesting too much points and taking the game too easily out of your reach. So
Right.
I'll most likely go for Kania. Yeah.
I think 3 out of 3 in this booth, we like Carnier. David, we've seen this from him before. The exasperated sigh, the hands on the head, surrender cobra, stare at the ceiling. Is perhaps he considering playing an 8-letter word here? We've seen him do this before when he's not sure of a potential bingo. Do you think he's considering a bingo here, or is he just flummoxed by the situation?
I can't imagine that he will play a bingo here. And just for context, if you're viewing along on Twitch, David's tiles are all 1-point tiles. These are the letters that we learned those words, as Wellington alluded to earlier, using tools like Ziziva. Oh, wow, this is shocking.
He's played it. Fariner, non-word here for David.
Harshan's going to challenge this immediately.
Definitely going to.
What a gift. I'm stunned.
I think the word that is confusing him is foreigner, F-U. Yeah, that would be the word that is confusing him here.
Furriner, yes, is a valid 8. David will lose his turn in this situation, and Harshan gifted the opportunity to go twice in a row here. David, we saw yesterday the yips on his words. He pulled the trigger, or didn't pull the trigger on a few yesterday, and today opting to take the chance, and he will get burned and lose a turn. Wow, uncharacteristic mistake, I believe, for David Eldar here.
Yeah, hugely uncharacteristic, Wellington. I mean, I know we saw it a couple times yesterday, but in my experience playing David, he is so solid on his words, and that is a stunning turn of events to me.
Yeah, it's a very, very shocking one. I never expected that. But like we noted a while ago, I think the words can be confusing sometimes, and when you've been playing Tough Nut Scrabble for almost 3 weeks now, there's a high likelihood of one mixing these words up, and I think on a very good day, David wouldn't make a mistake like this, but the pressure is on, and a lot of fatigue. I think we underestimated how easy fatigue could come in, and I think this is one of such instances. And I don't think it takes anything away from his prowess in the game, and I think it was just an honest mistake because foreigner was probably where the confusion came from.
Yeah, and now Harshan, a tough decision. He has full knowledge of David's rack and opportunity to set up perhaps his S here. I'm a little surprised to see him play this quickly. I think turned so tricky, but Craven the play for him. Will, what do you think about that?
I think this is a smart idea just because another option for him on this turn would have been to play Vant into the T of Ministry, making a lap and knob. That would have been kind of a dangerous play to make because that word takes an A hook for Avant. But because Harshan just saw all 7 of David's tiles, he knows that playing Vant there is going to be met with something like Re-Ran and Avant, which makes David's his next turn really easy. Whereas Harshan's managed to block the play that we had just suggested for David of Carnier by playing Craven here. So I think this is a very, very good job by Harshan to adjust his play based on the extra knowledge that he just gained from David's rack after his play of Fariner.
I saw potential for a setup. He's got an S. He knows his opponent doesn't have one. So maybe trying to set up an S hook somewhere. He has partially done that. Craven does take the back S. But yeah, he's able to make an opening play. He knows he won't be bingoed on through any of those floaters as well. And David's going to have a weak response here, likely something like river through the V or rear, making ER and NA on the right side if he really wants to open this board up. He now faces a 65-point deficit and is running out of opportunity here. Wellington, what would you look to do if you were David in this situation?
Well, the strategy still comes down to the same: play as much ties as possible. Well, but I think what he just played is...
As you say that, 2 tiles go down.
Yeah, it comes with 2 ties. But I think this is also quite an excellent play, because the RAINE leave is if he gets lucky, he can get a bingo, and by playing ERR, he has exposed another bingo lane, and the board is now very open. So I think it was a smart play, but I probably would have favored disposing more tiles instead of playing just 2.
So ERR, the play for David. He looks to draw a bingo beginning in a Val to play on the top of the board, or use those floating EN in Craven or the D in Told. If I'm Harshan, I'm looking absolutely to knock out that E, play from or through it. Do you agree with that, Will? And if so, how would you do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's tempting, though, one of his higher scoring plays would just be to play Musk down Craven for 40 points. But knowing David's bingo-prone tiles, I think he will be relieved that even though the K at the base of the board, if you're imagining, alongside Craven making EM and NU, the word Musk there, the K is not typically too scary of a threat, but just knowing that you have a pretty ironclad position here, if you're Harshan, I do expect to see him make a play like this, which is an extra nice play because he knows that David is unlikely to have an O. Again, just 2 turns ago, he saw all 7 of David's tiles. David only just played 2 tiles on his previous turn. So a play like Uke, which Harshan just played, is very likely to be met with a play of OK, reparalleling on top. So I do like this choice for Harshan.
Wellington, do you concur with that analysis? Would you have played through that E, tried to address some floating tiles for 8-letter bingos?
Well, this was a good play, but I would usually have most likely gone with a Musk, because my reason for going with Musk would have been that I expect that if my opponent is lucky, he would most likely play bingo through at the top of the board, so thereby leaving the K down here for me to score possibly well with the J in unison. But I think that then if my opponent also has plays through the K, it means that he's not playing the bingos, and moreover had scored a handful of points earlier on, and to consolidate on the leads. And I definitely would most likely not be going with Ilk, because by my understanding, it scores a little bit too little for the kind of rack that he had.
Yeah, so again, the jury is split on that one, but Uke the play, and David with a very tricky rack here, AAEILNR, no playable bingos for him. Looks to perhaps open up this board, but no S on his rack, making it rather difficult to do so. He's got plays through the K, IKAN or AKIN maybe. Akin takes a back G, ICAN takes a back S, or maybe he just fishes off 1A here. Will, what kind of expectation do you have out of this rack from David?
I think based on how he's been playing, he's gonna just play 1A. The reason for that is at the level that David is playing at, and Harshan as well, of course, he is going to be looking at his Ooh, okay, interesting. He's set up his ala hook even more powerfully there. I would have expected just an A to come down for the reason that he's looking at his 6 remaining tiles after just playing off the A and saying, what bingos can I draw with different tiles that I could get from the bag? And if he kept that L, he had a good chance of drawing Aliener with an E, Alienor with an O, and several other bingos that would have played elsewhere on the board, especially at that top part of the board alongside ERR. So I'm understanding why he has set up his A hook there, but I was expecting him to just play a lone A.
This is going to make a very interesting decision for Harshan, who has no way to fully block that LA front hook. A is the only front hook to LA. He can partially do it, a play like Gum or Gump, making GABY and UP an option here, or he can ignore it entirely, score points at the bottom of the board with a play like GJUS. Wellington, what would you be thinking after a setup like that?
Well, the first response would have been to find a way of blocking the setup, but there's no safe way to do that, because if you play Gump, you are exposing a 9-timer, which is something you wouldn't want to be doing when you are this number of points up, and the opponent can just be lucky and he finishes you off in an instant, which was something that happened to me yesterday in my bids to want to get to the final. I think I agree with the play of Juice, because if my opponent played, having a partial knowledge of my opponent's rack from the phone he played earlier on, I would take my chances with him being able to utilize the A hook and playing a bingo. So I think I would agree with this move of Juice.
Yeah, I'm concurring with that. Sorry, Matt. I just want to also point out that even that setup of LA, again, a bingo in that spot holding all 1-point tiles is not the end of the world for Harshan. It would have scored, 70-ish points for David, but you can see Harshan's lead is well over 100. So he can really sustain a bingo in that spot and not be hell-bent on blocking it the way that you would try to block other setups. So I do like the play for Harshan.
I'll point out that the play of LA and a lap sets up the A in 2 different spots, ALA, but also the new back hook exposed, a lap taking a back A as well. So David setting up A's in 2 ways. He'll miss on a bingo yet again, fish off an A for 9 points here, but hold a very bingo prone AEI NRS, and he'll pull an E into that. We'll display the unseen pool now so that those of you following along at home can see what the players have seen on their tracking sheet as well. You see the pool, very interesting, 7 unseen E's and a blank. Got to be concerning for Harshan, as well as that Z and 2 S's for scoring opportunities here. He has found himself an A, and I imagine a play like Puha or Huma going to play on the top of this board here. What would you look to do in this situation, Wellington?
Well, Huma is a great move, which is why I would have expected that David wouldn't have dropped his A at JA, because JA doesn't open any additional bingo spots. I think I probably would have gone with Alapa, so that this other way is open, but it's still. So I think Huma was a great play from him, and that is what I would have played, yeah.
And Huma setting up what David has already spotted, the extension to make Humanizer for 45 points for the AE.
Wow.
That is valid, Humanizer. And he's missed bingos otherwise, probably forced to fish off 1 or 2 tiles yet again on this turn. So will Humanizer for 45 blow up the bingo rack, go fishing for a blank, or once again try to open this board and bingo next turn?
Yeah, I mean, you can see the number of unseen tiles dwindling, and essentially you have to remember that even though David has been on a many turns long quest to get a bingo, the ultimate purpose is to try to win the game, and you can't win the game with a bingo if you continue to score 6, 7, 8 points per turn. You have to stay close enough on the scoreboard so that your eventual bingo matters in the game. So Humanizer, of course, 45 points is a beautiful score here on a difficult board. And it does take David further away from bingoing with those tiles, but it makes it so that if he does manage to draw a bingo here, and it looks like he's so close, he has drawn a playable bingo here, and it makes it so that that bingo actually matters now. So totally correct for him to play Humanizer.
Yeah, big spot for David. Tough to see that, but he did not miss it. And Harshan now got to make a decision. JAP and PEED looks like what he's got set up on his rack. He could also play IDE with SIP, ED, and RE in the top right part of the board. Wellington, what would you look to do here as Harshan?
Well, as Harshan, I'm definitely not allowing that arrow to survive this turn. So whatever I do will be around there. So IDE will be the move for me. Let him play a 9-letter word if he can through the RE, but I'm definitely not allowing that arrow to survive this turn because it seems like the only logical opening for David to come back into the game.
So PEED going to be the play here, and David going to bingo back on a different quadrant of the board.
This is terrifying for Harshan now because David has bingoed without the blank. This is not a good feeling for Harshan here to feel like your lead has just mostly evaporated and that David has managed to play a bingo without the second blank. This is a gut check moment for Harshan.
You really hope that blank is one of these 4 face-down tiles if you're Harshan. Big moment here as drama builds. What has Harshan pulled? There's the Z. That'll help him score a W along with it, a B, and an O. No blank for Harshan with 10 tiles unseen. David, a 70% chance to draw it on his pull here. Will David draw the blank, or will he leave it in the bag? Things got very interesting with that pull, but Zowie from Harshan does play ZOWIE for 75 points, forming ZE from Scavage. What has David drawn? No blank in the first 5 tiles, 2 more shots at it. Will he draw a blank and an out bingo? There's an E and an O.
Well, the blank eludes them both. Incredible. It's the play that you mentioned, Matt, of Zowie alongside the E of Scavage is by no means an ironclad winning play. It would make the word Zay, and that absolutely has a ton of overlaps from Harshan's POV. You can see 2 N's in the pool, 2 E's in the pool, and A. Definitely possible for David to have an overlap of ZE. And remember, Zowie will empty the bag. So if David were to have a bingo in response, he would pretty easily end up winning the game, especially if it was able to have some higher up overlaps like Tano or something like that with the blank T. So Harshan is going to look and see Zowie very quickly, but his main issue is going to be, am I still going to lose the game after this beautiful 75-point play?
Yeah, he'll have to look at what playable bingos could hit alongside, and unseen to him are just so many options. Tonnage with a U, tonnage with an O, guanine, a number of nice overlaps after Zowie. Maybe he looks to play TOWZE on the other side of Scavage. Maybe he looks to avoid emptying the bag instead. What do you think we'll see from Harshan here, Wellington?
I'm definitely emptying the bag because considering there aren't many good options without emptying the bag. So it's a question of whether I'm going with a Zoe or Taos. And I think it is more difficult to bingo with the tiles left with Taos, because if you play Taos, you're forced to hook the EW for a bingo or play through the D. And with the tiles left unseen, it's possible that the opponent could even have the blank and still not be able to find any playable bingo. So I think I would most likely go with Taos, and I don't think the score difference isn't that much. Taos should be about the same number of points.
Yeah. One other very neat option for Harshan, through the L to the E is BLOWZE for 50 points. That likely to score enough to outrun Bingo's and obstructing things a little bit better. But Harshan has set down Zowie. He's going to try to figure out what Bingo's will play alongside it before hitting his clock and cementing this play. Do you like BLOWZE a little better here?
It's an interesting choice. It does seem to block very effectively, but I do worry that even that does give up more potential hooks than Tao's may, just with the particular unseen pool. But I think that looks like a pretty winning play as well, actually, as I think about it. You're getting more than enough points to withstand anything other than a bingo, and you are cutting off a lot of the board. So as I think about it more, I do like that play of Blouse, but it looks like Harshan is going to see that blank and breathe a big sigh of relief.
Wow, yeah, unbelievable moment there. He takes the chance, rolls the dice, spread not a consideration in a best of 7, barring a tie, but Harshan picking up that blank has to know he's in great shape here. I ran it through a computer simulation. Zowie to win roughly 79% of the time. Other options win significantly more. Tao is winning 96% of the time. So
wow,
maybe,
that high.
Yeah, a big missed opportunity for Harshan, but he will not be punished by it. And he'll go on to win game 1 of the World Scrabble Championship Finals. What a good one.
You got to worry about David making a mistake like Fariner and carrying that with him into the next game. He's going to look at that and see that's where the game kind of got away from him. The score was very close still at that point. If he had just been able to make a valid play and bingo on his next turn with his very promising rack, or maybe draw that blank somehow, it would be a totally different game. So I think for a player of David's stature, you can see him shaking his head there. Obviously upset, but I think something to look for is how quickly does he shake off that error. We all make mistakes, and he needs to just shake it off as quickly as he can.
And for Will and Wellington, we do have a microphone next to the board. We can catch post-game banter. I don't know to what degree we'll see a post-mortem from these players or a discussion about the turns, but as soon as the clock is stopped, we will cut our audio and switch to that one and see if we catch anything from these players. Likely hard to have that discussion when you know you've got 3 to 6 more games of Scrabble, but we'll give it a shot and see if we can catch anything. Harshan looks to play out on this situation, about going to be his highest scoring option to the left side of Zowie, and it looks like he is placing something.
Abbott.
Okay, so sacrificing 1 point with the B instead of playing OE here, but spread not really a consideration here. Just go out and win the game for Harshan. If Abbott stays on the board, our final in game 1 will be 461 to 378 for the Brit, and we'll cut to that overhead mic now to see what we catch.
Let's do it.
Agree.
377.
Agree.
Well done.
Foreigner with a U, right? That's what it was.
No, I know. I've written it down here. Just couldn't remember. There was so many points I had to try. It's like 60 more points.
I get it. I completely get it.
Even if it's right.
Been there, done that.
Has to be right 40%, 30% of the time. It's just enough to try. I was not happy when you gave me an F. I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna have to try this. I've got it written down somewhere, but it's not valid. But I couldn't remember. I should end it.
We get to take a break now, right? Like 5-10 minutes.
I'm taking a break.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I was expecting a break
Shall we
from-
square the tiles before we go?
I don't need to, but we can if you want to.
Perfect. That's brilliant. Thank you so much.
All right, so there you have it, game 1. David lamenting the phony he had challenged off, Farriner. Harshan quickly saying it's with a U, Furriner. That's what you got confused. The players look to take about a 5 or 10 minute break, stretch their legs. David going to have to try to shake that one off always tough to overcome a mistake. We will keep the stream live and pull off the view of the board. But Harshan now leading 1-0 over David Eldar. That has to feel good. Harshan swept the last time these two met in the finals. Got to feel good to have one game down already, right, Will?
Yeah, especially given that context, as we said 6 years ago, David just blowing through the finals en route to his first world championship. So Harshan, to get that first win has to feel really good and build his confidence a little bit going forward. And again, I just... even for a player of David Eldar's stature, you just have to worry, making a mistake of that magnitude in this situation does not feel good. But it is absolutely critical that he put it in the rearview mirror and move on to the next game and continue to play the way he is capable of playing and how well he plays so often. So we'll see if he can do that.
So we've cut away now from the view, and we will give the players a little bit of time. As soon as I get word from the production team, we will cut right back over to the action. But while we've got two of the Scrabble greats in the room, we've got to take the time, pick their brains while they got this headset on. Wellington, I'm certain at some point, maybe in your Scrabble career, you've made a mistake or two. What do you do to try to shake it off and get to that next game instead of dwelling on what happened in the past?
Well, a bathroom break, which David has just taken, is a very, very good step in the positive direction. And I have made some very costly mistakes in my Scrabble career. Most of us have, if not all of us. And the most important thing is to attempt to forgive yourself before you move on to the next game. Sometimes it is easier, sometimes it is harder. But in the past, I have held myself responsible to the point of not attempting to move on to the next game without having forgiven myself. If it takes too long, I have even had situations where I allowed my clock to be running and the opponent will start the clock. I'll just be somewhere trying to cool off, and then until I'm able to convince myself that I have put it behind me before I'll go on to the next game. So I think a player of David's caliber with the load of experience he has had over the years, I think that is exactly what he's doing right now. We might expect the break to be a little bit more than 5 minutes, and he will definitely have been able to move past it before he comes on to play the next game.
What steps do you take looking to forgive yourself? Is it a matter of like physical activity or exercise? Is it a higher power? Is it punching a wall? How do you forgive yourself?
I'm an African, and back in Africa, most of us are religious folks back there. And sometimes we try to, as much as we call it, I'm going to go with what you said with a higher power. And sometimes you have to say a little word of prayer, and you hope to move past that. Then before you step ahead, when you move past that, you will know. And it's you have a comforting feeling. You will know that you've moved past that. But definitely you have to move past the mistake before you go on to the next game, or at least attempt to have moved past that.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I've never seen let my clock run and just try to focus and fixate and forgive myself, but maybe I need to try one. Scrabble, as much as it is a game of minds, also very much a game of internal psychology, internal dialogue. In a tournament this long, you will make mistakes unless perhaps you are Nigel Richards. And, you've just got to learn to move on and make the right play with the tiles in front of you every turn. So obviously, Wellington, you are from Africa. You are, for those who don't know, the first world champion from the continent of Africa, although we certainly expect the way the scene has blossomed in Nigeria and in Ghana and in Uganda and in Zambia. We've seen so many great players from the continent of Africa come out to this tournament. Tell us a little bit more about the growth of the game that you've seen in your country and in your continent, and especially particularly as far as the youth and, developing new players and new talent in the country. How does that work?
A lot has been going on, especially within the space of the last year, in terms of youth development in Scrabble Africa. And I will be remiss if I don't mention the forthcoming African Youth Scrabble Championship holding in Nigeria roughly a month away from now, on the 28th of August to be precise. And it's going to be a very, very big event. And we've done a lot of effort into promoting it. And we must also give kudos to the new management of the Pan-African Scrabble Association, who has come up with lots of laudable ideas. Going side by side with the African Youth Championship is also going to be the seniors event, which is the President's Cup. It's a big event. Players from all over the world are already signed up for it, and it's going to be a very large one. Back to Youth Scrabble. Youth Scrabble in Africa is on the rise. In the past, we have envied places like Pakistan, where the youth, they have exemplified excellence in Youth Scrabble, and we are hoping to pick up the torch and emulate some of the wonderful strides that they have taken over there. And especially with the upcoming African Youth Championship, is going to be a very, very landmark process in getting the youth scene to be up and bubbly. And then I must also give kudos to what we have in Nigeria. We also have, unlike most other parts of the world, we have a situation whereby in Nigeria, Scrabble is considered a sporting activity. We have the Nigerian Scrabble Federation under the Ministry of Sports that caters to organizing Scrabble, and we also have like a national, a mini Olympic activity, what we call it National Sports Festival, and Scrabble features. Apart from that, we also have the National Youth Games, which is more like a youth version of the sports festival. And Scrabble is also there. So it has been a very, very important tool in Scrabble development in not just Africa, but Nigeria specifically. And it has, the scene in Africa is we have a lot of strong youth players. There's a particular one, Doko, who is, I think he's 20 right now. And he has really given a good account of himself in recent years. And it was very, very, it was a very, very painful process for us when we couldn't come with him to the World Championship, and but there's lots of young stars coming up, and even the current African champion by name of Enoch Nwale is also relatively young compared to some of us old horses, and the future is really bright for African youth Scrabble.
Absolutely. Wellington, of course, the first African champion, but certainly I think nobody would expect him to be the last one. Lots of talent up and coming. So is it a matter of, is this taught in schools? Is it after school programs? Is it, students just learning on their own? Or is there a coaching or mentorship program? How does that look?
I would say all of the above, because Scrabble is taught in schools. It has found a way into some of the curricula, but it has not been officially approved by the government yet. But we are working towards that, and hopefully in the next couple of years we are going to achieve that, to have Scrabble ingrained into the curricula of our schools and colleges. And then there's, of course, school coaching programs, a couple of extracurricular activities here and there, and we're really taking Scrabble seriously in the developing world.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, very cool stuff growing in Nigeria, and that sounds like a dream job to me. I was a former high school teacher myself, and if somebody could pay me not to teach science, but to teach Scrabble in a classroom, it sounds like a dream opportunity for me and some of these other top experts. Yourself, I'm sure you smile at that prospect as well, Wellington. Yeah. I'll pivot over to Will now. Will has been doing a lot, just named the NASPA Person of the Year for his efforts in trying to grow and promote the game of Scrabble. And Will, a lot of your work has been done with online Scrabble and streaming, putting out videos. What do you think the future of tournament Scrabble looks like in terms of the internet and what that brings for bringing the world together?
Well, before I answer that question directly, just as Wellington was speaking and mentioning some of the up-and-coming players from Nigeria, I've been very fortunate also to do some broadcasts of events that are held in Nigeria on my personal Twitch channel, and one of those was a match between the player you mentioned, Timilehin Doko. And I had not heard of this player. I knew he was a university student, and watched him play spectacularly well on a match that he played on my Twitch channel. And I was just like, who is this guy? This guy is playing at a shockingly high level for somebody that I had not heard of to that point in time. So that's just one player. I'm sure there are other ones out there who are on the rise in Nigeria and ready to make a statement on the world stage. And I share Wellington's disappointment that things were not able to work out logistically for him to compete, because I know he would have made a very good impression of himself. So definitely echoing everything Wellington said there. Just to, transition into how I think, Scrabble, it just feels like we're at this point now. I really want to thank everybody that's watching in the chat. I think that we already hit a new record viewership of 700 concurrent viewers. I'm sure some of those people may have stepped away during the break. Hopefully they will come back to watch the amazing Scrabble that we have on offer, but it feels like we are at a little bit of a tipping point. These numbers are starting to get bigger and better with our viewership on Twitch. I have a personal YouTube channel where my content has been doing very well lately. It feels like we're on the cusp of something really, really good going forward with our online platforms and our Scrabble content. So I really appreciate everybody that's joined us on that journey so far. And let's keep pushing. We have a really bright future that we can reach together.
I totally agree. I've been volunteering. Okay, I'm getting a little bit of money for this, but largely volunteering my time, the last 2 weeks trying to put this broadcast together, bring a lot of great minds from the sport in as well. I try to build a great online presence for this game, as I think Scrabble just has so much to offer. And I'm hoping that the more we get it out there on the internet, the more people who poke their heads in and see how cool this game is, and the detail and the complexity of the strategy at the top level and at all levels, well, the more people who want to try it out. But I think especially the just the outpouring of youth in Pakistan and in Nigeria, and Malaysia has a great youth scene right now as well. The future does look very, very bright. I want to step on my soapbox yet again, as we have higher viewership today than other days, and implore those of you out there, hey, get Scrabble out there. You can share this feed or photos of this event or annotated games on the internet. You can make your own videos. You can try streaming yourself. I'm sure there's a market out there. Hey, let's learn the Collins 3s and 4s together. Watch me card box every day and see if you can find the words I can't. We would love to have Scrabble of all levels on the internet. The caliber of play that Will and Wellington and David Eldar and Harshan put on the board is quite daunting to watch, but also so impressive. I want Scrabble of all levels out there. I want everybody to know that, hey, you can step in, find opponents near you, and work your way up the ladder as far as you're interested in working up. So if you want to make some content, do it.
I want to read a comment on Twitch from Jalapic1. I would buy a CD of Wellington reading the Scrabble dictionary. Maybe some kind of Scrabble ASMR. Wellington, indeed, a very calming voice. I might buy that CD as well. So could be an opportunity.
So shall we start a GoFundMe then? $10,000, and Wellington will read all of the 7s and 8s in alphagram order.
That's long. The dictionary is big. That's going to take a while, but who knows?
I'd like to have that. I'm getting word from our production team that Harshan is working his way back to the board. So we, with that, are going to cut back over to game view. And I believe the tiles have been squared. We'll get more Scrabble action going in just a few short moments here.
Yeah, we have other commentators potentially able to rotate in. I think it's possible at this juncture. I was going to do the first game, but we have our SPC champion, Josh Sokol, is standing by. I might step aside and let him hop into the booth and do some commentary on this game too, alongside Wellington, because I know that he is going to do an excellent job. And you could even ask him about being the national champion of the U.S. as well, having both of our champions, Wellington and Josh, side by side doing commentary sounds pretty good to me. So I'll do that changeover right now, Matt.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for your time, Will. And we have so much other talent as well in the room. Basically, anybody who did not qualify for this finals had the option to play in a one-day Scrabble tournament, as you see going over David's shoulder, or they could have opted to hang out and watch the live stream in Las Vegas, as so many of them are doing. And maybe we'll get some more great Scrabble minds hopping on the headset. I'm just here soaking in all the talent, all the prestige, all the big names, and trying to have a rotating crew of just wonderful Scrabble experts on stream. So we'll keep Wellington on and sub out Will Anderson for Josh Sokol, the North American Scrabble Players Champion. So both champions of that event, Wellington winning the CSW division, Josh winning the NWL division, but Josh playing both lexicons, was able to play in this world event as well. Josh, do we have you on headset now?
Hey, Matt. How's it going?
Yeah. Excellent.
Hello, everybody.
All right, so we've got Josh on the headset, joined by me and Wellington, and play is underway. David Eldar gets to go first in the second game after Harshan got to go first the first time. And he has drawn BDEGNPS on his rack. Got a few options, maybe playing Peg or Beg, or maybe looks to exchange here. Wellington, would you make an exchange or play a short word in this situation?
I'll most definitely be making an exchange. I'll most likely leave a DENS on my rack, but GENS isn't still such a bad leave, but I think I'll prefer the D to the G, which is exactly what he has done.
Exchanging down to DENS, the move here. The G has been a tile that's been very interesting to watch in this tournament. In North America specifically, it has a reputation as being terrible. Players hate it here, and yet I've seen players hold on to that G, go out of their way to hold on to it at this event, even in the absence of an I and a G, or I and an N rather. So that's been interesting. And now Harshan to respond out of AOORRTX, looks like Taxor going to be the move for him. Josh, would you play 5 tiles here after an exchange 3, or would you maybe keep things tighter with Oxo?
Yeah, I would definitely hesitate to make a long move such as Taxor, but ultimately I wouldn't want to keep myself with 4 1-point tiles, including 2 duplicate Rs.
Yeah, that leaves tough.
Yeah, so I think this is okay, but I definitely would have spent a little bit more time. But Harshan, all throughout this tournament, seems to have been putting on the time pressure, and it's worked out for him, I think.
Yeah, so Adonai is going to come down a great pull into DENS, 3 vowels, but 3 vowels that allow him to bingo. He did also have Anodizer for 83 points, but opting for the defensive 5 overlap play here, which he spotted right away. That'll pull David ahead 79-26 after the bingo. EGIJORY, the pull for Harshan as he looks to respond. He'll have great ways to do so. Some very nice overlaps. YOGI plays, making AY at the top of Adonai's for 39 points. He's also got YOJAN to the AN for 30, or Goji making Reg for 32. Wellington, would you look to play off the J here, or make the stacking Yogi and hold that J for the future?
Well, I don't think there's any rush to play off the J. I would most likely favor playing off Yogi, especially because after Yogi, it isn't a very, very easy thing for the opponent to score that much. But if you want to play off the J, it could make it possible for the opponents to have a lot of scoring opportunities, which is something that you don't want to be gifting your opponent with after after he's up ahead by a little more than 50 points. So Yogi cuts down the difference, and it makes it a little bit more cumbersome for the opponent to score without opening scoring opportunities for yourself, which you can also then utilize with the J that you left from the earlier rack.
Yogi crucially will block the bingo that David has drawn as well. He'll have a 90-pointer up top through the A if it isn't obstructed. Of course, Harshan cannot know that, but this is going to be a huge decision, Goji versus Yogi here. Josh, would you look to play Yogi or Goji here?
I prefer Goji over Yogi, just because after Goji, you already have the Y to stack next to that ADO. You actually have the word YER that scores already over 30 points next turn. So you'll have a pretty likely chance to be able to use the Y to score, whereas after playing a word like Yogi, the J doesn't really have an immediate home on the board. So I'd be a bit hesitant to keep it. Of course, if things open up, the J can be very nice. But I think Goji would be my preferred option, and that's what Harshan looks to be doing here.
Josh, of course, for those unfamiliar with his strategy, very much thinks about options for next turn, setting himself up, where his tiles will fit for him in the future. So he's showing a little bit of that next level analysis. I think I prefer Wellington's suggestion of Yogi here slightly, but both plays have a lot of merit. Goji going to come down for Harshan, and David going to respond to his bingo with a second bingo. He's actually now been given the opportunity to double PI as well. So Pavonian played up top, PAVONIAN for 90, and now the double at the bottom of the board. Blank L Pavilion scores 98 points here. We expect David to find the double here, do we not?
Yeah, definitely. He will definitely find it. Yeah, and he has found it.
Yeah, he's already set it up on his rack as well. So he'll look a little bit longer, make sure this is perhaps his only double, his most defensive double he's able to make. But Pavilion for 98 after David's pulled the blank into his post bingo draw, and this one is going to get out of hand pretty quickly unless Harshan able to respond. The bingo will put David ahead 177 to 58 here.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for David out of the opening. His interesting decision of Adonize instead of Anodizer, it's created this kind of weird board where at some point things are going to get opened up. And yeah, I mean, just drawing that blank and being able to pounce on whatever opening Harshan created was really, really good for David. So I think he's going to be recovering from the last game this time. We'll see, though.
All right, we talked about the ability to shake off a mistake and get it going in the next one. Well, this is a good way to do that. Exchange bingo bango and have 170 points after only making 2 valid moves. The bingo of Pavilion, if that's what David chooses to play here, will give Harshan a bingo back. So that will be at least something to continue to monitor. This game will not be out of hand, but Harshan still with an uphill climb after Pavilion. You got to wonder, what is David thinking about here? Why has he spent so much time when he sees 98 points in front of him?
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, well, here it comes. Yeah, what do you think, Welly? What's going on there?
Well, it is possible that he was weighing the implications of the Pavilion as against but I don't think, given the other alternative, which was Pavonian, which exposes a 9-timer, I think Pavilion should have been an easy decision, but only God knows what was going through his mind. We could probably ask him after the game or something like that. But I think he probably was just taking his time to make sure that he wasn't coming up with under Farida.
Did you guys notice David when he was drawing his tiles, that little face he made towards the camera? I think he's if he's thinking something, it's here we go or something. I think,
Is that as soon as
he's
he
feeling pretty
goes the
good.
LUZ play that plays for 67?
Yeah, well, this was before he even saw a tile. I think he just looked at the camera, so we like that. That's some good content. But yeah, Harshan spots his bingo here, his bonus, his premium, whatever word you want to use. Using all your letters, he's gonna get an extra 50 points. So it's still a game for sure, but David definitely gonna be up by around. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! What is he doing?
He has
Oh my
misplaced
goodness.
it.
Okay. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Okay.
Wow, that was some nerves, I think.
But he takes the extra time before hitting his clock and does catch that he's placed those letters in the wrong spot. Errantly is indeed the play for Harshan, and he bounces back 177 to 132. So David, LUZ, playing above Pavilion, 67 points. He's not going to spend more than a few more seconds here, I don't think. Josh, would you spend more time here looking for better options, or would you just plunk the Z?
If I'm spending more time here, it's just to get into my opponent's head. This is just a 100% clear play. But if he's just going to sit there and tank for a little bit, I think it's because he wants Harshan to think that he has a tough decision, and indeed he does not.
And Wellington, we've seen you make some plays extremely fast as well. Would you have already pulled the trigger on this one as well?
I would have done that long ago. I don't subscribe to wasting time when it is not necessary, because you might need the time in the end game, and you never can tell how complicated the game can get later. So if you have an obvious play, make it quick enough and move ahead. That has always been my motto, and I always stand by that.
Yeah, time always, you never know when you're going to need that time in an end game. Some games end up close, some games get out of hand. You don't know, but it's always good to have it banked as opposed to spending it all early and facing an uphill climb for the rest of the game. Harshan now trailing over 100 points yet again. He'll look to narrow that gap with this turn. He has a variety of options. Through the eye in Pavilion, Vienna plays for 30 points. He can also open this board a little bit better with the play of MVULE through the L in Errantly for 26, though that does hold ANN. He could shell out for a bingo. VULN in that same spot is 14, or he can try to open other lines with the play of Maven or Vanmin, making EN and Errantly. Wellington, what would you be looking to do in this situation down over 100 points?
I think I would probably have favored Van Main, but the U leave is something that is a little bit, gives me a little bit more concern. So I'll probably search for other options. But I think Van Main isn't bad. But if you look at it, Vienna is actually a good move also, because it opens the body in another direction and keeps things alive while leaving the E of Errant Leaf with all the options that it provides. So I think I will most likely go with Vienna. And to another merit for Vienna is that I believe the UM rack leaf to be superior to the single U leaf.
Big decision here. David has drawn another bingo rack here. It is not Dave Wiegand in that rack, the American player who nearly made these finals as well, but two bingos, DEAWING and Windage, WINDAGE. And those are going to play, or Windage at least going to play alongside Errantly up at the top of this board if Harshan not able to block that spot. You can't know what your opponent has. Harshan likely not looking to address that spot. Vienna looks to be a solid play here, and it's one that Harshan's going to make, but he is now going to get bingoed on yet again by David.
Yeah, I honestly think Vienna was the clear favorite play. Just scores a lot, leaves the openings that were already on the board next to the E and Errantly. He didn't know this, but no matter what he did, David was still gonna play Windage. But I think Vienna, if you're gonna keep a U, the M is a really good tile to keep with it, as David finds and plays relatively quickly.
And David has to decide where to slot this bingo now. It is 79 points where he's laying it down, but he can play it on the other side of that E for 76 with a big lead like this. Wellington, would you choose to play it on the left or right side?
I'll definitely play it on the left side, on the other side, because it is tougher to hook EE from the back than from the way he played it for bingo lanes. And by playing it on the other side, forming EE this other way, you have also constrained all the floaters in anodize and the possible high scoring chances that your opponent could utilize in front of Adonais. So I think for someone who is leading quite well, I think windage on the other side of the errantly would have been a more interesting board situation.
I see we picked up some crowd noise there. The delayed stream just noticing Harshan setting down the incorrect spelling of errantly. That was extremely loud, so perhaps we'll have to figure out a way to siphon off some of that noise. That obviously we've got a delay for a reason to combat that, but that was a lot louder than I thought it would be. Wow, goodness.
Yeah, that was pretty loud. It's a good thing we have a delay. Obviously. Yeah, if the players actually did hear that, they know why. Obviously, both players know that Harshan laid down the wrong spelling of errantly, but yeah, I might need some crowd control at some point.
Goodness, yeah, okay, wow. Anyway, I digress. Josh, would you have played windage in that spot, or would you have concurred with Wellington's decision there?
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because on one hand, if you play on the left side, you can imagine a word will happen from the W to the triple on the top right corner. And yeah, it does seem like leaving that line open on the left side of the EE is potentially going to cause some issues, although there might be relatively soon there might be a play that parallels Adonais, and that will deal with the threat of playing on the left side. So I'm not really sure. I think I probably would have taken the points, but I can see an argument for either.
A tough decision, and one that, I guess you just kind of trust your gut at a certain point and make it. But we'll cut back to the play for Harshan here with a big deficit. He looks to play in this situation mulct, M-U-L-C-T. He's going to play it forming T-E-E as well. Did any of you see, or either of you see, an option that really stuck out to you in that turn?
Well, I think his rack wasn't a very, very promising rack, so there weren't much options for him. I think Mort was a decent play, and I'm actually okay with it. And
yeah, look at this. Okay, this game's probably over now.
Yeah, David bingoing yet again. When it rains, it pours in Scrabble. Primsaz comes down for 67. Eldar ahead over 200 points now on Harshan. Sometimes this happens. It is what it is.
It looks like David, earlier, I guess you asked the question why David was hesitating on Pavilion. I see now, like people discussing maybe he was unsure of that spelling. I think it's also spelled with 2 L's, if I'm not mistaken. And it also seems like for Thrimsaz, he was a little unsure. He ended up drawing his tiles relatively quickly. I think he does have some nerves, and because of the phony word he played last game, it still is making him unsure of words he'd normally be pretty sure of. So both times it was definitely a word, and I think David will maybe calm his nerves down for the next game, and we'll see some really high level Scrabble, which we've been seeing already.
Sean not going to go down without a fight. He has spotted his only playable bingo, Frailty, F-R-A-I-L-T-E-E, to bring him up to 255 to 390 here. Likely running out of time, but at least he's a little bit closer, and perhaps some drama here. Eldar now with a bad rack, GIIPSUW, but he will have good scoring opportunities. Upswing plays through the N in Vienna, and Swipe plays to the E in Frailty, although I think you've got to keep things tight here. David agrees, playing this one quickly. He's not going to spend too much more mental energy, I think, in this one as he looks to look ahead for next turn. And 4 E's on the post bingo draw for Harshan, just not getting better for him.
Yeah, that was a great find by David. Very quick. He knows that it's just a killer play, and he plays it without hesitation.
So C, D, E, 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 O is the poll for Harshan. Wellington, in this situation, would you be trying to breathe some life into this board? Would you be even trying to open a triple, or would you just do something like COWED through the W up top and kind of end this game?
While it is okay to want to hope against hope, but I think it's pretty much obvious that this game is gone. But if you are still wanting to hope against hope, I think cowed will be COWED will be a way to go about that and just keep hope alive. But other than that, I think cowed is the most decent play for right now, and I think he's going to come down with it.
We will go ahead and expose the unseen pool now. 23 unseen tiles to Harshan, 16 left in the bag for him to draw. Means time is certainly running out. He'll need probably 2 bingos to get back into this game, and he'll have 2 turns to draw them. So cowed, holding 3 E's. Going to be pretty tough for him to bingo next turn. That blank still in there for him to find. The Q could perhaps muck up his opponent's rack, but this one largely feels gone, as Wellington put it. EHED, an option through the H in Thrimsez, scores 32 as well. Josh, would you also just kind of throw in the towel on this one, get ready for game 3?
Yeah, I would definitely play cowed. I mean, there's still an outside chance that Harshan can maybe get 2 bonuses after cowed and potentially come back. I think it's much likelier. I mean, it's close to 0, but much likelier than just trying to maybe open 2 triple word scores at this juncture.
Oh my goodness! Sorry, I'm looking back at the late chat now. Is that? Wow, Molt blocked an incredible 9-letter play through the TO. That is totally wild. That would have been a self-describing word after that 9-letter could have come down for David. That's fun. I won't say it on stream because I don't want to get us banned.
You see it, Welly?
Nah.
Look.
It plays through the TO. It would have been a 9, but Molt knocked it out on the Thrimsez rack.
Okay.
That's yeah, okay. Can't say it here. EHED, the move for Harshan, effectively throwing in the towel, but that's what you've got to do when your opponent bingos on you over and over and over. He's been out bingoed 4-2 this game. He's also been hit with the big Z bomb. Just hasn't really had the opportunity there for the Englishman.
Yeah, do you guys think he might be trying? I mean, he's just trying to score, but he might have some hope later on of blocking all the QI spots on the board and hoping to catch David with the Q. That might be a shot in the dark attempts to win the game, because if he does get one bonus down and there are no spots for a Q, it's possible that he can maybe make up some differential. That's interesting.
David giving the view we've seen so often, showing off that green sweater and the fine mesh fibers, either that or his arm hairs and the pores on his arms. I didn't catch the rack. Josh or Wellington, did you get it?
Yeah, I got the rack. He had a BRIBNQ. NYQ, yeah.
Okay, so the Q on his rack, that's right.
The Q, yeah. Q, BRIBNYQ, yeah.
There we see it, yeah. I think he's considering just playing bribe or maybe just playing off the Q.
Bribe, INBY, INBYE. Bribe would set up the Q a little bit nicer for a QI plunk next turn.
Yeah, I think any of these plays are good enough to win the game. But yeah, you gotta be sure of yourself. Yeah, the play of bribe, setting up another Q spot. It is setting up a B that Harshan might be able to use to play from. But yeah, I think I think pretty much anything here is good enough. And we'll probably see something like bribe or invite. Maybe David's gonna try and play the Q off.
But I think playing the Q off is a very, very good option right now because one of the though low probability way to lose this kind of game is to be trapped with the Q, and you don't want to be doing that right now, and especially by playing bribe brings more options into life in the game, and the game can get a little bit more complicated from there, although there's very little chance that is happening. But I think with this kind of lead and this rack, I will most likely go for Niqab. Niqab also takes away the A option for possible bingos from the opponents to get into the game. So I would most likely be going with Niqab. Yeah, that would be my option.
Yeah, with the lead of 140 points, you have to think, what is the worst thing that can happen to me? What is the only way I can lose this game? So getting stuck with the Q and a high-scoring bingo to that A are about the worst things that can happen. Niqab, a good way to address both of those. David instead playing QIN and UN. There is an unseen I from his perspective, but perhaps he doesn't care enough about just an IF or IT play beneath QIN. It won't outrun him, so that's what he opts to do here. He won't draw the I, but Harshan also doesn't have it. It's still in the bag, as is the second blank in this game. And Harshan will have an opportunity. I think Foyer, F-O-Y-E-R, through the Y gives him just a little bit of life left in this game, maybe fewer at the top through the W as well. But in this situation, it'll be very tough for him to mount any sort of comeback.
Yeah, I mean, he has some decent options. I think he's going to put fewer down, creates that opportunity from the R. But yeah, he's probably pretty resigned at this point. But yeah, that's a good play. He's continuing to give himself maybe some outside chance, but yeah, the score is just too far apart at this point.
And David now going to have some high-scoring options through the E in Frailty, Hobber, H-O-B-B-E-R, or Yabber, Y-A-B-B-E-R, both options there. And you do string out either a Y or an H in a triple line to get bingo 2, but for 48 points, you're going to survive those bingos anyway, right? Wellington, would you be afraid to play Yabber or Hobber here, or would you go ahead and take the points?
I think that's also, I wanted to mention the genius behind the QIN play, leaving the BBRY. I think it is after he drew the replacement ties that I actually saw the merits behind the QIN play. So kudos to him for making such an interesting choice of move. And because with Yaba, I'm not sure I'm going to be bothered about my opponent's replies with this kind of lead and the board situation and the stage of the game. The game is practically gone with Yaba or Hobber.
Yeah, are we going to see a challenge here? I wonder. Yeah, Harshan basically, if he's not sure of this word, he's probably going to want to challenge just in case. Yeah, there we see it.
Yeah, why not? The game is lost after this play. Try to get a turn, even if you're 99% sure that this is a word. Try to pick, give yourself any kind of shot at all.
But yeah, we'll come back good. We have the knowledge of knowing all of the words from where we sit. So yeah, that's a nice play by David. We'll totally seal the deal. And now, of course, what Wellington is saying, now that QIN is on the bottom of the board, most of the letters you're placing at that middle left square, triple square, are not going to be of any concern, mostly.
The other merit, if he pulls a U there, he'll play Burka through the Q for a ton of points with the BBRY leave. So
True.
Lots of good ways for this to go well for him. He's able to make the 6-tile play through the E. He's able to fish for Burka as well. QIN looks stronger and stronger the longer we look at it.
Yeah.
So this one just about done. Harshan, the pediatrician from the UK, is going to take a loss here. And we've seen now a pattern in our best of 5 finals. at the SPC that we streamed. And now across the first 2 games of these finals, the player sitting on the left and the player going first, 7-0 in those 7 games. So we'll see if somebody can break serve finally, or if we'll just kind of see the player who goes first win the game. Going first in Scrabble, roughly a 4 or 5 percentage point advantage. I think it's 54 to 56% to win if you go first in neutral skill games, right, Josh?
Actually, we have some maybe updated or different numbers from the ones I thought, which I think I thought it was around 55%, but based on the games we've seen at the Scrabble Players Championship and at the World English Scrabble Players Association Championship, the WESPA, person going first has been winning slightly over 57% of the time, with between a 17 and 20 point advantage.
Wow. Okay. So that's even a little more stark advantage than we've seen before. Perhaps I think due to the rise of computer programs and the increased frequency of just exchanging on that first turn, trying to get a better rack. I think players used to play long a lot more frequently on that first turn, playing to get some tile turnover. But we realize now that allows so many floaters, so many 8-letter bingos back. Maybe we're just playing that first turn right and maximizing on the advantage. Do you have any thoughts on that, Wellington, going first and the advantage there?
Going first definitely has its advantage, but I think it's still within the neighborhood of 55% thereabouts, because what Josh mentioned earlier, I think it was it might still just be based on these championships, but I think the mean value is still going to lie in the 55% thereabouts. And going first definitely has this advantage. It makes it easy for you to, for example, if you have a not so promising rack, you could opt for an exchange easily rather than when your opponent is starting. Imagine your opponent starting with a bingo and you have a bad rack. It becomes a more complicated decision there. And that is just one example of how complicated one of the advantages that you can get from going first.
So yeah, going first has always been an advantage. People love to complain about having to go second in the game, probably more than they should. Read more into it, but it is certainly an advantage in this game, as is going out before your opponent, trying to make the last play something you have a little bit more control over than a computer algorithm telling you who's going first. Harshan, after the play of Koyao, has one outplay here, and that is from the R in fewer, if I'm not mistaken. RETIE, that word there. So the optimal end game for David, likely block that spot and go out in 2. I don't know if he's going to spend his time here trying to make an optimal end game here, or if he'll just make a high scoring play like Daybook.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's optimal to block retie, because Harshan has 40 points in the bottom left corner for IT if that's left open. So it's possible that the best end game here would be just leaving it open and maybe trying to interfere with IT in the bottom, QI and IT, something like that, or just trying to maximize score over 2 turns.
I've of course got the computer program in front of me to run it, but the highest end game for David Eldar is to counter that Q opportunity with a sweet opportunity of his own. DONKO, forming ADGO, and teen places that K1 short of a triple word square. So you block retie and you set up AY as a high scoring out for yourself. There are other plays that do something similar in that same spot, but the computer likes those end games the most. How do you like them apples?
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, end games are really difficult. If you're newer to Scrabble and maybe you know a little bit about chess, chess is a perfect information game where Scrabble is not. But when all of the tiles are out of the bag, it is time to play a perfect information game. It's a little fun part of every Scrabble game, where you try to calculate the best sequence of moves while looking at your opponent's possible moves as well. And it's a very, very difficult thing to get perfectly right. Even our best computer engines, struggle in the end game. So it's especially with a blank on your rack that even increases your possible moves by manyfold. So this sort of endgame is probably one of the harder ones to get right for David. So we'll see what he comes up with.
And again, endgame, not a huge consideration. The format of best of 7 finals, one where spread is unlikely to matter, barring the event of a tie. And yet, Scrabble, a game where every percentage point, every decimal of a percentage point is trying, these players are always trying to optimize it. So I don't know. Should David spend the mental energy here and try to figure out this end game perfectly, or should he just make a move and try to save some brain energy, as we've already seen him make some fatigue-related mistakes this tournament? We'll see what he decides to do here.
Well, I think it's a mistake on his part to want to make an optimal play. I think it's just make any play and move ahead.
I knew you were going to say that, Welly.
Yeah, you don't need to. You need a lot of you. You're going to need the energies later in the game, and it's always good to have something left in the tank when things get rough down the line. So I will most likely go for the first move that comes to mind, and that would just be it.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with what you're saying, Wellington. I feel like if I'm able to solve an end game like this one, and like when I go back to analyze the game, I see that I made the best play. It's just such a good feeling. But I think, in this situation, it really doesn't matter. The only time that the only reason it would matter to make the best play that wins by the most amount of points would be if there is a tie involved in this best of 7, and the likelihood of a tie is extremely low in Scrabble. I think it's in the hundreds, 1 out of hundreds. So it doesn't seem like it's likely to matter, but you do want to try. It's really a fun puzzle. So I'm partial to both ends of this.
It's even more unlikely that a tie would make a difference, because for the tie to make a difference, it has to be, the eventual score has to be 3.5, 3.5. So that is, you can have a tie and it is 4.5, 2.5.
Right.
You can have a tie and it is 4.5, 1.5. So, but I really wouldn't burn any time in making this move. I'll just play and get the game over with.
And I think perhaps part of the reason we're seeing so much time from David here is because he wasn't thinking about this end game. He previously had a playable out bingo daybook played with TEED, and Harshan's play of Koyao just barely blocked it. So David wasn't thinking about this situation at all, and now suddenly like, I got to make a different move instead. But yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be 1-1. But how much energy is David going to be spending here? He's already played in the Scrabble Players Championship prior to the WESPA Championship. He's now played, 65 games, I believe, in the last little over a week. So it's, I wonder what his energy levels are at right now. Myself and Wellington also played in both events, and our other commentator Will. And I wanted to ask actually Wellington like how he was feeling at the end of the WESPA Championship after playing so many games over such a short period of time.
Yeah, well, I was so bummed out, and it actually had a way of. I thought I was going to be able to find a way to make sure it doesn't have much of an effect, but it turned out that it had a greater effect on the last few games than I thought it would. So some lessons have been learned, and hopefully we would apply those lessons in the future. And if a book does come out tomorrow, I think the events of this weekend would have contributed a whole lot more than a chapter to such a book.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. So more like the saying that the lessons you learn in defeats are more, they sink in way more than those that you learn, you pick up from victory. So I think it was a very, very fantastic situation, and but David is still he's still thinking.
David stirred the pot about it stirred some controversy during the last chance qualifier about slow rolling these end games and certain players with the propensity to do it, and now David the one doing it. I just wanted to point out the the slight bit of hypocrisy there, but alas, I'll hold my tongue for now, David. Just know that you have been publicly put on blast.
Yeah, I know. For those that don't know Matt very well, I know of Matt as somebody that does not have the patience for this sort of thing. Like I said, there are two sides to it. Do you really want to take the time to solve an end game when it doesn't really matter, or just get things over with? Especially when you're on the losing side, it's an eternity to wait for a play to come down. And I'm enjoying every moment of this. We get to relax and just see someone's thought process. But I think Harshan is not in in a great state of mind right now. But he's a very patient guy for sure.
This is going to set up KONDO as an outplay for David. So that's going to be 55 points forming DAK if not blocked by Harshan. Harshan has to decide if he wants to score points beneath the queue or if he wants to address the 55-point play himself. But the slow roll from David. I will say if spread matters, if we're in a situation where you need the points, of course, take your time, solve out the end game. But if you have one playable bingo and you're going to sit there for 6 minutes before you put it down, we're going to have some words after the game. I'm not happy about that. Just play the bingo, man. Come on. Or in this situation where spread seems to not matter at all, just kind of do something, please. I'd like to go out in the hallway and talk to my friends. But alas, each has their own style.
On the subject of endgames, we do see a comment in the chat that's going to be appearing at some point. The current Scrabble engines that we use, Quackle was mentioned by Wellington earlier. There was Maven before Quackle. Those were the engines that people developed, and there's certain endgames that are difficult to solve for those engines, but currently there's a lot of work being put in on the sidelines to create a perfect Scrabble endgame solver, and it should be available at some point soon, I believe. There's already been one actually created by French Scrabble players that's able to solve endgames up to, I think, 2 tiles left in the bag, but it is solvable. It just takes a lot of code and a lot of smarts to get there. It's just there's so many possibilities, millions and millions upon possibilities sometimes that have to be analyzed in just one simple Scrabble endgame.
And I mean, those 2 in the bag end games now are solved in a vacuum. But in Scrabble, unless your opponent has just played a 7-letter bingo or a 7-tile exchange, even after the 7-tile exchange, they will likely not have a random rack, right? You're going to have to make some kind of inference. What letters could they have held? What is more likely to be in the bag? What is more likely to be on the rack? So, maybe we've solved 2 in the bag end games, but technically that only applies right after your opponent has bingoed with 9 in the bag to leave 2 in the bag, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's it just gets more and more difficult as more and more tiles are left unseen. There was research done actually that proved, now that we have a perfect endgame solver not available to the public yet, research was done that proved that Nigel Richards, currently the best player in the world, was solving endgames more accurately than our engines were solving endgames. but still not perfectly. And so it's just really, to me, it's just fascinating and beautiful that our game is so, it's such in its embryonic phase still. There's just so much more to learn. There's so much more to figure out about strategy and about everything. And just feeling that like eureka of maybe coming up with this new strategic concept or talking about strategy with peers. It's just been such a fantastic experience, and it's a pleasure to be able to discuss it with you, Matt, and with Wellington and everybody else that's been in the chat. So yeah.
I think something just occurred to me. I think there's an angle to David's having wasted a couple of time before making his last move. That has just occurred to me. It is possible that he is trying to draw Harshan into consuming the same amount of time in before making this decision. And but if I were Harshan, I wouldn't fall for that, because I believe David is a much younger player, and he should have more stamina when it comes to when the games get longer. So. And I think Harshan is falling for it, so he shouldn't fall for it. He should just make his IT move and move ahead.
Yeah, he's in the deep dark forest. He's now retracking tiles to see what David has. But on the energy thing, I do think because Harshan had not played in the previous event, the Scrabble Players Championship, I don't know that David will have that youthful energy and fortitude surpassing Harshan's. I think Harshan's been very energetic and very focused throughout this whole event. So I don't know, who this is affecting more, if it's David or if it's Harshan. So anyways.
I wonder who it will affect more. Let's find out.
All right. Harshan blocking the setup here. Okay.
Is that the best move?
No, even if it was a block, it would have been DAEEE. I think that would have, just shifting the EE a little step further would have been better.
Yeah, well, now David is going out, and the game has finally come to an end. I think the idea of I don't know what to say. Anyways, I'll bring it back to you, Matt. This game has gone to David.
Come on, be respectful. We got players watching from overseas up way past their bedtimes trying to root for Harshan, or if you're rooting for David, geez, it's probably like 5 a.m. or something in Australia. But alas, the slow roll finally comes to an end. The end game has been solved by both of these players. This one is done. David Eldar with a big victory, bingoing 4 times, cashing the Z and the Q for big points as well. And he will win game 2 to tie the series up 1-1. We are down to what is effectively now a best of 5. Let's cut to the overhead mic and see if we get some thoughts from these players.
And then 538, 542, 542, 364. Okay, right, well done.
Good luck.
I think they're meant to submit the result somehow. I don't know whether they'll just take the result or
They can.
just going to take a picture. Just 1 second. Hold on.
Sorry.
Let me take a picture.
Don't forget
You need us to submit.
We need to
Yeah,
submit it.
sure.
we do.
Okay.
You did it last time, right?
No, actually, last time it was manual. But we can do. It's not an issue.
Yeah.
I don't know if I must have it.
If you don't, we can do it.
So you agreed
Oh, and I've got
364.
access to the portal anyway.
So 364, 542, right?
That sounds right.
Okay.
If it comes down to it, we can do what we can.
Okay. Yep. Good. I'm going to take a bit of a break if that's
Of
okay.
course.
Yeah, sure.
See you back in like 10 minutes or
Yeah,
so.
perfect.
All right, perfect.
Bye bye.
12:07.
And London.
Yeah,
I did submit.
thank you. All right, submitted.
Submitting electronically also has the advantage that it tells you who you're playing against.
Okay, so not a lot of action here. You see Harshan opting to take another little break before the next one. So we will cut back over to our interview room and talk just a little bit more about Scrabble and the future, gather the thoughts of our North American champion, Joshua Sokol.
Yeah, I don't know. This was a pretty one-sided game. I don't know. Maybe Yogi in the earlier stage of the game would have saved Harshan, but other than that, I think both players played really, really well, and yeah, I can't really point to anything that I would have done so much differently. So a really good win for David to tie things up, and yeah, we have a series.
So Josh, for those unfamiliar, is now the reigning North American NWL champ, as he won the Scrabble Players Championship in this very hotel room about a week ago, $10,000 for the Canadian, the exchange rate making that about 60 or 80,000 Canadian dollars. Not quite. It's not quite that big on the exchange rate, but big win for Josh. And of course, Wellington winning the CSW division of those same finals in rather dramatic fashion, as that was a best of 5, but Wellington fell down 0-2, unfazed, won his last 3 games in a row with the reverse sweep over David Eldar. So 2 champion and 2 men who are significantly richer right now than they were a couple of weeks ago. So congrats to you both. Josh, as a Canadian, can you tell us about how competitive Scrabble looks in Canada as compared to some other parts of the world?
Yeah, so competitive Scrabble in Canada is really mostly happening on the East Coast right now. Montreal, I've been running some one-day tournaments in the Montreal area for a few months. There's a nice faction of players in Ottawa and a huge faction of players in Toronto. All of those cities are on the East Coast of Canada, where like 80 or 90% of the population lives. There's also some Vancouver factions as well. I think we're starting to see Vancouver coming back to create some competitive events as well. Yeah, with all the West Coast players from, I guess, the northern Pacific coast of the U.S. as well, joining Vancouver in some of these events. But yeah, competitive Scrabble, Canadians win a lot for how few we are. I think there's around 10% of the population of the U.S. that lives in Canada, but Canadians have now won the national championship, the Scrabble Players Championship 2 years in a row, the World Cup 2 years in a row in the NWL lexicon. And we have a history in Montreal of three world champions that have played for a very significant period of time at the Montreal Scrabble Club. So Dave Boys, Joel Wapnick, who was also here during these events, and Adam Logan, who just barely missed his chance to play in the finals. So having that history of champions is pretty great for anyone wanting to become better at the game. You know that the Montreal Scrabble Club, for example, has bred these champions, and we now have six champions actually, that currently or used to live in the Montreal area. So that's pretty great, and hopefully we can get things growing and rolling for the future.
And it seems like this Scrabble hotbed city has happened multiple times. I know at least in North America, New York was absolutely a hotbed in like the 70s and early 80s. The Bay Area, extremely strong for a while in the States. Portland, Oregon in the early mid 2010s, and now Montreal sort of emerging. Do you think there's anything to having multiple top experts all living in an area together, able to discuss positions, learn from each other, have that extra deep layer of strategy talk?
Oh, absolutely, and I'm sure Wellington can add to that as well. But yeah, just having people that are competitive and playing often and talking about the games and watching Scrabble online as well and participating in tournaments. It really helps keep your game sharp. So, for example, myself and Jackson Smiley, who lives in Montreal as well, coming up to this event, we would try to play a 5-game series every week. We didn't manage to do that, but many weeks we were playing 5-game series, and it's just really great. It really keeps your brain going, I think.
And Wellington, I'll ask the same question of you. Do you have a regular sparring partner or sparring partners you meet with for face-to-face games, for strategic discussion? When you have a position you don't know, do you have other people you discuss with, or is it just you and your thoughts?
Basically, in Nigeria, we have a lot of top players concentrated in the state I live, which is Delta State, and we have lots and lots. In fact, almost half of the contingent from Nigeria to this championship is from Delta State, and that is one advantage we enjoy down there. And we don't really we enjoy a lot of high quality play amongst ourselves, and there's also this increased popularity of the bouts, what we call the Scrabble bouts in Nigeria these days, whereby 2 players square off in a best of 15 mostly, but it can also be a best of 11 or a best of 7, whereby the winner, the games are reported live, and there are live annotation, and people get to follow proceedings via our WhatsApp forum, and it has been a lot of fun. It has been a way of getting lots of activities in these days, and we must also use this opportunity to say kudos to. Funny enough, we call it. There's a forum that manages all these bouts, and we call it the Scrabble Las Vegas. So it's funny because I'm talking about it now from the real Las Vegas. So we are actually exploring a possible future where Scrabble becomes a bettable sport. And that is something that we are really working towards in Scrabble Las Vegas, and we hope that we'll make some major breakthrough in that aspect in the nearest future. And it has actually been a very, very interesting way to get top players to play amongst themselves more, because even those who are more reticent, who want to keep to themselves, by the time the promoters of these bouts come up with an interesting offer, they have little option than to key into the arrangement and give the best of themselves. So it has been a very, very interesting way, and I believe the rest of the world can also copy from that, and together we can make Scrabble more interesting in the future.
So Scrabble bouts, yeah, just 2 players in a best of a bunch of game series. So what is at stake there? Is it pride? Are these rated events? Is there a little side bet of, a couple $1,000, something like that? What are these bouts played for?
It's basically played for money, and we usually have a situation whereby both we form 2 teams. If we're having Wellington versus Josh, for example, there will be Team Josh, then there will be Team Wellington. So what happens is that whatever money that Team Wellington is able to come up with, Team Josh is obliged to match it, and if there is an excess or shortfall, then just let it go. But I think the most expensive, the most interesting bout was some time ago between myself and one of our top player who was also in this championship, Mr. Tunde Duwole. And I think that one grossed about an excess of $3,000 on each team, I guess, and we're actually hoping for bigger of such events in the future. And but the trick is to have players who are roughly in the same level of expertise, because if you have a lopsided match, then you have a situation whereby it's not very interesting. So, but the good thing with the terrain in Nigeria is that there are a lot of players who are roughly at the same level of expertise, and it becomes easy to have these things going.
Very cool. Yeah, I feel like it would be hard to find somebody to support the player playing against Team Wellington, as you
Yeah,
guys
I was gonna say that.
unparalleled by anybody else in Nigeria, at least right now. You're the only one to win a world. Do you have trouble finding opponents?
Actually, to balance things up, there's another aspect to the betting of the game because we don't just it's not just streamlined to winning, and there's also what we call the biggies factor. Is a little bit more difficult to explain, but basically it's the 5 biggies in the game and the first and second bingo and both blanks. So there's a count of who picks what, who utilizes what, and it comes to an extra bet on its own. So in a situation whereby you have a little bit advantage on one side in terms of level of play, that also has a way of balancing things up. But I can also assure you that it's not that easy to outrightly say that I am an outright favorite in most of these bouts, because it has been very, very competitive in the past couple of months, and sometimes you get to be shocked as to the outcomes most of the times.
Then tell me about the atmosphere of these bouts as well. Are there other people watching in the room cheering you on, or is it quiet with just people watching on the internet?
It is mostly quiet with people watching on the internet. For the very big bouts, we have a situation whereby we have them broadcasted, and Will Anderson usually helps us with the broadcast and commentary most of the times. And but that is we only bring Will in for the very big bouts, but for the others we just broadcast them. We have just the players, and then there's a reporter person who is in charge of making sure that everybody who is following from wherever gets to be able to feel the proceedings as they go on live.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, we've got similar formats that have gotten sort of popular here in North America, the popularization of match play events, where you'll get usually 4 top experts in a room and they'll play a best of 7, best of 9, best of 11. But these bouts sound really fun. I think this is something North American play for sure could benefit from. I'd like to see Scrabble bouts from all across the world, man. I'd tune in to watch just about anybody play, especially if we get a little bit of national pride in there as well. Nigeria versus Pakistan, America versus Canada. I like these options a lot. Very exciting stuff. Josh, you played some sort of bouts, right, against Jackson, right?
Yeah, I've done some match play format stuff, and it was a lot of fun. So yeah, more bouts, more duels. I think would be really good for the game, especially if they are broadcast live. So yeah, huge thanks to Will and to MGI for promoting that sort of event as well. I was watching all the time when I could, when it wasn't 4 a.m. So yeah, it's just so much fun to watch. It doesn't have to be a championship. If it's just strong players or any players just duking it out, I think there should be people watching and people will be enjoying it.
And so Wellington, for somebody who's just learned about these intense bouts that go on in Nigeria, where could I look to watch these? Because I'd be very interested in watching some of these in the future.
Well, I think Will is usually our partner in progress in terms of bringing these bouts to life to a global audience. So most of the times, if something big is coming up, Will is definitely going to broadcast it on his channels, and there will be some level of publicity put into place before now. But I think one of the major things that we are actually trying to achieve in order to make these bouts more lively is to have these smart boards, and it would be nice if we could develop more of those. I think there's the one that we used to have for the MSI World Championships. If we could have some of those, it would actually go a long way towards making these things more seamless. But If you're asking about how to belong to the WhatsApp group to follow some of the lesser bouts, I think that one is pretty easy to do. Once something is coming up, we could definitely just add anybody from around the world, and they could follow proceedings on their phones. And if they are even in the mood to do some Vegas activity, they can also possibly make some money for themselves.
There we
That's
go.
what the right team, of course.
So you hear it here, WhatsApp groups to follow bouts from across the world. Will Anderson, a big promoter of those, I believe, as well. I've gotten word from our production team that the players have now re-entered the room after a rather lengthy break. So we will now cut back to our overhead cam as more Scrabble action about to begin. And here we are. You see the players have reversed sides, so Harshan's got to gather his equipment and move back. In customary form, the player playing first is on the left side of the stream. We've been setting it up that way all tournament, and we'll continue doing so. Harshan looks to make it 8 for 8 on finalists winning on the left side of the stream with the first play to be made. And we will see if David is able to break serve. There will be a lunch break after this game. I'll confirm with our production crew how long that break is going to be. I think that's going to be a decision largely up to the players themselves, but we'll communicate with the chat, with everybody following along what time play will resume. We'll also leave a message up on Twitch so that everybody who's walked away for a minute can figure out exactly when play will resume again. But a break will occur after this game. One of these two will likely be 2-1 going into that break with some more Scrabble left to play. We have already guaranteed a game 5. And more so than me wanting one of these two gentlemen to win, I'm hoping we get 7 games of Scrabble here. And I think those at home would like to see 7 games of Scrabble as well. How exciting would that be? A game 7, 1 game, winner take all situation would be so intense. I think we're all rooting for that here. While they shake the bag, let's see some love in chat. If you are absolutely on Team Harshan or Team David, throw a message of love. Let us know who you're rooting for. If you're just Team Scrabble rooting for 7 games, let's hear that as well. Let's get these copy pastas out of chat and the love going once again. I think we may have a commentator change as well, if that's what I see at the top.
I'm back. Ooh.
Maybe he needs to.
Gotta clear my voice if I'm going to come anywhere close to Wellington's dulcet tones that are having people want him to read the dictionary. But yes, I'm back for game 3 alongside Josh. Thank you very much. This is not the last you will see or hear of Wellington. He'll be back for the afternoon games as well. Just doing a bit of a rotation here as we get underway.
Yeah, look at this.
Great pull for Harshan. EMOPST blank on the first turn. He's certain to bingo here. In these racks, you generally try to make the blank one of the letters you already have on your rack, if possible, and he'll have options to make the blank a P or an M here. Do you guys see those bingos?
Yeah. Yeah. I see he could play op times as well, I guess. That's the first thing I saw. But yeah, he has a variety of options here.
I like the bingo of stepmom in this situation the best. That's going to play, check all the boxes, avoid putting a vowel next to a double letter square, avoid giving David one additional floater. And
you know what I'm going to say? You know what I'm going to say, Matt?
What are you going to say?
Play it with the S on the star.
Oh, geez. Team Chaos.
That would be a shocking positioning, of course. That would be the ultimate content move that would cause the Twitch chat to go berserk to see Stepmom be played with the S on the star, creating an absolutely gargantuan S hook needlessly. But we would love it.
It would certainly be exciting. Would it be strategically correct? Almost definitely not. There are certain words where that does become a factor, like a a bingo where the fifth letter is the Q that would come down on the first turn. Something like oblique is a really fun one. Do I grab the extra 20 points now, or do I play defensively? But otherwise, it would just be a needless aggression from Harshan, who we've seen already a defensive mastermind over the board.
Yeah, and how long do you take on these moves is an interesting question, because of course you have limited time. Interesting.
It's moppets, I believe, here.
Okay. And that is a valid word.
Does the same thing as stepmom in terms of giving out the same letter twice, giving a P twice instead of a new floater, and it doesn't take a back hook like stepmom does.
God.
Mopiest. This is
Harshan.
mopiest, I think.
Okay. Yeah. It's not
Unless
moppist. Okay.
Well, we'll have to see. We don't know for sure yet.
We always have a hard time with our team on the ground. We don't want them to needlessly, what's that blank, because it could give tells or inferences to the other players. I imagine this is mopiest with the confirmed from our team on the ground. It is an I, so mopiest at the bingo here for Harshan. ACEIJNV, the rack for David to respond now. And, with a deficit like this, of course, Wellington let us know you always want to think about board shape and board dynamics when you can. Would you make a play like jive through that I? I guess I should lead. Will, would you make a play through like jive through the I?
Obviously, the idea of getting the J and V off on the same move is incredibly appealing, but it also gives such easy access to that middle right hand triple that I guess it would be in the same lane as the E of mopiest. If you imagine jive going through that I, any 6-letter word that reaches the triple would do so much damage. So it could be a play that's warranted just by being, at an early deficit. And I do think of David as being a player who is willing to take on positional risk like that if he thinks that mathematically it's his best chance. So let's see what he does.
This is such a dangerous move. Not only the triple threat, but also all of the hook letters on jive. Just an R, a D, or a Y will hook onto jive, allowing Harshan to make any vertical plays. But luckily for David, Harshan does not have any of those letters. I was thinking more about a play like Taj from the T of mopiest, and the reason to do that would be that keeping CEINV on the rack left over, if you only draw an I or a U, you will have a play reaching 2 double word scores through the O of mopiest of unvoice or invoice. There are probably other similar benefits, and Taj would have done a decent job of keeping both sides of the board somewhat accessible.
Yeah, so Harshan unable to hit any of those hooks. EIIFOQV, the rack here, stuck to decide, do I play the Q with QI and MI and leave a subpar EFIOV leave, or do I cash in points now, hold IOQ, but set up at least QI for 22 next turn, hold the I to play QI and MI, and move on to the next turn? Will, do you prefer 5 or QI in that situation?
I think 5 looks good just because, it is kind of a case study in why jive actually does work out well sometimes when your opponent just doesn't draw quite that well on their pick after that bingo. You can get away with a play like jive and max out your chance of drawing a bingo, which David has done. So this is kind of the plan coming together after jive for David here. And I do think 5 is a fine play by Harshan. It's going to be met with this bingo. I guess the only question here, where to place carry on, which R do you want to use?
Oh, it's no question.
And I think this is definitely the correct choice.
It's so much harder to
more defensive.
So much harder to overlap that I.
Yeah, this is definitely the call for David. So you need your opponent to miss 4 Ds, 3 S's, 2 Ys, and 6 Rs in the bag. And of course, Harshan did that, and David pulls 2 Rs in a bingo. So big swing of events here. Harshan now with that Q on his rack, Will he play it or try to hold it for a huge play next turn? He can play Meow, Miaow, from the M in Mopiest for 20. He can play Coin to the N in Carrion. He can play Maqui from that M in Mopiest. Josh, or I guess he could play OW, IO and OW on the right side of Carrion. That I think most consistent with the style we've seen from Harshan. But Josh, play the Q here, play Meow and hold the Q, or block the triple word. What's your priority?
Oh, I would be looking for plays that open another Q spot on some other part of the board and hoping to draw just a massive play next turn. I don't know that I would end up making any of those plays, but it's interesting to consider maybe something like Awa and MA forming from the M in Mopiest, and potentially trying to draw into something from that A or through the I of Carrion. But I think at the score that it is right now, just taking points for maybe Maki, that was the first thing I saw, I think makes a lot of sense here. The W is not a great tile, but it can be used next turn to score something. So I'm liking this decision by Harshan, but I definitely would have maybe taken a bit longer to look for something that might not even be there. Maybe like wait to the T of Mopiest.
Yeah, I just think what we're seeing now with David is he's going to play FEUED for a huge overlap that maybe Coin to that N of Carrion does a lot to block there.
Oh, yeah.
So, just getting in the way a little bit of those overlaps. Not that, it is a worst case scenario for Harshan that David drew the F, the only tile that productively plays, to the right of the I of Carrion, but maybe a missed opportunity to prevent such a big play there by playing Coin.
Yeah. I didn't even have time to see that play by the time that Harshan made his play of Maki. So yeah, I think potentially that was a missed opportunity. That play looks very good. That might just be hindsight talking. But...
True. Yeah, I was thinking also that maybe I'm overcorrecting based on this particular scenario where David scored 50 points with that overlap. And sometimes maybe you regret playing Coin for similar reasons, but might have worked out better here.
And we see a nice H and an S draw and a bingo for Harshan.
So yeah, Air Show the draw for Harshan on his rack. Very nice into his AOW.
Wow.
Air Show will play in a number of spots. He'll look to decide if he's playing it as a 7-letter word, AS and IT for 73, or if he opts for 69 points, playing it through or to the S in Mopiest. Will, what's your priority here? Do you just score the points, or do you think about the positional elements of these plays?
I just want to call out how close I would be to playing WOAH in the upper right corner of the board, leaving SRI. That scores 53 points, leaving solid letters over. I don't think I would actually end up playing that, though, because there aren't really any great S hooks on the board. This isn't a board where a 7-letter word ending in S will easily play. So I do think I would end up playing this bingo. I do understand this positioning. And I think I'm slightly favoring it. But yeah, again, it would have been tempting to play Whoa in that upper right corner there. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, interesting. I think this decision makes sense. Harshan's really giving David around one turn to make something happen here. Maybe scoring on the middle left triple, or playing a bingo through the A, which I think is what's going to happen here for David with his nice blank draw.
Yeah, so I'm running a simulation on that turn, WOAH, about a point beneath this bingo that Harshan chose, and about 2 points between the 73 pointer, or 2 points beneath the 73 pointer. But that's on a 2+ sim. Computer programs are flawed for a number of reasons. We can get into all that nuance after the action here. But Air shows for 69 the bingo. He'll get hit back with David's blank bingo, signaled with a blank E, a double-double, scoring 86 points, and the only double-double David had on his rack. So Harshan pulls ahead briefly, but already back behind before he even puts all 7 tiles on his rack. and he's drawn ACEGOOT. He's looking to score some points here. He'll have different options to do so. COGON or COGENT, play to or through the N in signaled here. Or maybe he looks to get very aggressive. GOO above Makui, scores just 13, but holds ACET. Will, what would you look to do in this situation?
I worry a little bit about making a lower scoring play that keeps a good leave here. This is not a wonderful board. There is the D of feud, which David played a few turns, no pun intended, a few turns ago. But that's not a great bingo line, and it's really the only one where I would be feeling optimistic holding an E, trying to end something in ED here. Otherwise, I would be looking to get some points here and continue to open the board. If Harshan plays something like Cogent or Kogan to the N of signaled, he has to know that after David's next play, he's still going to be facing a deficit. So opening the board now and evening the score, hoping to draw that next bingo with your decent bingo leave. I think that's what I would do here.
Josh, do you concur?
Yeah, absolutely in agreement with Kogan. I think Kogan's a lot better than Cogent, keeping the AET combination, which works very well with the letters that are now hanging on this board, that D in FEUED, that D in signaled, now the C, the O, and the G. I think Harshan has good chances to draw something next turn, and he is at a slight deficit for sure, having made his move and not having quite tied David's score with it being David's turn. I think you have to make the play of Kogan, which Harshan did.
And David now has found a number of high-scoring tiles. He has drawn the Z, which is always great to have. He has also drawn the K, which is going to score very nicely under the O in air shows. So TIK or TIKE, both options to cash that K and retain the Z here. He's also got the ability to blow this board wide open, KYRIE and ES. At the top of this board is 36. YIKED to the D and signaled is 34. Will, of these options, what's your favorite?
It's hard not to play that K under air shows, but I just want to point out that Harshan managed to draw the X and multiple playable bingos through the letters of Kogan somehow. The X, not a tile that we associate with being good for playing bingos, but Harshan's managed to draw 2 Collins-only bingos through those letters he just opened. So even after David makes his high-scoring play, Harshan's going to get a bunch of points, and then the only question is, what play will Harshan choose, and will it give David Eldar a really good response with that Z? That's going to be a big swing here. But I think something like Tick or Tyke is fine. But let's see if David is going to go a different direction. Josh, what do you think?
Well, so he has Kyrie lined up. I mean, okay, he's thinking about it. It's definitely a move to think about, but it looked like he was about to play that. I think that play is very, very aggressive. I really like the option of Yiked here. It really deals with the opening that Harshan just made, and with your scoring tiles, you can be sure that you're usually going to be at an advantage here in this position. But he's playing Tyke, scoring some points, and keeping that very interesting YZ or YZ combination that might work out very nicely for him. And yeah, it's going to be a close game after the next 2 plies, after the next 2 moves.
Now Harshan with an interesting decision. As Will pointed out, 2 Collins-only bingos. Exigent plays through the G. Exitant plays through the C. But he's also got the ability now to play OKE and WEX. That is 51 holding AEINT. Also very nice tiles. Will, would you bingo here?
It's hard to remove myself from the actual game scenario and see that the bingo through the G of Exigent would make an enormous Z spot. So Harshan dodging a bullet there by going ahead and playing this bingo instead of the one through the G. as for your suggestion of just playing EX underneath there, that is very tempting as well, because the 2-turn sequence of scoring 50 now and then another 70 or maybe a little less on a bingo of a subsequent on his subsequent turn is very tempting. And with those letters of Kogan open, you might have a chance of doing that. I think I still favor just taking the bingo now, though.
What is the back hook to exigent?
It takes an E at the end, I think. So
so that would
that's
be
another reason
crazy.
to beware of that play for sure. So
yes. So Exitant's the play for Harshan. He pulls ahead by 20 points. Is that an exit that is also an entrance? Is that something similar to an entrance, or is that something else? I'd like to get a definition. Chet will help us out in a few minutes, but David now will respond with the Z that he held last turn. He has Dozy on the left side of signaled for 42. Zori in the same spot that word takes a back L and S, rather aggressive. He can hold the Z one more turn and play dry and wed. What do you look to do here, Josh, with the Z on your rack?
Yeah, this is an interesting position. I do want to mention for those that are just joining, we're having great viewership for this championship. We are using some terminology. The word bingo or bonus that refers to using all of your tiles, getting a 50-point bonus added to your score, and a hook, of course, being a letter that you can add to a word already on the board. But yeah, as for your suggestion of what to do, the ZZ tile, that is such a strong tile. You always want to be scoring a lot of points with it. So something like Zori, you can play it making SI from the S in signaled. That's a lot less dangerous than playing it on the left of signaled. But the reduction in score is a whole lot. I would be more prone to maybe playing something like Dozy, not opening anything massive here. But yeah, keeping the Z tile with WED and DRY, which David was considering a few moments ago. That also looks very strong, hoping for a better option with the Z very soon.
Lots to think about here. David probably going to spend his time comparing a number of options that are different in what they do, but similar in overall win percentage, and going to have to figure out a philosophical approach. One other neat option from the WE, he can play Weirdy, WEIRDY. That's only 26 now, but also looks to be a good option that doesn't give much back to his opponent. Lots to think about. Will, what are your thoughts on this turn?
I do feel very tempted by Josh's suggestion of Dozy here, but it is worth noting that you certainly gain a lot in defense, not giving any hooks back after a play like that, compared to Zori, certainly on the lower part of signaled, parallel to the E and the D. But keeping IRR has its own set of risks. If you do happen to draw, there's one more I, one more R. You can really get into some brutal situations that will slow you down terribly on your next move. So there is some value in keeping that rack flexibility for next turn. And instead, David is going to play dry, taking the patient route. Maybe he will draw a play with the Z that is a little more defensive and makes him feel better about scoring well and not opening anything up. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I like this decision. When in doubt, keep the Z is one of the things I like to say. We'll see what he draws here. He draws an E, he draws an L, and he draws a T. So that's pretty good. That's pretty balanced. He's going to have some better options next turn that score very well, that don't open such massive comeback spots for Harshan, who's sitting on some very clunky tiles. Not
tiles that are clunky, but they'll play together nicely. Mound, bound, pound, some options there. Imbound plays at the top from the E. Looks like Mud plays very nicely alongside Exitant. EM, XU, and ID is 32. So would you look to play like Mound, Bound, Pound alongside Signaled and open this board? Imbound from the E, or Mud alongside Exitons, Josh?
I think there's also, potentially the option of Dumbo and OS. going vertically to the essence signaled. A lot of these options score similarly well. If you play something like mud next to the E, X, and I, making those 2-letter words, you're scoring very well, but the B and the P combination, it's not going to allow you to do very much a lot of the time next turn. So yeah, again, with the slight, potentially no longer deficit, I would say, that Harshan has. It's pretty much an even game now, it being his turn. I'd probably be just working to score some points and keep some letters that go decently together. So something like bound looks pretty good. Something like Dumbo looks pretty good as well.
Will, what are your thoughts here?
I'm just thinking that it feels like there is a decent chance that we may not see another bingo through the rest of the game if the players are playing cagily enough. So I'm looking and I'm thinking that while, as Josh said, Harshan is about to really, I guess he's sort of been struggling slightly behind the whole game. He's now about to take a small lead. But from his POV, I think the two most important tiles here are the Z, which David has, and there is still one more H, which I would love to get if I was Harshan, to play something in that upper right corner. If you're a North American-based player, that word CH probably looks a little unfamiliar, but in the worldwide English lexicon, it is an established 2-letter word, and a play there looks like it could be really damaging on a board where bingos don't play that easily. So if I'm Harshan, I'm tempted by a play like Mud alongside the X of Exitance, but I do really like the idea of playing a few more tiles to try to get my hands on the Z or the H here. That feels like two really important tiles.
The big question then, how do I play more tiles without giving up opportunities back to my opponent inbound from that E? It looks to be very solid as long as you don't get bingoed back on. Let's reveal the unseen pool, maybe a little earlier than we typically do, but this will give our viewers just a little bit more perspective on what Harshan is looking to pull in this bag. Here comes Dumbo.
So you see those unseen tiles, Josh. It looks pretty good. Looks like a lot of low point tiles, not too many clunkers left. So even though the board is not super open, a play like Dumbo does open a little bit. There's still some chances of maybe a bingo coming down.
Yeah, as the players are correcting a score, this does happen pretty often. In the middle of the game, you see the clocks are stopped. It seems like Exitance, there's a debate on how much that's scored, a little dispute there. That's totally normal as David's clock is restarted. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, the board is still pretty caged up, as Will said. Dumbo has opened some triple word score, the top middle one, but it's not really that great to play there. If you have a high scoring play, which I think David might have. I don't remember exactly what he has. Yeah, he has Dozier. That's really good, but a number of plays that score maybe 30 points from that D are going to open a spot underneath to play a bonus. And once that bonus is played, if that ever happens, there's going to be trouble because, again, the board is not going to be very wide open. So it's not super ideal to play from the D, and that's why I like the play of Dumbo. It sort of puts a little bit of pressure on the opponents. Like if you play through this D, you're going to be opening something new, and we see this very often in Scrabble, where the bonus squares interact with each other. Bonus squares and the spots to play 7 or 8 letter words, they interact with each other in a pretty interesting way. But I think David's going to be happy to score some points here, whatever he does, since he has the Z, and just try and keep his rack, the letters he leaves, his rack leave. He's going to try to keep that as nice as possible, and try to draw some bingo later on.
Yeah, you can see he set Dozier up, but to Josh's point, I did feel like maybe just playing ZO at that base of signaled with Zay and Odd might be a nice way to flip the position on its head, keeping a really nice leave of leader. So if Harshan plays off of the D of Dumbo, David would be in position to potentially counter with a bingo of his own there. So it looked like David was setting up Dozier, though, so we'll see if he goes ahead with that.
Now, ZO or ZOL at the bottom, both big options. ZOL would set up an S hook he doesn't have. But does he take the D spot up top, or does he keep a great leave and score points at the bottom instead? This is a very difficult decision for David, and he'll spend a lot of time here.
We do see Dozer lined up. Actually, he might play that relatively soon once he realizes he has one of the last two eyes. The eye being a love-hate tile for a lot of us. When we have more than one eye, we're not usually very happy, but the eye can be very useful to drawing longer words if you only have one of them. So I think it does have some amount of value to keep this eye left over, but David is going to play it. And we'll see if he manages to draw some vowels. That's the other thing to consider here. The unseen letters are somewhat heavy with vowels. I know you're saying, well, 12 vowels and 15 consonants. That's fewer than 12 is fewer than 15. But that's actually, for the English language, that is pretty heavy on vowels. So we see David only drawing one vowel, but I think his decision was sound.
Yeah, crucially, Dumbo did block Erotize, Erotize, which played from the E for about 80 points. So,
wow. Yeah.
Big move there, big pivotal moment in Harshan, choosing right on accident, so perhaps. But now his rack, neither player has found that crucial H. It is still in the bag, perhaps now the biggest tile left in this game, more important than the S, as S's don't do much for you right now. Harshan, ABEGNPY, will have good scoring options, but once again, if he scores BEANY, plays at the bottom of the board, BE and ED, the overlaps, that is 37, turns over 5 tiles, checks a lot of the boxes, but opens his board wide up for David Eldar. PUBE, playing through the U in Dumbo.
You can say pube, Matt. We're fine.
Pube. Okay.
Yeah.
Pube plays through the U in Dumbo, or GYBED to the D in Signaled, all options. But before we can discuss Harshan playing Beanie, he is going to open an N and a Y out there, taking a little bit of a risk. But David is not going to be able to do anything in response to this.
Yeah, this is going to work out pretty well for Harshan, especially if he draws that H. David's sitting on 3 T's. He does have that last S. We were discussing how the S is somewhat dampened on this particular board. But yeah, it's seeming like the S is not actually going to matter all that much here, unless David manages to find some sort of play that sets it up. But yeah,
And Harshan has found the H, but a lot of consonants to go with it. He's got to feel great about the options of light or right playing alongside carry on. That's going to be huge in this game. Wow.
I think pite is a word as well. So
this is really, really good for Harshan. David doesn't know it. He might fear it. But yeah, after Harshan's next move, he's going to have quite the lead on David. So this has been a very interesting and close game as compared to the other two. And yeah, it looks like Harshan has quite the advantage right now. But we'll see what happens.
Pite going to score a boatload of points next turn, and David can't really do anything to address it, nor can he know Harshan has pulled it. Options likely TWAY to the Y, or TAW alongside Exitons. If I'm David, if I don't have that H, I probably do want to play TAW, leave the Y exposed, leave the N exposed in Beanie, leave the other spot as well. If Harshan hits one, I need to have the other one for myself. What do you think of that analysis? Am I full of it, Will, or would you do the same?
It makes sense to me. So he is going to go ahead and play Taw. And I guess the saving grace there is that he's keeping very good bingo tiles. And now there are maybe chances. I'm not sure about that Y. It's going to be tough, but maybe the N if he's able to draw some vowels here. And it looks like he's drawn not enough. That is not a good draw for David Eldar here. And Harshan should be pretty quick to hammer this spot in the upper right corner and take a pretty solid lead, with David having very little recourse to respond.
Now, he also has Eplight, YPLIGHT, from that Y for 48, Pite up top 58. Is that a consideration? Oh, Pith instead the play. It's holding the G.
That looks like a clear-cut mistake to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Pith scoring a very solid 50, but leaving 3 consonants, whereas Pite would have scored an extra 8 points. Every point so important in such a close game, and keeping only 2 consonants compared to 3. The weird thing is that Harshan had that word set up on his rack, so I'm not sure if it was an active choice or maybe doubt in the word, but I am surprised to not see Pite be played there, Josh.
Yeah, I was definitely expecting Pite, and that would have left only 2 letters in the bag for David. And the play that he has lined up right now, I believe, is HINT from the HI in the middle of the board. That play was looking very, very bad after Pite, because it would completely empty the tile bag and leave Harshan with complete information on what David has. But now, if he makes this play, he'll be leaving 1 tile in the bag, and there might be some threats potentially from that O and Kogon, potentially through the N or the Y of Beanie that Harshan might want to address, as well as the hook that Hint or Hilt now that is lined up would be creating the S hook. So I think David now has an outside chance here, but he's going to have to iterate through all of the possible, or as many as possible, of the draws that he can get after his 2 tile plays to see which 5-letter leave is the best one for him and gives him the best chances. I think he's really not going to be able to score nearly enough with any other plays on this board to give him a good chance of winning the game, so he's opting to think about a bingo next turn.
What an interesting decision, Pith instead of Pite. We've seen players from around the world with very different opinions on the G tile. I know in North America, despised, but Harshan, I mean, Light were right to play in that spot as well, and he opted to hold on to it. I'm not seeing any one spot on this board that makes the G very strong for Harshan, but that GRL leave after Pith is going to work out, as David did have most of the remaining consonants, and Harshan picks up vowels here. I'm a very curious decision.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the options that David has put on his rack. It seemed like he was considering Sintan through the Y of Beanie. That's going to score 27 points, so he would be up by 1 point going into sort of a difficult end game, given that there are 3 tiles in the bag right now. He would be keeping 2 tiles on his rack. That really decreases his odds of drawing an outplay that plays in multiple places. An outplay, of course, being a move that uses your final tiles, ending the game. That is definitely something he's considering right now without a great way of scoring points. Do I try to go out first and get tiles from Harshan's rack added to my score, or do I go for a bingo because I don't think I can score enough points? I think that's a really tough decision for David.
This is actually super interesting. So I'm going to take back what I said earlier about David not having any plays other than plays going for a 7 or 8 letter word. The play of Sintan through the Y will put him up by 1 point in an end game where he is drawing 3 tiles, I believe. Mm-hmm. And if he manages to draw an outplay, a play that uses all of his tiles, he would be having 5 tiles on his rack after that play. That actually might do it for him, given that Sintan would be blocking the only viable scoring spot for Harshan. But it's extremely hard to make a play like this, and it doesn't actually look very good because David will have so many tiles on his rack next move. So it's actually interesting that because of Harshan's 4-letter play rather than a 5-letter play, it's a lot more difficult to make a play such as Sintan and empty the bag. But
leaving 3 tiles in the bag, so underrated in Scrabble, a thing players look to do. I wonder if that was a rationale, but yeah, it's paid off, as to Josh's point.
Yeah, because if there were 2 tiles in the bag and Sintan was played, as we see just Tan here, interesting play. I wonder what that's about, why he's not trying to open a new spot here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Matt. I just, it's an interesting choice, of course. In a vacuum, scoring a couple points and leaving good bingo tiles makes sense, but it does feel like Harshan may be able to block everything on this turn right now.
LUNG is an option that looks rather strong for him here. He's not going to be able to score well, but I think at this point now, 20 points ahead, 1 tile in the bag, you can survive anything but a bingo. And lung, a great way to block all of that stuff off. He's also got to look at what bingos are even possible in this unseen pool. AAELNOST. What kind of inferences can he make as well? So the bingos with an E in the bag, sonantal plays through the N. With an S in the bag, neonatal, a word he should be extremely familiar with as a pediatrician, plays. And also sneakily, sealant, SEALANT, plays at the top of this board.
That might be the idea.
But
that might be the idea behind tan.
Wow, that's amazing. So the A insertion between the R and tan, rattan is a word that would be brilliant to be playing that, trying to draw into sealant.
I mean, from David's perspective last turn, there were 2 A's and 2 E's, I believe, unseen. So I guess the most likely 2-tile draw he would get out of all the possibilities would be an A and an E. And drawing into sealant, it just seems like he's been blocking, that his last play just blocked the top of the board, but instead it actually creates a really sneaky idea. And actually, from Harshan's perspective, if he does see that sealant plays up there, he's going to have a really hard time deciding what to block, because now sonantal will fit through the N of Beanie and sealant will fit on the top, and Harshan cannot deal with both threats at the same time. This is becoming very, very tense. I think David wants Harshan now to see the sneaky threat he created rather than not, given what he has drawn.
Very interesting position. You've got to make some degree of inference as well after David's last play. Does tan imply he's held and a T, an N? Do I know those are not in the bag right now? What about an S? Do I think David has an S right now? Is it most likely that an E, O, or A is in the bag? What is most likely for him to have? These are not 7 random tiles on David's rack. They're, definitely 2 random tiles after the play, but what did he likely hold? What is the biggest threat unseen? Very interesting.
Ooh, Harshan's looking at the play of ugly, which will block the threat of sonantal, but not the threat of neonatal. And of course, us with perfect information, Matt just did mention the 3 threats, I believe, that exist in the position here. But Harshan has to do all of that himself, and he needs to figure out, what is possible for David to have, and wanting to block 2 of the 3 threats would be probably the ideal scenario. So playing ugly to that Y actually doesn't block the word end, beginning in N of neonatal. So if he's missing that could actually cost him. But as we know, that's not what David has. David did hold the S last turn. But I have to believe that the play of tan, Harshan has to think like, well, why wouldn't he have played hint instead? Does he just not have the S? And by thinking that way, he can then potentially see the threat of neonatal from the N and make a play that blocks it. He has 5 minutes to make this decision. This is a pivotal decision. There are winning chances for David no matter what, but Harshan's going to look to squander those as much as possible in this move.
Yeah, per the engine, no play wins 100% of the time on this turn for Harshan. Lung to do it in every instance except with the O in the bag. Sealant would be the only way he loses that one. Some options win 6 out of 8 times as well, including ugly or GULY or RULY per the engine as well. But nothing wins 100% in this instance. Tough.
I think tan was a brilliant play by David to give himself chances in a game that looks like it was pretty doomed, right? Like that's a really impressive play on his part. I'm given that it is a former world champion, one of the, if not behind Nigel Richards, the best players in the world. I'm sure he saw it, and that was his thinking behind that move. I'm really impressed.
I love that sort of play. When you see that sort of play, that sneaky setup play, it just feels so good.
Ugly,
Harshan
knowing
is
the
agonizing about playing ugly, and he must see neonatal in the pool and is trying to figure out. And Matt, your suggestion of lung, which you at the outset of the position that you offered, that looks like it gets the job done against everything but sealant.
It does seem to do, though. That's what the engine spits out, at least. I'm trying to run through these in-game situations and make sure it can't be outrun by anything. David will have some really high-scoring options at the top of the board. A slant playing, making ZA, IS, EL, and Rattan as well. And actually, no, so Lung would actually tie with this exact. So ugly a game winning play. Lung would tie to the move Atlas underneath Dozier, which is just wild.
Yeah, that's
Amazing.
something that only one or two players in the world would be able to calculate, given the finite amount of time that they have in a game. I think Harshan having the feeling that he wanted to score more points, not being sure if maybe playing for 10 rather than 24 would be enough, putting him ahead by only 30 points with 5 tiles. I mean, from my point of view, like if I was in that position, I would be far more concerned about the sure loss of getting bingoed on. But this decision ending up, I don't know if David would have seen Atlas keeping an O to score elsewhere on the board. But yeah, that would have been incredible.
So I think the pivotal play pit, we immediately wrote it off like that's got to be a mistake, right? But leaving 3 in the bag gave Harshan a big advantage in this game. David with a really clever way to try to steal it away and just didn't quite pick up the draw he needed. This has been extremely interesting, an end-game clinic, and these two guys putting on full display why they are here right now. Some non-conventional play that has absolutely worked out to their advantage, that we're only now starting to unravel. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, David sees a slant. It's not going to be enough in this position, but it's such a cool play. It scores, I think, around 30 points. But yeah, what a crazy finish. Harshan most definitely going to take this one, I think, if not for some crazy, I guess, 0 point move next turn. So this is wow, quite a treat.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Harshan, barring an absolute meltdown here, to move up to 2-1 with a narrow and intense game against David Eldar. This one was super exciting. This is why you're all watching today. Are you not entertained? We will cut away to a lunch break after this game, still trying to work with production crew on exactly when that break will end, so you know when to tune back in. Hopefully I can get a message in the next minute or so from them, but I think we're going to need a discussion from the players to know for sure what they want to do. Harshan double counting a slant. We may even see a challenge here if he knows he can get away with it, but I think in either case this game is Harshan's. Wow, fun stuff.
Really amazing. I mean, a couple comments in Twitch chat about the nature of pointing out better moves and criticism and things like that. I just want to make it crystal clear that these players are playing at an insanely high level throughout, and that the little errors that you've seen, I mean, even stuff like Fariner from David in the first game was, I mean, that's just, it's really, really difficult to keep track of every word in the dictionary. Sometimes, 99 times out of 100, you get that stuff right. That means 1 time in 100, you might make a mistake. But the players here are playing at really a level befitting of a world championship final here. It's been very, very impressive.
Exactly. They both absolutely deserve to be where they are. We're just spectators. We have a lot more information than they do. And yeah, it's definitely quite the show that they're putting on. Often when we broadcast these sorts of games, even with 3 commentators, 4 commentators, an entire chat watching, the players that are on the board are seeing things such as Tan to Rattan that nobody has even considered, and that just goes to show just the world-class level of play that we're seeing.
I can't believe we almost saw a tie, too, after talking about the slow roll and all that. It nearly came down to it in this game. That's hilarious. I will remind Josh and Will, we do have access to the overhead mic. So as soon as the last play in this game is made, which could happen, swiftly, I do want to cut and see if we get any kind of post-mortem in this situation. Right now, Harshan able to make most valid moves, and he wins this game.
Yeah, he's probably looking at just playing real next to Beanie, making RADEA and AN. That'll get the job done. He might still be holding the play of a slant and Rattan, but I think he knows that he has the game in the bag. He's just making sure there isn't some massive O spot on the board. I think the best O spot for David is just dropping it between the J and the R for 12 points, which will not be enough. Real is going to score, I think, 18, putting Harshan ahead by 30 and winning the game then by 14 points, I believe.
That is correct. Yeah, Real will win by 14 in this instance.
Yeah, wow. All right. So no combo breaker just yet. Player going first is winning.
So again, 8 for 8. Will somebody break serve, or will Harshan win every other game in a seven game set? Let's cut to overhead mic as David's going to plunk this O and take the loss here.
Four, 4-4.
Yep.
4-5-8.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hold on. What was in the back?
Just give me a second. Let me just take a picture.
All right.
Are we meant to submit the scores again?
Oh, right, yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
E, sorry, to answer your question, it is an E.
Oh, really? Oh. I would have done it.
Sometimes you have to point it away and then back for it to recognize it. Yeah. Can't explain to you why.
Enter scores.
Apple.
4-5-8. 4-4-4. Would you mind telling me what you're fishing for?
Sealant? Or
All right, I
things.
missed the spot.
Quite a lot of things.
I missed the spot. I completely
really?
missed it. Yeah, to be fair.
You both submitted?
He's not.
I did.
That's brilliant. That's really lovely.
Yeah,
I really appreciate that. It's great.
2:30 we'll start the next
2:30, yeah.
All right.
So we have about an hour 15.
Thank you.
That was brilliant. Well done.
Thanks.
Harshan realizing he's dodged a bullet, David pursing his lips. The E would have done it. He knew if he had drawn a different piece of plastic out of the bag, he would have pulled off one of the all-time heists in a game. A brilliant setup and just the wrong pull on the fish. Harshan immediately realizing, wow, I didn't see the spot. That was awesome, brilliant. Always a complimentary player. We've seen nothing but incredible sportsmanship from Harshan all tournament. But wow, that was super exciting. High level Scrabble. I am so impressed.
This is hype. That's all I can say. This is so hype.
So it seems like the actual scenario was that the bag had AEO in it.
Correct.
And David drew AO, and AE would have won him this game, the tiniest margin. But the fact that he saw that as a possibility, so impressive. Harshan, you heard him say it himself. He realized it instantly. What an impressive play Tan was there to create that line. The R of Dozier preventing an A from slotting there, but somehow David found a play that gave him a chance to fit that A in between there and play a potential winning bingo. Really, really impressive stuff. So we'll have to decompress over lunch break now.
So Will, chat is already asking for a video breakdown of the TAN play. So we hope you can make that happen. I'll be on the lookout for it. You also heard at home that play will resume at 2:30 Pacific time. That is 5:30 Eastern time. That is 74 minutes from right now. So everybody watching along at home, you can see, will Harshan win 2 more games and claim his first Scrabble World Championship? Or will David Eldar complete a comeback, winning 3 of the next 5 and win himself a second title, cementing himself the second spot on the Mount Rushmore of Scrabble alongside Nigel Richards? We will cut away to a lunch break. I want to show my extreme appreciation to Will Anderson, Josh Sokol, and Wellington Jighere for coming on the headset and offering their thoughts on everything going on here. We hope to hear more from you guys after break, but on behalf of myself and everybody watching now, thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for the wait during our lunch break. We are back with our best of 7 finals between David Eldar and Harshan Lamabadusuriya of England. We are so excited to bring you more Scrabble. Harshan currently leading the set 2-1, and I am joined in the commentary booth once again by former North American champion Will Anderson and former world champion Wellington Jighere. Excited to have both of y'all on board for more Scrabble. We are just about underway. David will play first in game 4. Harshan looking to break set. The player who has played first has won each of the first 3 games. Harshan would love to buck that trend here. And David drawing in our WT, O, G, and a V. So that V mucked things up quite a bit. Vrow, vow, or wrong look to be options here. Maybe VOG as well. Wellington, what of those options would you be looking to do here?
Well, I think I'll go with wrong. Wrong takes away more tiles and takes away the troublesome G. I kind of have a very huge aversion for a G, especially in the case of the G has proven to be a very, very troublesome tile over time. If you notice, if you have it on rack and you're not playing a bingo, most of the times it hardly gets incorporated into the optimal play most of the times, and you just get stuck with it until you're able to get a bingo or you make a conscious attempt to dispose of it. So to avoid such a situation in an early game, I usually prefer to get rid of it as soon as possible.
Yeah, the G, always a controversial tile in Scrabble. Some like it, some don't, but I found my rating started to go up when I tried to shed Gs as much as possible. David electing to keep his here with the play of Rao, and Harshan picking up an X on the opening turn, CHIORXY. He's got defensive options such as Oxy on either side of that W, or a small option of Vox from the V. Will, are you looking to play either of those? Maybe Oryx through the R in Vrow?
It's a good question. It's certainly tempting to just play Vox here just because your leftover letters are kind of harmonious with that CH combination. The Y, pretty good for scoring. I think once you play Vox, it feels very likely, if David doesn't have a bingo, that he's going to play on top of that X, which would in turn potentially let you re-parallel that play for a pretty good score if you draw 2 decent tiles that synergize well there. The worry that I have about Oxy is just, again, that it kind of opens an easy access to the triple word score that isn't really necessary here, but at the same time you do get a big benefit of shedding yourself of that Y as well. That is going to increase your chance of drawing a 7 or 8 letter bingo. So Man, I don't know. It's tough. You if you're Harshan, you do at least have to think about David's opening play of Vrow, which again, you see 3 consonants and only 1 vowel. Maybe you can get away with a play like Oxy here, and he'll have too many consonants, particularly Oxy, I guess, on the left side of Vrow. Maybe you get away with it without getting hit too hard on the triple.
Yeah, this is a tough turn. Many similar options here. We may see Harshan opt to play a little bit longer. OCHRY an option. HOX also plays for a good amount of points here. A very tough turn. We may also see Chivy through the V in Vrow. There are so many options that all look to be rather close to one another. Oryx going to be the one we see here from Harshan, and this has been consistent with the good defensive Scrabble he's been playing all tournament. Try to limit options he can be hit back with. And now David to respond up by 1 point, EGNOPRT. No bingos available for him here, and he'll have to decide how many tiles to play off here. I'm thinking OX and OPT may be the play. Wellington, do you have other thoughts about this rack?
Well, I think OPT seems to be a solid move, given the options at his disposal. And well, the good thing about this Oryx move by Harshan is that it was actually it was quite a defensive one, especially since it doesn't give the opponent much to play if he doesn't have an S for an easy hook on Vrows. And so given that, I might just go with Gox. I think Gox is also a viable option for him, leaving Prince. I think Gox leaving Prince is seems like still comes back to eliminating that G. The G is a tile that one should actually think of shedding off as soon as possible.
Yeah, that G, trouble for him. He'd be close to bingos without it on this rack yet again. Will, do you concur? Gox maybe, or a shorter play like that?
Gox seems reasonable. Opt also seems reasonable, but I just want to point out that Harshan has a bit of a word knowledge check here. If Harshan has studied deep enough into the dictionary, we are going to see a gargantuan bingo coming down immediately right here to the O of Vrow. This is a big swing. This will tell us a lot about how deep into the dictionary has Harshan studied. We know it's deep to be at the level that he's playing at. But if he sees Borraccio to the O of Vrow, that will be 100 points here. Amazing if he spots it.
My goodness, Borraccio for 100. Incredible. We will find out. Oh, wow. Wow.
The longer, the more seconds go by that he has not played this, the less likely I feel that he will find it. This is the sort of thing where if he knows this word and looks at that O, it will jump out quickly. And if not, we may see a critical miss here. Although he does have still some good overlapping plays on top of Ox, but not 100-point plays.
Yeah, Choir plays very nicely on top, making HOX, OP, and IT for 43. BOI keeps the nice CH combo together for 32 points as well. But Borraccio, clearly the best play for Harshan, and it is not even close. Big word knowledge check for him, big anagramming check as well.
Oh, man.
He's getting close.
Is he getting? Yeah, Wellington and I are watching him shuffle the tiles. We saw that B make its way to the early part, the left side of his rack, and maybe he was going to spot it, but it looks like not. Do you think you would have spotted that, Wellington?
I think only Nigel is the person who can be rest assured could spot this, though there are some other very bingo prolific players back in Nigeria who could who you could bet could possibly spot this. A player like Olatunde Oduwole, for example, would possibly spot this, but I doubt if I would be able to spot it because
It's a very
it was a very hidden move.
low probability word in a tricky spot for sure, Matt.
Yeah.
And now David finding the 9-letter bingo loitering, his highest scoring option. He had 2 other ones through the W, lowering and rowling. That does end dangerously 1 space short of a double word. Surely, if either player puts an S on it, it'll yield a 5-point challenge. Will, word knowledge check. Does it take an S?
I would have no way of knowing that. This is definitely a weak point for me, knowing which of the words ending in ing can take that S hook at the end of the word to pluralize it. I would be terrified to put an S on, and I'm pretty sure I would not be able to pull the trigger on it. But I've already spoiled the answer for myself, Matt, which is that it does actually take an S hook. So if one of these 2 players is somehow confident enough to try putting an S on there, that is a potentially hugely lucrative spot, as Harshan has drawn another 7-letter word on his rack. Well, not another. He hasn't played any yet, but I'm not sure he has a spot for his Bay Knight yet.
No spot for Bay Knight on this turn. He won't be bingoing on the play. The S hook to loitering for the North Americans who don't play CSW, it is a CSW only hook. So don't try that one unless you're playing Collins.
Wow, amazing. I mean, that's a level of preparation that I could only dream of, Wellington, to know that loitering takes an S or not. What do you think about that?
Well, I used to know some of these words, especially those ending in ing and s, but I think the thorough work I did ended with 8 letters. So when it comes to 9 letters that take an S, I think it would most likely be a guessing game for me. And it depends on how much risk I'm willing to take as at when I have the option available. And I could possibly risk it because it sounds English. But then it depends on how the game is, the stage of the game, and how much risk I'm willing to take.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a matter of how much better is the play in that spot than something else, somewhat of an odds game. If you have a 60-pointer there with 25 points as your next best play, likely going to pull the trigger. But if you've got other options, perhaps we'll see players be conservative here. Though one has to wonder if David played that word knowing whether or not it takes an S, or if he's got that decision as well. Maybe he just wanted the points. I expect to see either player challenge it for just 5 points, though, in this situation. David now leads 110 to 83 as Harshan plays Brain out of his previous rack. And David with an interesting rack here, ABFFKUU, a BAULK playing through the L in loitering is 28 points, holding both of those Fs. Bluff through that same L, 26 points, holding AKU. Wellington, do you have a preference between those or perhaps looking elsewhere on this board?
I think if I'm to choose between bulk and bluff, I'll probably go with bluff because the double FU doesn't seem like much fun. Whereas the AUK seems like a better rack lead. But I'll probably still take some time to look further to explore further options if it was me.
I would add that I agree with Wellington's instinct of bluff over balk, simply because if you imagine bluff where it would go on the board, it would place the F in the triple lane, which isn't all that easy for Harshan to use productively for a ton of points, but it would retain AKU on David's rack, which with an I draw, you would have Kufi to the triple for a solid score. You even just have KAF there to come back for 30 points on the next turn. So I actually think, oddly, the AKU leave after bluff combines kind of nicely with that F in the triple lane. So it could be something where Harshan doesn't have a great play there, and David will get another good score on his next turn.
A tough turn here as David looks, he's got bulk set up on his rack. He'll have to decide if he wants to pull the trigger. It does set up a spot to play the F above, but not going to be a strong option there. Got to think about what you're going to pull next turn. The F, I believe, the only tile in Scrabble that increases in valuation with two of them over one. It has positive synergy with itself, but with that U as well, that doesn't seem very promising. David's going to stretch as we see him do when he's got a tough decision on his hand. The big exhale, smirks a little bit. He knows this is a challenging turn.
Yeah, I definitely am noticing a lot of good breathing from David. He's doing those stretches when he has a tough situation. I feel like actually that is an underrated part of competing, is just making sure that you're breathing and relaxed and able to think clearly. Sometimes I feel like it's easy to lose track of that, and it somehow manifests itself as more mistakes in my game when I'm not thinking about just stretching, breathing, all that stuff that you have to do as a physical person. So good to see him doing that.
I was wondering this last night, thinking about it, but many of the top players also seem to be in good physical shape. Nigel Richards famously biking to many of the national championships from hotels far away. Many other top players have their own exercise regimens. Wellington, do you do any sort of physical exercise to keep yourself in prime shape for mental activity?
I am what you can describe as a quasi-lazy kind of person when it comes to exercise routine. I call it quasi-lazy because sometimes I can feel the urgent need to exercise more, especially when I'm beginning to feel that my body needs to be freer amongst my joints. But usually I go back to my lazy state when I have attained some level of fitness, and then I only get back on the workout routine when I begin to notice that things are getting a little bit troublesome on the fitness front. But other than that, I especially in preparation for tournaments, big tournaments of this nature, it is good to actually be physically fit, especially when you know that there are going to be lots of games played over a long period of time. But other than that, but one major thing to note is to not over-exercise if it is not something you are used to. Because if you overdo it very close to a major event, it becomes a problem rather than a blessing.
Yeah, and definitely not just physical activity, but mental activity. We've seen so much fatigue from players who felt, perhaps I could play these two back-to-back events, and yet so many players seem to be struggling through as they slog through 60, 65 games of Scrabble. It's not all quite there. Mayfic, clearly the play for Harshan after David likes to play bluff over bulk. He can't be happy about getting hit back for 39, but he should be happy about finding that first blank, and even happier about the M floating at the top right corner of the board, as that's what will allow him to bingo. The only playable bingo on this turn for David plays to that M, and it is lukewarm for 89 points.
Now that would be a great find, of course, the only playable bingo, Matt, as you say, but I also feel like I know that these players are totally locked in. They're playing the finals of the WESPA championship. But if I were not totally locked in, I might not think that hard with this rack trying to play to an M at the end of the word in terminal position. I think if you think of that possibility, you might see lukewarm quickly, but I could easily imagine not even thinking of looking there for a bingo. And if David doesn't stay patient and look at every last spot on the board, this is a potential one that I could see being missed. But again, we're talking about David Eldar here. It would be a shock to see him miss anything at this point.
We've already seen Harshan miss a sneaky hidden bingo in Borraccio early in this game. Will David return the favor and miss lukewarm to the M?
Oh, imagine if he misses it, but inadvertently blocks equating double-double.
He's
Oh,
found
Because
it.
Harshan, okay, so David is going to play this beautiful play, and that is an amazing play by him. But look at Harshan's response that's about to come down here. It's going to be fireworks.
He is going to double his score from 122 to 244 with this play. Lukewarm surges David to 225, but Harshan to pull back ahead. Both players with great draws after a few sloggy turns here, and equating likely to come down very soon for Harshan.
I'm just amazed it's not down already. What is there to think about here? Okay, here it comes.
Yeah, it even took a little more time. It shouldn't take more than a few seconds to drop this.
Yep.
I usually like dropping something like this while my opponent is still picking replenishment tiles from his last move.
Yeah, you like to throw this one down very quickly. David has drawn the Z, a pivotal tile, as well as the second blank after his first bingo. He'll need to decide if he wants to cash it in. A Zito playing down from the A is 72, burning the blank, holding WGV. Otherwise, he's looking to play perhaps Zig through the I and equating for 33. Wellington, 72 and burn the blank, or keep things tight here?
Well, at this stage of the game, burning the blank leaves you with DGWV.
I think it's GVW.
That GVW seems like a troublesome leave. I will probably favor playing Zig, especially since it keeps I get to keep the blank and I get to keep VWD blank, and the board is the E of equating could come in very handy when it comes to your next possible place. So if I'm to choose between Azido and Zig, I would most likely choose Zig.
Will, your thoughts on the situation?
I certainly echo everything Wellington said. And of course, it's with anything in Scrabble, it's just a question of how many points is enough to get you to do something you really don't want to do. Playing Zig and leaving that blank is so tempting. But man, it's tough to turn down 72 points. I wonder if, we've seen a couple times now, and we see it from the games of great players like Wellington and like Nigel Richards, that being patient with a tile like the Z and hoping for, a better opportunity for it. And in the case of Azito, you're getting 72 points, but maybe by keeping it, you can draw a play that doesn't require you to use the blank to score really well. Maybe that's something that will work out well. So maybe even just something like VOW to the E of equating and just trying to draw, some bigger play there. But I would find it difficult to turn Azito down.
I am running a 4-ply simulation on Quackle of the position right now, and it has the plays nearly identical. So when that seems to happen more, it's a matter of philosophy and how you choose to approach the rest of the game. This is a very challenging decision for David.
And sometimes you would make a decision like that. You would try to use your opponent's previous play as a clue to help guide you, right? So in this particular case, what was Harshan's previous play? Equating for a massive score. So his rack is completely random. You can't tell anything about what's on there other than it's just 7 random tiles. So maybe that in and of itself is a little bit of a clue. Where that clue leads you, I'm not really sure, Wellington.
Another philosophy that comes into play here is the score differences. Yeah, I think I choose to believe that when your opponent is when you're going neck and neck with your opponent, sometimes if you have the option of banking a few points just to give the feeling that you aren't pulling away just yet, because if you pull away too fast, and sometimes your opponent could switch into a a different gear. And if you don't have the malleable tiles to counteract that, it can become a problem a little bit later in the game. So I think that would probably factor into why I would choose the Zig. Choose the Zig, keep your blank. Your opponent has the feeling that you are going neck and neck with him. He's not, he hasn't switched to desperation mode yet, and everybody goes home happy. And all of a sudden, you switch jazz, and he's not able to catch up quick enough.
Yeah, I've thought about that frequently. I don't want to pull away too quickly. My opponent can then shape the board the way they want to shape it. Interesting to think that former world champions think the same way, as David is holding on to that blank. I think he also likes that he has potential to draw plays like Adview, ADVEW, down from that A next turn. And he's found an S as well, which is going to be big after the spot he's set up. Harshan, out of 3 E's, plays Anil here. That looks rather standard to me. You don't want to get caught up fishing your E's on a tight board like this. So Harshan going to open things up here. And David now DSOVWY blank on his turn after the big Zig decision he had to make.
And down comes Wadi very quickly. Seems a really, really nice way with David having so many consonants compared to just the one real vowel in the O to score very, very well. Leave himself that one vowel with a bunch of E's to play through. 2 E's of Anil and 1 E of equating. That should be a good omen for him as he tries to get a bingo down.
And he's pulled rather well. IIOSTV blank the rack for him. I believe that's going to give some bingo opportunities, including the high-scoring bingos to the E of positive and the high-scoring bingo from the N of novities. So Eldar likely going to pull even further ahead should one of those bingos come down next turn, and it would be nearly impossible for both of them to be blocked at the same time. Harshan now, AADEITS. He can't know that he's about to get hit. That's what Wellington was saying. The play of Zig, keep things tight, Wadi, keep things tight, and then bam, he's going to throw down this blank bingo and pull ahead by over 100 next turn. If Harshan had that knowledge, he'd perhaps play differently here. But what do you think we're going to see him do? Plunking in A, Zany is 18 points with a good leave, but there aren't too many bingo lines. Bingoing with this leave on the top of the board, rather tough. Wellington, would you be looking to play just the A and a fish here, or maybe a little bit longer?
I would... usually, I don't like fishing that much. Depends, but if I was in his shoes and I was sure of loiterings, then I'll probably make a solid play around there. Maybe Nagas or Sed. But with the partial knowledge of loiterings, I would probably, but I hate to drop just a because while the remaining 6 tiles are a good stem, it could actually perform relatively poorly with the floats on board, and the floats on board are basically E's, and I don't think it does well with it. So I think Annie would be a better play, which is what he has just done.
So Ani going to be the move for 22, largely addressing that spot to play the S behind loitering. So not going to be a big concern, though maybe if we end up with a tight game, still opportunities for it to be dropped. David, with the second blank here, positive or novities likely to come down here. He may consider playing a tighter bingo, one that is a little bit more defensive. He could consider vitriols through the L instead, but I think positive scores so well, he's got to make this. Will, we saw you bypass several points multiple times in this tournament to play more defensive bingos when pulling ahead. Would you play positive here, or would you try to keep things tighter?
So I think between positive and novities, I think I am favoring novities just because with positive, you do place that S out in space that makes it easy to end an 8-letter word in an S. Whereas with novities, if you can imagine where that would go, if you're watching down from the N of brain, the S in that spot in the lower right-hand corner isn't nearly as big of a threat because the second E of anneal is there blocking 8-letter words from playing into it. So I think I would probably have played novities here over positive for that reason, but that is really splitting hairs. Wellington, do you have any feeling about those choices?
I think both choices are very close choices, and I usually have an aversion for leaving a central floats when the game is in my favor. So for that singular reason, I might be choosing positive because it takes away the central L and the central E. The good thing with a central floaters is that whenever your opponent has a playable word to them, there's hardly a case of the float is not properly placed because it can swivel in either direction that your word forms. But the thing with the S floats that we're talking about now is that the opponent has to end with it. And I thought it doesn't, although in the case of an S is a viable threat, but in some other floaters, it might not be as viable a threat as it is. But given my predisposition normally, I think I will probably go for positive.
That
Well,
makes a
in
lot
any
of
case,
sense to me. Sorry, Matt, go ahead. Just
Yeah,
wanted to say that I'm learning a lot from Wellington's answers to these questions. It makes a lot of sense how he phrased it there.
Yeah, the central floaters that you can build around in any direction. They can be the first through 8th letter in your word, and they'll hit. David has an incredible draw. He's pulled Supremo, which will play atop the board, or Spermis, which will play down to the S. And with that draw, given Harshan also missed a bingo on this turn, Harshan, I believe, will fail to break serve, and David will take game 4 in this game, or in this set.
Yeah, just to clarify your words choice, when you say he missed a bingo, it means he just didn't draw one as opposed to was not able to find one on his rack. Matt, I totally understood your meaning. Just wanted to clarify. But yeah, I mean, it's tough with these low point tiles that are screaming that there should be a bingo when you don't have one. Sometimes points are difficult to come by. So it looks like he is trying to counteract that by playing tased with all of these overlaps on top of positive just to somehow stay in range. Maybe he can draw a bingo in a different spot of the board. But as you say, Matt, David is going to play Supremo pretty fast here.
He's also got an incredible 9 after tased, which is super cool. It also starts with super. Instead of Supremo, he could play Supermoto to the TO, which is awesome.
But,
not a word I know, Wellington.
Yeah,
that is
that
a
is
word
a
you know
Nigerian
now. But Supremo, a higher scoring option, 78 points, and this one likely out of hand now. Both games Harshan has dropped so far, David has bingoed at least 4 times, and he may even pull another one. We'll reveal the unseen pool, likely not going to matter. Harshan in big trouble here as he just can't survive the bingo onslaught and the double blanking from Eldar. Has he pulled ADERT too? That's incredible.
The good news for Harshan is that these losses where David has bingoed so many times, that's just one game in the standings. You don't have to worry too much. In a finals format like this, whether you lose by 1 or whether you lose by 200 is very, very unlikely to matter. It's all about how many total games can you win. And the size of the blowout doesn't make too much difference. Of course, in the unlikely event of a tie between the players, it might start to matter. But unlike in chess, a tie in Scrabble is exceedingly rare.
We had to wait on those unseen tiles just a minute as we figured out Harshan's rack to get the unseen pool. He has once again failed to draw a bingo on this rack, though very close after that play of Tased. And David has drawn his 5th bingo of the game. Will play through the P in Supremo, Epatered. So Harshan, whether or not he blocks that, is done in this game. But the bingo onslaught may continue depending on what Harshan chooses to do here. With 15 unseen tiles, that means there are 8 in the bag. Harshan likely realizes that he needs a bingo and a second bingo to win this game, or an extremely high scoring option this turn to try to catch back up. Do you think maybe we see a loiterings play here as he tries to keep scoring?
It still boils down to knowing the word in the first place earlier on. But I think if loiterings hadn't come along earlier on, I don't think it is coming onto this board because both players have had. I think Harshan has had more opportunity to utilize it, but I don't think loiterings is coming onto the board. Either way, it's a won and lost game, and we just if I was him, I would just save my energy and get through the motions and hope for a better game next game.
So this game, I'm sorry, Matt. I was just going to agree that this is definitely time to sort of throw up that white flag, not burn too much brain power, and get to game 5 where you can start fresh and hope that David doesn't bingo 5 times or whatever he has.
But this game really comes down to finding crazy bingos to tiles you're not looking to bingo to. Harshan missing on Borrachio, and chat let us know that he has studied every 8-letter word, so it's not a matter of not knowing the word, just not thinking to look to that spot. And David did think to look and found his bingo to the M with lukewarm, so a big swing of events there, as David's 5th bingo has been blocked by Harshan, though it's not going to matter at the end of the day here.
So I'm sure David is crushed to not be able to play Epatered through that P, but he'll have to hide his disappointment and play something else.
I would have already walked out of the playing room. I'd be calling my mom, crying. Just kidding. But at this point, yeah, David can do nearly anything and win this game. 5 tiles in the bag. He's likely not going to empty it here, but just play TEED beneath Supremo or something and kind of finish this one out. I don't know that he needs to play aggressively and try to bingo a 5th time, but, you know, maybe he will to rack up spread when it may matter, but almost certainly won't.
Yeah, I mean, in Scrabble, we already are fighting incredibly hard for 1% edges here and there. So in this situation, if you're in the finals and there's an incredibly low chance that a tie might happen and spread will start to matter, of course, you're going to try to maximize it, as David makes a beautiful overlapping play of tiered under Supremo. Wow, that's very nice.
39 points. High scoring as well, and David will empty the bag with this draw.
And no hope for what I believe to be Harshan's jostled on his rack that doesn't fit anywhere.
Dang, yeah. He's drawn it too, tried to stay in range, just couldn't survive the onslaught of bingos from David. He'll probably play Jest, making nuts and PET.
Yeah, I'm sure. Just Jest. Is there any? I don't think David will have. The only reason, if you're Harshan, to hold off on playing Jest is to just make absolutely sure that David doesn't have an easy play from that J to the triple that you wouldn't want to give him, and I don't believe he has such a play, Wellington.
Yeah, I think Jest is by far the best move. Oh, just so then, I found R-E-L. It's not playing.
This is a joke.
This is a joke about it.
At this level, the players know their threes, and that was a joke.
And even if it wasn't a joke, it still wouldn't give him the game. So
true, actually, it's a good point. Yeah.
But Dalseld would be 122 in that spot. He'd still go on to lose by 15. Actually, the best end game is not JEST. It would be JOLED, JOLED, beneath the E in equating, making ED. But the only reason that is the best end game is because those last two tiles, ST, would go out forming loiterings. So without the absence of, not knowing that's a word, best is the best end game here.
Great point. Yeah. So if you are a total master of the dictionary, you could play JOLD under equating and then go out with gist and loiterings. That would be a very slick end game sequence that very few of us would have the confidence to try. I'm sure jest is likely to come down here.
Yeah, that makes sense. But in this game, aside from Borraccio, it really just started to snowball against Harshan. He did have the nice double-double equating, but David definitely the better end of the tile bag. 4 bingos, 2 blanks pulled for the Aussie. He'll even things up 2-2 here.
I'm just curious to know, just from a competitive psychology standpoint, it feels like Harshan will figure out that he missed Borraccio on that early turn in the game, which of course Choir was his play there for 40, which is a great play, except that he had the 100-point bingo. And, we saw David Eldar play a phony 8-letter word of Fariner, and clearly he was able to shrug that off and play some great Scrabble. If Harshan gets word that he missed that enormous 100-point Borraccio, will he be able to do the same and continue to play at such a high level as he has been? These are the human questions that come up when you're playing Scrabble at this level.
And also builds up the question, are any of Harshan's friends going to let him know? Do they know him well enough to let him know he's missed a bingo? Will he look it up himself? Will any of Harshan's enemies come running down the hallway and scream, "You missed Borraccio, you had the game"? There's a lot to be determined here, but we do hope everybody has a good sportsmanship here. Do wonder if or when Harshan will see that missed opportunity, though.
Well, I believe I don't think he will find out about the missed opportunity until he comes out of the playing arena. So I think that is a plus for him. Except he figured that he probably missed somewhere along the line, and he quickly checks his ties. But I don't see him doing that. So I think on that front, he's safe from that guilt of having thrown the game by himself. And with that guilt not in the equation, it should be a pretty great game going forward.
It is one of those racks as well that I don't even think it would check to see if I had a bingo with Choir BA, right? That's not a great set of bingo tiles. I might not even think to look on my phone after the game and say, well, what did I miss there? It feels clear that Choir is a great play. It might not cross my mind that there was something hidden on the board so much better.
The best end game for David now is hilarious. I wouldn't usually, go through and talk about perfect end games and all that, but after JEST, he's just supposed to put down ING behind it for 27 points.
Jesting, making Ray, Ern, and Meg.
That's it. Yeah, holding AAA.
That is a unique sequence for sure. Playing that type of extension play, leaving 3 A's is the best you can do in an end game. That's not very common.
No, not at all. That's a fun one. End games perpetually challenging, perpetually baffling, and I know some of the greats practice end games. Noah Walton has done this over and over. He'll just open Quackle, and I think it's Command T or Shift T or something to make it just make the highest equity move, and just do that until there's about 2 in the bag. Pretend the score is very close, independent of what it actually is, and then just try to make a play, try to figure out what is the way for me to maximize this sequence for myself, score independent. You can practice those in any game on any board. Just generate a random board, get down to the end, and figure out a way to maximize your points while minimizing your opponents.
Yeah, that type of practice is definitely, the thinking that goes into an end game in Scrabble is a bit different than the way you generate moves in the early and middle game. Just knowing what your opponent has on their rack, or as anybody that watched me on stream, thinking you know what they have and not always being correct, that is a very different way of generating moves, and it requires a little extra practice. So it does help to either play a lot of end games on a computer program like Quackle, or just play a lot of Scrabble and pay particular attention to the end game.
We'll cut to overhead mic here, see if we catch anything. Not much to say on this game, though.
Or not, 38 for me.
Yeah, 38. Yeah.
1-1-0.
Yeah. Sorry, I've gone completely bonkers, haven't I? So 38 and 72 is that's 1-1-1, right?
There's no 1-1-0.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, fine. So what's the difference? That's minus 11. No? Okay, keep going. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, what do you have? Do you have 1-1-0?
Yeah, I do have 1-1-0 now. Yeah.
Plus 26 is 136.
Yeah, keep going. Yeah.
Plus 89 is 225, probably.
Yeah, we are both tired, aren't we? So
Yeah,
So that's 325, correct?
225.
225. 225. That's what I meant. 225.
258,
Yeah, I agree with that.
294.
I agree. Yeah.
Plus 83 is 377.
Yeah, I agree.
Plus 78 is 4. Oh, shit. Hang on. I think here's where I went wrong.
377 plus 78. That's
7 plus 7
455.
is 40.
That's 455, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Whoopsie.
Okay. And then, so we both got the scores
45
wrong.
plus 39 is 494.
Yeah, 494.
Plus
Yeah.
16 is 510.
Yeah. Yeah, 510. So we agree with 510.
409.
Yeah, well done.
Thanks. Good luck.
This is getting
Russell
interesting.
didn't score enough to win, unfortunately.
No, I think I was probably aware of that in the back of my head.
Would you have challenged Ariel? Would you have noticed?
How are we spelling that? Yeah.
Would you have spotted it?
I think I might have spotted that, yeah. I think I might have spotted your
You'd have checked all the 2s and 3s.
140.33.
Yeah, I mean, I
To be
didn't
fair, I wouldn't even win.
I didn't want to try because it wouldn't win, basically.
Yeah, it's
There's
worth
no
trying
point.
if it
There's no
doesn't-
point.
No, well, yeah, you lose more than you get. Positive take a D, I can't remember. Negative does.
It takes R for sure. I don't think it takes a D.
I don't think so. Either,
Yeah, it's just R.
but I can't remember.
I'm fairly sure.
Yeah, that sounds right, but I'm not sure. Plus O? I'll be positive. Yeah, that's right.
No good, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
submit.
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
already.
You done it already?
Yeah.
Okay. That was quick.
Well, it's tough. I've been Pavloved.
You've been trained.
Yeah, into
You're doing a
doing
good
that.
job.
Okay, so the players to stretch their legs a little bit after this one. David tossing his patented hoodie and its wonderful stitching to the other side of the table, moving his bag. We know Harshan going to go stretch his legs a little bit after that game as well. As you can hear the post-game banter, would you have challenged REL? What are the hooks to positive? And Harshan rattling them off right away. We're going to cut to commentary cam until we get word that the players are ready to go again. I'll be joined in the booth by Will and Wellington.
Yeah, I can tell you that Wellington behind the scenes was speculating about the hooks to positive, and he also showed me that positive takes an R and an S, and he knew that negative takes a D. So he and the players in the finals are just on that next level of word knowledge that very few of us can reach, which is very impressive. So.
The old adage, I think, is you don't know a word unless you also know its
think he's still
hooks. You don't know a word until you know its hooks. That's so impressive, knowing these 8 to make 9s. You know, they're seldom to come up, but when they do, they can be so crucial to a game. Though I don't know who knows those 9 to make 10s, like loiterings. That's
Loiterings.
else. So we are now at 2-2, neither player yet to break serve, and our best of 7 finals essentially bubbles down to a best of 3. I haven't been keeping up with spread. I don't plan to keep up with spread either. I don't think a tie is going to happen, but from what we've seen so far, do y'all have predictions, Will and Wellington, in that order about what to see next?
Well, I just want to say that in the previous week's tournament, the Scrabble Players Championship, Wellington was in the finals against David Eldar and found himself down 2-0 in a best-of-5 finals with his back against the wall, and he managed to win 3 games in a row against an incredible player in David Eldar. I'm just so curious about what the competitive psychology is there when you find yourself down 2-0. Is that something that you just block out entirely and take one game at a time? Or, I mean, how can you even go about that challenge?
Well, I think you definitely have to think of taking it one game at a time, because you can't tell yourself that you need to win 3 straight games. Least of all against the person we choose to call the assistant Nigel. We all know that Nigel is the best player in the world, and in many quarters in the world, we have been debating who should be Deputy Nigel. And I think a lot of people could agree that David Eldar should be Deputy Nigel. And you can't be playing against Deputy Nigel and you're thinking of doing 3-0. So it just has to be one game at a time. And I took my chances, and I believed that I could. If I even broke it down further from one game, I have always believed in making the best of each move in Scrabble rather than seeing the game as a whole, because I believe that in making the best of each move, the outcome will generally take care of itself. And it has always been my psychology about playing, and it wasn't different on that occasion. I was just so happy that it paid off, and it ended up culminating in 3 straight wins, and I was happy about it.
Words of wisdom once again from a former world champion. Take it one rack at a time. Don't worry about the deficit. Don't worry about the scoreboard. Just make the best you can with the 7 letters in front of you. The result will speak for itself. I think we could all learn a thing or two from that. So 3 games left to go. Any predictions? Do we see the fatigue factor start to hit these players? David Eldar has played in both events, Harshan only in the latter. Do we think that's a factor that may come into play?
It certainly could be. For those that have been following along with the action on the Scrabble Twitch channel for the better part of a month, there's been 3 big tournaments in this month, and playing all of those would take a huge toll on basically anybody. David Eldar was not at the first of the 3, but he was at the 2 of them, and that is enough Scrabble to scramble anybody's brains. But I really do feel like he seems to be in pretty good form. He had 1 word knowledge mistake in the first game, and it seems very clear from his finds of lukewarm to an M, loitering, through IT on the board, that he seems pretty locked in right now. It doesn't feel like there's too much evidence of fatigue from either player, although maybe if you asked Harshan about Borraccio, maybe that's an example of fatigue rearing its head. It's hard to say, but I'm just really excited that we are on pace to get the maximum amount of Scrabble that we can watch today. We're already 4 games in, and as long as each of these 2 players can win 1 more game going forward, we're going to get the maximum of 7 games to watch today, Wellington.
Yeah. I think we actually discussed the topic of fatigue while we were on break, and I was discussing with my countrymen, and we talked about how that generally younger players are supposed to have more endurance, and probably they should be fitter and all that. And then we also threw in the question of Eldar haven't played two events, and Harshan had to play just this one. So we kind of came to a conclusion that I think the level of fatigue will probably have balanced out vis-a-vis the number of games played in the past 2 weeks and the age, comparative age of both players and their fitness levels and all that. But I think the way they are playing, it is getting increasingly obvious that Eldar seems to be making fewer mistakes, and in a championship of this magnitude, in most cases, the player with the less mistakes seems to carry the day. So if I'm to predict, I would probably be predicting Eldar lifting the trophy. And also, I think Fate also has a way of taking care of certain things. Since he lost the final just less than a week ago, I am beginning to suspect that he might win this one. It might be difficult for him to lose 2 straight finals.
There you have it, the prediction from Wellington, David Eldar perhaps going to win. Will, you have a prediction as well?
I mean, it's hard to argue with that. David is the one who has hoisted the trophy before. Harshan still, has not achieved that milestone. But maybe just to make it exciting, I'll say that I predict that Harshan is going to rise to the occasion. He has not won the championship before. Let's say that, he's going to overcome, hopefully, if he learns that he missed Baraccio, he's going to, instead of get down about it, he's going to vow to play the best Scrabble of his life in these next 2 or 3 games, and maybe he'll pull it out. But I can't say I disagree with Wellington's logic there. David Eldar is going to be a very tough customer to defeat in the next 3 games.
Yeah, it will be very exciting to watch. I know that much. And I think most of us in chat would be willing to stay up the extra hour if it means we do get 3 more games of Scrabble instead of 2. This is so exciting to watch, this extremely high caliber of play with everything at stake as well. I think on the flip side of fatigue, Wellington mentioning that younger players perhaps have a little bit more stamina, a little bit more fitness. On the flip side, I think comes with maturity and the ability to shake off a mistake and keep going as well. And I think that's something more older, tenured players have a little bit more of. Do you think that could be a factor here? Or do you think David is experienced enough that should he make a blunder in the next game, he can shake it off and continue and rally back to win this championship?
I think David is experienced enough in this field. In this particular field, I would choose to believe that David is actually the more experienced player of the two, being that he has, I think he was the first youth world champion, and he's the only player to have won the youth championship and the world seniors championship. So I think he has a lot of experience on his side, and we just witnessed how he shook off the blunder of Farina and went on to play very great Scrabble after that costly mistake. So I think, and we've also seen him even in the main championship before he qualified for the final. We saw him made some little mistakes that cost him some very important games, and he also found a way to rally back from those kinds of mistakes and made his way to the final. So I think he has a way about taking care of those issues, and that is one critical factor that is making me feel that this might swing his way. Although a lot of us are rooting for Harshan, so that because this will be his second final, WSC final, and I don't think it is good for a man to play 2 WSC finals and not win one.
Not a fair point. What do you think it would mean to you, Wellington, to see if David Eldar win a second championship before you?
It wouldn't really bother me much. We already agreed that he's a deputy Nigel, so it just goes to.
I was gonna say let's not say that you're not in the conversation for Deputy Nigel Wellington.
Okay.
It's very kind of you to say that about David, but you are in that conversation for sure as well. So.
Oh well, on a personal level, this is not me just being modest or anything. I kind of think that David is slightly better than I am, and that is just the plain truth. But I think it's a close. It could be a close debate in some quarters. But if you ask me, as someone who is supposed to be in the equation. But if you ask me as an outsider, I will tell you that David is slightly better than I am.
It's fair to balance that idea of believing yourself to be a really strong player, but also giving other players the respect that they deserve. For me, sitting here, I look at the both of you as somebody that, both of you, I learn a lot from, and, to aspire to have similar achievements. So, I do put the two of you in the same class, and really beyond there, it is splitting hairs a little bit. In terms of the precise level of skill, but it's just a thrill to watch players of this caliber compete and to sit alongside you and hear that analysis. So it's been a real privilege for me. We will be doing another commentator swap. You'll get, for those of you interested to hear more from Josh Sokol, our SPC champion in the NWL division. We're going to do that rotation again next game, just so you guys know. So Extra Typo fans, get excited. You'll get the Wellington and Josh pairing next round. But yeah, Matt, it's just been, speaking of stamina, I just want to shout out Matt Canik he's literally been here commentating for the better part of, the entire month. I don't know how my vocal cords would get through what you've endured. Are you drinking hot tea with honey? Or, how are you accomplishing this feat of stamina?
Drinking something. A magician never reveals his secret. No, a little gargle of whiskey goes a long way on the vocal cords.
Wow.
Don't swallow it, unless that's your game.
Just gargling.
I think the last 2 days have been a grind, but I have promised myself as soon as we finish play here, there is an aptly named little cheesecake shop called Chubby's, and I am going down there for a pint of Yingling and a cheesesteak. I've been largely pescatarian for the last month and a half after I graduated with my doctorate degree, trying to lose some weight, be healthy. I've been drinking very little, but a beer and a cheesesteak after almost 4 weeks now of commentary sounds very good to me. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
You've earned it. You've more than earned it. So that definitely sounds like a good plan.
It's been fun, though. I feel honored and humbled. I don't feel like I deserve to be the commentator for the World Championship, but those who do are almost uniformly in that room already. They went to Las Vegas, and I'm the one sitting here at home. So I guess the highest person who didn't go try to win a championship in some capacity, but I take it. And I appreciate those who have been tuning in every day, sending me messages of support, watching in chat, making this fun for me. So thanks to everybody for tuning in, and maybe there will be more of this. We'll find out.
Let's get some love for Matt in Twitch chat. If you've been here watching Scrabble on Twitch for most of the last 2 weeks and have been enjoying the amazing job that Matt has done, show him some love in the Twitch chat, everybody. Just make sure that he feels loved before he goes off and gets his cheesecake later today.
Yeah. I thank you. I'm gonna turn as red as Wellington's shirt. I'm blushing. The vocal cords, I think, can take it. I taught high school for 4 years, so I'm used to talking in front of a captive audience. They're even a little less engaged than some of y'all here who put this on in the background and do other things. So that part I can handle. The analysis has been all the computer, really. I just softball up some candidate plays to people who are smart. My co-hosts have been incredible the whole way through. And again, we lost our main co-host just a few days before this tournament. So it has been a patchwork crew of me begging people to call into work and come on the stream. I hope their employers are not watching right now. But it's been, I've been so fortunate to have people come in and help me out the whole way through. And of course today, just the cream of the crop in terms of the great minds in the sport who are able to do some commentary with me. So today's been easy. I just do the transitions, tell them when to switch the screens, and then make y'all do all the talking and analysis and thinking. Y'all make this so easy. I would be remiss if we didn't shout out Christian and Andrew behind the scenes as well. Christian doing all the scene changes, the sound levels, the logistical stuff, and Andrew running around doing a bunch of different jobs. It's his job to go wait at a table when he sees we want to match up there and tell the people, hey, y'all got to come over here and play on stream. We only missed one matchup we wanted all tournament because those players sat down and started their game immediately before we could grab them. But those guys have both put in a ton of work as well. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Andrew. Y'all are rock stars, and y'all get none of the FaceTime as me, but deserve all of the credit. So show them some love in chat as well.
Yeah.
For sure, echoing that. Amazing job that they do. It does take it's an amazing effort to put events like this on, and the thank yous and kudos could continue for quite a while. So I hope you guys out there are appreciating that and enjoying, as I'm sure that only a couple more minutes to go now until we get to game 5. And I really am just hoping that both of our 2 players here can win one more game to get us that incredible game 7 with everything riding on it. And I really hope if we do, that the tile gods give us a nice even matchup to cut our teeth into.
Will, right on cue, we are receiving word that the players have sat down and are ready for game 5. I would love to keep the thanks going, and we can keep the thanks going after this game, but we're going to cut back to the action. We're going to lose Will for a few minutes as Josh Sokol will co-broadcast with Wellington for game 5. And with that, we will cut back to the action. Harshan back on the left side as he gets to go first. Again, for those joining us later, Harshan had the better record in the main event and won the right to go first in games 1, 3, 5, and 7 if necessary. Nobody yet to break serve in the game. The player going first and the player sitting on the left side of the screen has won every game in this matchup so far. David breaking serve and getting to go first next game would be a huge turn of events for him. Harshan looking to make this 3-2 himself. This is a big one, and I am so excited. Josh, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful.
Yes, I am.
Welcome back to the quote-unquote broadcast booth, which I think is just a little playing area that we've set up in a different room or something like that. I can't see it. Of course, I'm off-site, but
that's exactly it.
Hope you're comfortable. A. Conrad, the rack, shout out to our American top expert, AACDNOR here. And what do we look to do here? Draco is a 5-letter word, Coda, a 2 or 3-letter word, or maybe just one of the anagrams of Conrad, Cardon, Candor, Dacron, or something in that vein. Wellington, would you be looking to play off 5 or 6 tiles here or keep things tight?
I'm definitely going for 6 ties. I'm definitely going for Candor because I think Candor would have been the move for me because it's good to access the bag this early in the game and not be too overly defensive at the start. And I think he shares that ideology by going with Candor. Yeah.
So Candor going to be the play before I get a chance to ask Josh his opinion, but likely, Josh, you're going to say something similar about this, yeah?
Yeah, there's something just nice about a 6-tile play that doesn't expose any double letter scores and leaves you with just an A and E, something like that. There's just something, I don't know. I get a good feeling from that sort of play.
It does feel good. Yeah, access the bag early. And if you do pull that blank early on or the Z or the S, oh yeah, big smile breaks out. David, AEOOOST, likely just going to drop 2 O's or maybe exchange 3 O's. Oh, now I am turning all red. We just got to the delay in the chat where everybody's saying nice things about me. Oh, thank you, everybody. So Josh, you looking to play 2 O's or exchange 3 O's here?
Oh, this is tough. I think I would actually exchange 3 just because no matter where David plays the 2 O's, he's going to be giving back a lot of scoring options that weren't there the turn before. So he could overlap with OO, which is a Scottish word meaning wool. He could play also maybe from the C, making COO, but whatever he does is it's just going to give some stuff back to Harshan that might just he's about to do it. But yeah, I guess it makes sense to do what he did there. He's not exposing any bonus squares. Yeah, I think it's pretty close here.
Wellington, would you play the O's? Would you exchange the O's?
I'll most likely exchange the O's. My reason being that number one, you're not scoring very much. You're scoring just some 10 points or less, and the problem with dropping the two O's is leaving 3 vowels on your rack. If you pick a vowel from the back among the 2 tiles you are picking, it could make things a little bit complicated. And another good thing with exchanging the O's is that it gives you all the floats on board, pending what your opponent plays next. So in most cases, you'll most likely have all the floats available rather than just relying on having a 7-letter option. But I think that isn't going to matter much now, as David has a 7-letter word.
He has pulled a 7 here, SOSATIE, the pull for David, and he'll waste no time, I think, to play this. He's also got an 8 through the C, Sociates, SOCIATES, for 70 points. But Society playing in 2 spots nicely, either underneath, making hennas for 73, or with 3 overlaps, OONS, NO, and AS. Those will be 72. But David opting perhaps for the highest scoring bingo here. Josh, would you look to play overlaps, or would you just score the points as well?
Definitely prefer this one over the Oon's positioning, just because even though it might be a little bit more dangerous, giving back more potential options for Harshan from the S through the E, at least there are 2 separate spots on the board that you can use next turn to score points.
So opening up 2 spots with the bingo for David, he has once again pulled ahead, now leads 82-49 as Harshan taking care of his paperwork before he turns over those tiles. But here they are, DEIMNRV, the pull for him. He's going to bingo back now through the E that was just exposed with Vermond for 68, the only playable bingo for him, and Harshan wasting no time before he sets it up here. He's going to bingo. That'll put him ahead 117-82.
Yeah, very nice. We're having another somewhat close game, I think, thus far.
Oh, I didn't think about this. Vermond with the front hook.
Yeah.
Of an O.
Mm-hmm.
Of an O, yeah.
Yes.
That's super cool. Yeah, that's one of those things, as you learn the CSW lexicon, you see new words, but the hooks don't stand out. I know the word overmine and overmind, but I've never seen Vermond as an 8 before. That is super cool. So that O perhaps going to be a factor later on in this game. David does not have one. FGIKPRU, the rack for him. The M going to allow him to play Gump for 33 points, or he can play Sprug from the S in Society for 33 points as well. Wellington, would you prefer playing through the M, Gump, or from the S, Sprug?
Before I answer that question, I just wanted to cite a scenario where something that I choose to call serial hooking. Probably there is a more appropriate term for it. A word like vermin, it actually starts from Ermind. You could play Ermind, then hook with a V for vermin, and then hook with an O for overmind. That is one. There are some other more famous examples of a serial hooking, and but we'll return to that. To choose between Sprog and Gump, I think I would probably go for Gump, because Gump keeps you in board and doesn't leave too much scoring opportunities for your opponents to hit you badly unless he plays a bingo. So I will most likely choose Gump over Sprog.
And we see on the other side of the board, Harshan has drawn a bingo rack after his bingo play last turn and the first blank here. He'll have an interesting decision. We may see a bingo. We may see him forego it as Gump comes down from the Aussie. Gump to score 39, Eldar trailing by 2 before Harshan gets to make his play. But Harshan now with a few options, the highest scoring one, a little tough to spot because the blank is required to be a Q. QUETHES playing down, making HE and DOES. He's got the high scoring SHUTE for 36, holding the wonderful ES combination. and some options through the C at the top of the board. Quetches, Quethes, or Teuchest. So, Josh, would you look to play a bingo here, or would you play shoot and forego it?
Yeah, I think I'd play Queth's. Reason being, you're putting a very unvaluable tile in the triple lane. Putting a blank there, that's a Q. I don't even know if any play is going to hit the board on that triple for the rest of the game. And it feels nice to do that and leave David with the unfortunate duty of opening the board for himself and potentially us being able to come back and pry down on the opening that David makes. So I think
Wellington.
strategically I prefer the bingo here, but it's probably very close.
And Wellington, do you concur?
Yeah, I totally concur with that. Another added advantage to having quits on board is that it also makes things difficult in hooking that overmind for thereby utilizing it for something tangible. So it's a solid move. And first of all, placing a Q on the triple lane is Q is the least valuable tile you will want to be placing on the triple lane. Least of all when you get to use a blank to be the Q. So I think I would probably have gone for quits, but we are seeing I think teachers coming on board now. So yeah, this is qualifying.
Not often you think to make the blank Q, so I do wonder if Harshan opted to play this for strategic purposes, or if perhaps he missed on the opportunity to bingo for 4 more points in the vertical orientation there.
I think he definitely missed it.
Oh, Harshan on hold as well. We may see a challenge from David here. Harshan has not yet drawn his tiles. For those Americans just now joining us, or North Americans, this is 5-point challenge. That's the way they play internationally. For those who play 10-point challenge, this tournament is 5-point challenge as well. So if David were to challenge this word, it would be valid, and Harshan would get 5 additional points. I think he's allowed the draw here as he shows us those arm hairs that we've become all too familiar with. So the play accepted, or perhaps these are courtesy tiles, but in either case, David, EFIKOOR was the rack. I got it before he covered it up. SOOK from the S in the bingo, making HO and DOEK looks to be a very solid option here, but he can score more points. SKIER, skier, playing down from that S for 42. Josh, you looking to score 30 or 42 in this situation?
Oh, this is really rough. Skier does a lot of things that you want to do, scores points, opens the board. The unfortunate issue being that the FOO tile leave is going to be very problematic most of the time next turn. But strategically, it does seem right to take that big scoring spot away from Harshan, since Harshan is at a point where he can probably afford to use it. And even if David is able to respond with a bonus through any of the tiles that Harshan would play down from the S, Harshan will still have the score advantage after that.
And Wellington, do you concur?
I totally concur. I totally agree with him because the game is getting out of hand, and it is in his interest to score points on the one hand and also open the board in a more parallel lanes. And when you get to be able to do both things that you should be doing in one move, there's nothing greater than that when in a game that you need to catch up. So I think it's a great move, and he has committed to it already. So we're back on track.
So skier the play, OOF the leave, a big draw for David. The G will not help, the T may, and an A and a W, almost footage, and instead near garbage for him. Harshan now, his best play, swoon, SWOUN perhaps, but that was blocked by the skier play. Windy is a nice triple underlap on Society. WINDY is 43. Holding OUT. Twiney plays above the bingo up here, as does Unity. And Harshan, before I can even finish listing the options, has committed to Twiney here, 42 points. Unity, again, another option he could have played in the same spot. But he's going to roll the dice. 20 for 42. Would you be concerned about this OU leave, Wellington, or would you take the points here with 20?
I'll definitely take the points. The player with the most points wins at the end of the day. So when you're leading, you don't have to be too perturbed about rack leaves, especially if it's not going to hurt much. The only time you need to be bothered about rack leaves is when you are beginning to suspect that you're having a series of incongruent tiles coming to your hand. That is when, but so far so good. He hasn't had any of such problems in this game, so I'll just go with scoring as much points as possible.
And this is a huge draw. Go ahead, Matt.
No, a huge draw as Harshan now has found the second blank. He did not bingo with a Q earlier in the game with his Queeds bingo, but he may get an opportunity to do so here. I don't see any playable bingos currently. Colby does not either, but maybe after a play from David, one might become available. David's going to have a big decision to make here. AFGOOTW, the rack. So perhaps we see footage to the E in skier, but that obstructs some of his best lines. Maybe WOOD to the D in vermin, maybe GOAF beneath Tuchist, making ITA and NEF. Wellington, what is your preferred option here? What's your approach?
I would probably have chosen footage, but footage gives the opponent too much opportunities to pull further away, especially the only thing that is the knowledge of our rack of Harshan's rack, which tells us that he probably might not be able to do much there. But if you are sitting on the board and your opponent is leading you by this much, it is difficult to play footage. But other than that, I think Wood looks like a decent score, but I still don't like the rack leave. Leaves the FAGT, and I think it's going to be quite a difficult game for David. And I think whatever decision he makes it's going to be a difficult decision for him.
That's a tricky one. Josh, are you partial to any of those plays? Footage, Wood, Goaf?
Yeah, I absolutely hate the idea of footage. Like Welly said, it's a good idea on the surface, but what it gives back is just way too much, and what it blocks is also way too much. And we're seeing Goaf being played. That makes sense. You're not really doing much to the board state. You need those things to stay open on the bottom of the board. You need to keep scoring points. I think I like this decision. David's going to have to probably spend another move or two, the very least, trying to sort through his letters, keeping the W on his rack. But I think you need to keep the scoring going, and you need to keep the board as it is.
This now brings up an interesting position for Harshan. QI now available beneath the play previously made by David. QI and GI scores 34 points, but AIOU blank as a leave, that could be tough. He may also look to hold on to the Q. He can play OI and Overmind, holding AIQU blank, possibly getting some huge points next turn. Or QUAIR if he's looking to knock out the E and the R exposed in the middle of the board at the bottom. Josh, what would you be looking to do here? Queer, QI, or hold the Q with Overmind and OI?
Well, you know me. I'm looking to set up the Q. Harshan could play OR and OI if he wanted it. The R in Candor is just sitting there. If he plays that for 6 points, David's going to have to respond and block the Q setup, which might be really bad for the letters in skier that are still open. So I would definitely put a lot of consideration into OI and OR, but playing Overmind and OI is probably a bit safer, and it actually does set up QUAI next turn for 39 points. So I think that's probably the best move, but not the flashiest.
Wellington, what would you do here? Play to the R from what I've gathered from your strategy so far, likely your approach, but enlighten us.
I was considering playing Quasi with the S of two chest, I love Kwasi because it doesn't. It puts the Q on the triple lane, and I think there's just one more U at large, and you have a blank. If your opponent doesn't utilize there, you could possibly even use the blank if it warrants it to extend the lead a lot further by next turn, or even just keeping a more balanced track with Kwasi is not a terrible idea. But if you consider that you're playing Kwe to kill off these central floats, then it is also a valid option. But being the one with the blank means that you don't have to be afraid of floats. Rather, they should be instruments for you to stretch the game beyond the reach of your opponent. So I think it will be a close decision for me between OI and Overmind and Kwasi. That would probably those would be my two options. Whichever I choose I'll be fine with whichever choice I eventually go for.
So this one, both players in the booth disagree with the decision to cash the Q for points here. Harshan holding 4 vowels and a blank and finds 2 more in the bag, AAIIOU blank, as David sits on 6 consonants here, CFNORTW. Harshan ahead by a healthy margin, but this game is far but over. David has some decent candidate plays. I expect likely we're going to see FROW and a GIF on the left side of the board. Maybe Frock, if he's looking to score a few more points to the K in Skier for 28. I'm not seeing any compelling ways to open new quadrants or new lines on this board. Wellington, what are your thoughts on Frau at the top versus other options?
I think if I'm to choose between Frau and Frock, I would probably go with Frau because Frau leaves a more bingo prone 3-letter stem, and we're talking about the G earlier on as a rigid tile. The G seems to have a close relative, which is the W, in terms of rigidity in word formation and all that. So when you need to come back to a game with the bingo, I think letting go of the W is a very, very is a thing you want to do. So I think Frau would have been the move for me, and that is what David has played. And coming back to the QI choice for Harshan, when you are up by this much, and especially when you have a blank, I think one of the things you try to avoid is being stuck with tiles that you can't really, being stuck with tiles that you can't do much with, because it forces you to you can't score decent, and you can't change either because you want to keep playing. So that is something that you don't want to be doing, and I think, but he has found a decent move of a Gauti, and that has seemingly remedied the situation a little.
Yeah, I think perhaps, and we maybe overlooked this at the time, but QI holding AIOU, perhaps Harshan knew that if he did end up drawing more vowels into that blank, he would at least be bailed out with the ability to play a Gauti. So he had an escape plan if he had a worst case draw, and he did have to pull the parachute on that escape plan here. But maybe that's some of the rationale behind the QI play. Score now and bail myself out if the worst happens, as it did for him. David now, CILNTTU. I feel like this has to be cut and gift. That's a really nice way to create a dangerous line down from that C, and one that's hard to obstruct unless Harshan has good tiles. Josh, do you feel the same?
Yeah, QI and GI. I mean, it had this hidden value to it that we didn't see over the board, but I do believe Harshan was aware that if he needed to, he could bail himself out with Agouti on the next turn. So that's pretty cool sequence there that keeps Harshan well in the throes of victory in this game. And I think cut for David Eldar is definitely the cut and dry approach here. If I'm going to make 2 puns in one sentence, I'm going to need to be stopped. But
Now, there are plenty of puns on this stream. Everybody well aware, as I've been doing it nonstop all tournament, so your puns are welcome here. Wellington, do you agree the play of cut and gift, or do you opt to score points with tunicle to that E for 30?
I'm definitely choosing cut over tunicle because you're hoping to catch up come back into the game, and taking away central floats is not something you want to be doing. So, and opening more lines for more chaos is something you want to definitely be doing, and he has done it, and that's I didn't expect him to make anything short of that, and I'm very, very happy that he was able to make the right decision there.
Yeah, and so now Harshan, AI blank, the leave, BDVZ, the draw. That is wild. He's gone from all vowels to now suddenly consonant treble in no time at all. And he's looking to try to shut down this board. The I, E, and R in skier, in his mind, certainly have been open long enough. He's got some ways to block that. BAIZED, you see him set up. AVIZED, you see set up now. No way for him to fully obstruct both the C and the floating tiles in skier here. And crucially, if he makes any of these plays, he's not going to be able to score points with the Z. We've emphasized over and over the Z, a great tile for scoring opportunities. But I'm not seeing much else to do. A play like VIED through the E just doesn't seem to score very well. Wellington, how would you approach this situation for Harshan? Much to think about here.
Well, basically, if I'm playing this kind of game and I have a 50 points lead and this kind of rack, I generally would believe that the game is more or less won or lost. Because I will just do Avid for 29 points, 28 points. And no, it's
31.
31 points. Yeah, 31 plus 50 points is 81 points. You have a Z and a blank with you to counteract anything that he does, and I think the game is more or less over if he goes with Avid. So I will do Avid, keep my Z and blank to cause further damage down the line, or to recover from anything that he throws at me.
So Avid, Wellington says, just score points. You've largely got it in the bag, 31 points. Hold the blank. Avid looks to be a very strong option. Josh, would you play some defense here, or would you agree with Wellington and cash the points?
Totally agree with Wellington. Yeah, just play Avid, and basically, if anything happens, if any bonus or bingo comes down, next turn, you will have the Z to score with in a multitude of places on the board. And if anything happens to the E or the R, or through the E or the R of skier, you'll be able to clamp down on the rest of the board and probably just be able to coast your way to victory. So yeah, I totally agree with always keeping the Z when in doubt.
Another good thing with the way the board is that with the board can hardly accommodate 2 bingos, which is what David will need to come into the game. And playing Avid makes it such that even if he plays a bingo with the C or the U or any of the central floats, it gets easy for you to just control the rest of the game, and you coast to victory with. And there's no better way to coast to victory with than having a Z and a blank on your rack.
So 3 for 3 on expert opinion here. Avid the play, BZ blank the leave, and David will not be bingoing this turn. EIJLLNT. He'll have options to score, but most of those options are going to knock out some of the lines on this board. Join or joint playing through the O in Sosa T, Jill playing through the E in skier, or Jill through the I are top options from the computer. But those all close down this board. Might we see a desperation play, something like JEE to the E at the top of the board here? Wellington, what do you think here?
It's a tough decision for him because he doesn't have any good decisions, because playing a joint, for example, leaves the double L's on your rack, which is not a very great sleeve. And if you choose to go with a JEE, you do not have the hook readily at hand, and that means you are hoping to pick an A amongst the two tiles you are bringing from the bag, and not just picking an A, you're hoping that the A forms something worthwhile. So it's a very difficult situation for him. But I think I see him wanting to go with Jill, which seems to be more of it's a greater option, and I think I agree with his choice of move there.
Oh, Jill, the play for David Eldar. He now trails 251 to 312. Harshan retaining the Z and the blank last turn. Looks to score this turn. Peize, a 5-letter word playing above the bingo at the top. We will go ahead and reveal the unseen pool now. There are 23 unseen, 16 in the bag from Harshan's perspective. There you have it. Not superb, but you have to imagine David probably close to a bingo range after smaller plays the last few turns. Decent number of A's, E's, I's, O's altogether, fairly balanced pool. The X also one scoring option, though it doesn't look to have many spots on this board. PZIE or PEIZE at the top of the board looks to be solid. He may also play beep above 20, making PITA if he wants to hold that Z one more turn, and he'll give himself nice scoring opportunities with it. ZEP and Zoon to the left side of Cantor, also an option. Josh, what would you do here? Just cash the Z for 40 and try to say good game?
Yeah, you can pretty much do anything here, I'd say. I think, yeah, just playing PEIZE, that's a decent way to win this game, but I'm looking again to set myself up here. I'd like to play BEE next to Candor, making Boon and ER, set up Zip for 65 points, and once again, force David to address the threat or let it be and lose the game.
So Harshan taking the nice conservative play, PEIZE, that does take both a back D and a back S, which could allow David to create one additional bingo line, but he has put so much scoring pressure on that perhaps that's not going to be enough for David. AEINRT are 6 tiles on David's rack. Does he have duplicate A's there?
Yeah, he has Carinate, Craniate. Well,
Okay,
I think Carinate's going to come down pretty soon.
So David to bingo from the Z, Carinate, or maybe he looks to play Craniate and try to set up opportunities to cash that X. Maybe he needs the volatility, but a bingo coming this turn for David. Wellington, would you play Carinate or Craniate in this situation?
With 101 points behind, I'm definitely playing Craniate because you want to be creating as much chaos as possible. You can't play Carinate and allow your opponent to do whatever he likes to consolidate. You have to force him to either block forcefully, or he does a little more to win the game. But either way, you just don't make it comfortable for your opponents to win easily. So I think Craniate does that, and it gives you an off chance of being able to overturn things.
So there are no I's, no U's for XI opportunities, XU opportunities. You'd need to pull a great tile with the X, but Craniate going to create a little bit of volatility on this board. David now going to draw tiles. He will leave 4 tiles in the bag for Harshan to respond, and that Y is going to give him a little bit of peace of mind here. A play like AB and BY and NY is going to help him neutralize the X spot without even having to be concerned about what's left. But the back hook to PEIZE could be rather high scoring for David. Wellington, if you are Harshan in this situation, are you worried, or do you feel still in control of this game?
Well, if I'm Harshan, I'm definitely there are a few threats left on board, but I think none of them is really viable threats. So you really just have to play your game and hopefully coast home to victory. There's an off chance of the opponent being able to play a bingo through the R of Skya, but I wouldn't really bother much about it. But whatever the case is, if it was my turn and I'm leading with almost 20 and I have a blank on my rack, I'm definitely emptying the bag one way or the other. I don't want to give my opponent chances to make any plans. So whatever I do, if I'm Harshan, I'm emptying the bag.
NYBBLE from the N, a good way to do that and address the X spot, although maybe XYST would be allowed after that. I don't know if that would be enough to outrun Josh.
XYSTER even could,
Oh,
that would be
goodness.
so I don't know about this. I would actually be sensing danger here. I wouldn't want to empty the bag because there are some options that could maybe kill me here. So XCD is about to be blocked, I think, by BY. Harshan needs to take his time here. He's playing rather quickly. There are a couple of threats. You can foresee a bingo through the R of Skier, maybe from the O of Frau. Luckily for Harshan, he does have the Y, so most of the plays making Pized will not score all that much. But XCD and Pized, that's 61. That's 51 points, is it?
Yeah,
it's a lot of points.
That's a lot of points actually. But I think it's still not enough to win.
Yeah, probably not. But I think this is the correct option for Harshan.
Yeah, this is a good option.
So David, now 2 tiles left in the bag, and he's got several options. XED, as we mentioned, with PEIZED is 51 points and will at least momentarily propel him to the lead. But a 3-tile play with 2 in the bag means David will have 6 tiles on his rack, Harshan with 7, and Harshan to move. Harshan almost definitely going out in 2. Harshan has the blank as well. Should still be Harshan's game. GOX in the bottom left corner scores 38 and keeps nice tiles, but ADER is not going to do you any good if you can't bingo. I wonder if he perhaps looks to try to open another bingo line here and fish for a Hail Mary situation. OXES down to the ES in pies and Hail Mary, or try to put some scoring pressure with XED. This is going to be a decision for him. Wellington, what do you think you would do with this rack?
Well, if you're thinking about, there are 2 ways to possibly hope to win this kind of game. One, you score the XED, pies, great score, get shooting to the lead, and hope that your opponent gets trapped with a clunky ties in the end game. That is one way. Another way is to make an obvious bingo, dispose the GOX for a bingo possibility, but that still doesn't look like a very viable option, because it is actually, it might be easy to take off all bingo lanes with one move.
There are only 2 tiles left actually.
There are only 2 tiles left, so it's actually going to be almost impossible to make a good balancing play and with just 2 tiles. So I think the only viable option for him is XED. That should be for 50-something points. I think that seems to be the only viable option for him, even if it seems it might lose, because we have a knowledge of Harshan's rack. But from his point of view, with what he's missing, he could actually hope for something as a way of being able to win the game.
Yeah, I think David needs to hope for the blank here.
I think he does as well, and hope his opponent has just 1 Vel and yeah, BELLMST maybe. But Harshan actually going to bingo out in this game down from the R and Frau resemble fits, and Harshan's already spotted it. So XED could create some drama. David could make a last-ditch effort at opening a second bingo line, but I doubt resemble gets blocked here. Harshan with that second blank to bingo out and win this game to pull ahead 3-2 in our best of 7 finals.
Yep, I think this is definitely over now that Harshan has spotted resemble from that R, making cute. And yeah, I mean, David doesn't know this, but I think he's just trying to go through all the draws here. Maybe he could think that if he plays XCD, he takes around a 5-point lead. Let's count that again. 36, 51. So he takes a 5-point lead. I think what he needs after XCD is to be able to have an outplay, or at least threaten to have an outplay. And to do that, I think he really just needs to draw the blank. So I don't think any of the other draws are going to do it for him. But yeah, little does he know that this is it. It's curtains.
Yeah, he's got to be hoping for that blank in the bag. He'll take his time, figure out what the best option is, if that blank's going to help him bingo or just outrun. Spend a lot of energy here. But of course, us at home watching, we know this one is done. Harshan to pull up 3-2, 1 game away from that elusive world championship. He's already lost in the finals to David once, looking to make that just once here and claim his title. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, it is exciting, and I'm actually expecting a very volatile game number 5. Game number 6, sorry. And if Harshan is serious about if he's serious about winning the world championship, he's going to throw caution to the wind in game number 6 and come all out and see what he can do to actually break save rather than waiting for the game to go to game number 7. Because on game number 7, I suspect that if David Eldar is able to drag the game to game number 7, then he will be the one that will be on the offensive, and you don't want to be having your opponents doing that. So I expect a very explosive game 6, and it will be fun watching them play.
Very exciting. Yeah. I'm sure there will be a brief break after this one as well, and we'll do a little bit of chat. XCD, the tiles David has in his hand, he's going to put them down, give himself a shot in this game, but we again know this one's finished. He shakes his head, thinks about it a little bit harder. Surrender Cobra once again. We've gotten to know this pose from David before. I'll remind both of you, we do have an overhead mic. We'll try to cut to it. I don't think there's anything incredibly interesting the players will have to say, at least not in this situation. But we'll see if we can catch anything from these players before we go to intermission after David makes his play and Harshan bingo's out.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, Dave's probably spending the rest of his time on this move, and he's going to quickly learn that the time was wasted. And yeah, here we go. XCD is on the board. Resemble will come down as an outplay for Harshan. And yeah, we'll see when David draws his 2 tiles that he knows it's over.
So the bingo will put Harshan ahead, and after drawing, David pursing his lips, shaking his head. No blank there. Oh, man, this is going to be bad. So the bingo will make this a 90-point game when it's all said and done. Harshan to win 475 to 385. Despite being down 5 points right now, he is in no trouble. He will win this game.
Yeah, and again, there he goes. It's like wondering, did he miss it? Did he not see it? He has it lined up.
I think
very slowly.
I think he can even get to win the game without playing the bingo.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's how lovely his tile combination is.
And you know, when the pen is on the board, you know that Harshan is in his dominant pose.
All right, we'll cut to overhead mic now as this one's done.
Alrighty.
$480.
382.
Agree.
I'm done.
Thank you.
480 to 382. Is that what they said?
Yeah. Maybe there was a challenge in there we missed. Yeah, it's possible Titius was actually challenged.
I just want to take a picture. Just give me a second. Thank you. Okay.
So no post-mortem here. Harshan 1 victory away from his first world championship title, and David will need to win 2 in a row in order to have his second world championship title. David obviously knows that comebacks can be mounted, as Wellington pulled off a big comeback against him in this playing room, overcoming a 2-0 deficit to win the set 3-2. David now going to need a comeback of his own to beat Dr. Harshan Lamabadusuriya of England. So this will be very interesting to watch all of this unfold. I am so excited. We will cut back to commentator cam as the players look to stretch their legs, catch a little mental break.
Alrighty, guys. Yeah, here we are. I believe we're going to be doing another switch up here. I know Wellington's your favorite commentator out of the three of us. I mean, he definitely is my favorite. But I think he's going to be taking a 1-game break here. It might be actually the last game. Wow. It's hard to imagine this series being over in just one more game. So much suspense. But we'll have Will back on here.
Yeah. I think Will is the favorite commentator. I actually enjoy listening to him talk Scrabble, and I've watched almost all his YouTube videos, and the guy is a genius analyzing Scrabble. So as much as I would appreciate your saying that I'm the favorite commentator here, I seriously think that Will is the favorite commentator here.
Of our power booth, only one of the commentators has won a world championship, and it's not Will, and it's not Josh. So, sometimes the credentials speak for themselves, although Will and Josh, obviously looking to change that in the next 5 or 10 years. Stay tuned, everybody at home. I do want to give a warning to you, Wellington. Josh, I'm sure you've had this, and everybody else who played on stream. David reminded me, players always pull out their phones and unlock them. Everybody knows your phone password now. Everybody knows everybody's phone password now. So if you played on stream at all this tournament, if you're watching, change your phone password because everybody saw it.
I actually don't much care. So whatever anybody wants to do with my password, you can go ahead and do with it.
I don't even want a phone password. I just had to have it.
Yeah.
For a gig I had recently.
Perhaps Wellington people will jump on your phone and bet against you in one of those head-to-head matchups. Hop on his WhatsApp and throw down $300 on the opposing player, right?
And just make more money that way.
That might be fun.
I'm
not sure anybody will be willing to do that. We have nice people in the world, especially Scrabble players.
Yeah, especially Scrabble players.
I choose to believe most Scrabble players that I've met are very, very nice people, and I don't think anyone would want to use my password for anything nefarious or anything like that. But I would still take your advice and change it all the same.
Yes, indeed. Thanks.
It's more for the people around the corner watching this feed on a 5-minute delay. Everybody's suddenly going to be changing their passwords now. Chat's going to have fun with that one. But yes. So anyway, that aside, I do want to highlight a little bit more what Wellington said, the amazing people in Scrabble. We did our thank you tour during the last break. This could be the final game. But I do just want to talk about what this board game has done for me in terms of making friends, in terms of making connections around the country, around the continent, and now around the globe as I'm sort of jumping into the world stage here. I know the vast majority of my good friends in life I met in some way, some capacity through Scrabble, be that in the good old days playing on ISC, that's where I met Josh, ISC, the Internet Scrabble Club, or meeting at a tournament, or, people who have been messaging me as I've been doing the commentary over the last month, and everywhere in between. I've been able to make some incredible memories, couch surfing with different folks. So to anybody who's ever put me up, thank you. And thanks for the memories. Anybody who's ever hosted a tournament I've been able to play at, thanks to you as well. The people organizing these big tournaments, thanks to you. People contributing to online forums as well. Josh, for you and your development and your growth, what has the Scrabble community done for you?
Oh, so much. Yeah, and this particular tournament, the WESPA Championship, this was my first, international event. And what a joy and pleasure it was to meet so many new people from different countries around the world that share just a similar passion. It's just been such an incredible experience. There are so many great people and even better Scrabble players in this world. And I think the early days playing online, I was one of the online players as a teenager, and meeting everyone for the first time, meeting my idols, stuff like that. Hey, it's been great. It's been fantastic, and you guys can do that too. If anybody is interested in playing competitive Scrabble, we are a very welcoming community, despite what it might seem sometimes. This is the highest tier of play possible, and there's a space for everybody in the Scrabble community, and I really hope that broadcasts like these and experiences like these will be shared with many to come.
Yeah, male, female, non-binary, black, white, brown, in between, mixed. We don't care. Neurodivergent, neurotypical. There is a place for everybody in this scene. And there are bound to be friends and people you can meet. Scrabble, a great, great subculture full of amazing people who have this shared passion for nerds, nerdy stuff, for words, pardon the Freudian slip, for words, and nerds who like words, who like analysis, who like math and strategy. Just such a cool place. Wellington, what has the Scrabble community meant for you?
I think to answer that question, you just have to Google my name. Everything that crops up with when you Google Wellington is Scrabble related. So my whole life has been Scrabble. I've spent almost all of my adulthood playing Scrabble, and I don't see myself stopping anytime soon. And Scrabble has been my life for almost 2 decades now, and almost all the friends I have, apart from the friends I made in school and family members, almost every other friends I have are from the Scrabble community. I have lived my almost 2 decades now amongst the Scrabble community. I have friends, people who have come to become brothers, who have come to be sisters, scattered all over the globe. There's hardly any place one can travel to on this planet that you wouldn't find welcoming people who are willing to take good care of you and make you feel welcome, make you feel at home, treat you like family. And it is indeed a global family. And I cannot but say thank you to everyone that has made this Scrabble family what it is today. And although there are a few isolated instances of one thing or the other, but I think overall it is a lovely family, and I would like to say kudos to everyone that has contributed to making this family a place to call home. And on that note, I say big thank you to everyone, and we can only get better. We've started so well, and the sky is the limit. We'll just keep getting better and better. Yeah.
Scrabble growing bigger and better, and with every passing moment, with every world champion, as our online presence becomes, bigger and bigger, we invite more people to join the family. Come on out to a club, come on out to a tournament, join us online and play. I think the most surprising thing about the Scrabble scene to me is I sort of grew up idolizing these people. I read Stefan Fatzis's Word Freak. That's the book that got me into competitive play, and it highlights, the cream of the crop players and kind of humanizes them, but also shows their quirks and their features. But to me, as a kid reading that book, Joel Sherman and Joe Edley were, like idols almost. I watched the movie Word Wars as well. If you haven't watched that one, try to find it on the internet somewhere. Word Wars, and it follows 4 top experts around before a tournament, and Joel Sherman ends up winning the national championship in that. So I went around, looking up to these people, and yet everybody's so approachable and so friendly over the board. These people who I thought maybe one day I'll get to play them in a game of Scrabble, I now consider many of them to be my close friends. So it's been awesome kind of turning this journey from I look up to you to I hang out with you over the weekends and grill meats with you and stuff. It's awesome. So try out the Scrabble scene, man. It's so cool. All right. So I do want to do a little bit of player profile on Harshan, as he may become our newest world champion in less than an hour. Harshan, representing England here, was born in Sri Lanka, where he began playing competitive Scrabble, but moved to England. And he wasn't maybe the best student in school, didn't make the best grades, but the move to England and a new school system helped him find his footing. He eventually became a stellar student, getting acceptance to Cambridge and Oxford, and now works as a family pediatrician. Got his doctor and all that, medical doctor. So a really cool journey there. But Harshan, also somebody we nearly lost from the Scrabble scene. He took a sabbatical, or a scribatical, if you will, walked away from the game for several years. And it wasn't until his wife urged him to come back that he did. So we're lucky to have Harshan. And it seems maybe that break did exactly what it needed for him, as he's now, maybe at his best form ever. So very cool for Harshan. A cool story representing England by way of Sri Lanka. And it's not often that you see somebody with an incredible career. He is a medical doctor, also performs at the top level, as it just takes so much time and effort to be at the top of his game. So very cool for Harshan if he's able to hold on. Harshan, I mentioned, maybe took some time off of the game and sort of retired, but came back to it. Wellington, my understanding is you've had a similar journey yourself.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us a little more about that, or is that a dark time you don't want to get into?
It's not exactly too dark to get into, but I would like to just leave it at retiring for a brief period of, I think it was roughly 3 years, and I seized the opportunity to wrap up my schooling and got my degree, and after then my coming back coincided with the 2015 World Championship, and I basically came back to active Scrabble because I had practically given too much of myself to Scrabble to just let it go without winning a World Championship. So I told myself that, okay, I was going to come back and attempt to win a World Championship, and then I was going to be done. But then I win a World Championship, and it became almost impossible to just leave. So here I am. I'm still here.
So you said you came back to try to win a world championship. You did that in 2017, and yet that wasn't it. You didn't ride off into the sunset. You were still here playing more Scrabble. So now what? What is next for you, Wellington?
Next for me is I do hope to be establishing myself in my chosen field in the next couple of years, but I still have some years of a good Scrabble in me, and I'm still relatively young compared, although some people might think otherwise. I am just 40 years young, so I still have a couple of years. We have our grandpa in the game, Nigel Richard, who is almost a decade and a half older than me, and if not more. So if Nigel hasn't retired yet, I don't think I'm retiring anytime soon. So we can, I still have a couple of good years in me, and I believe that I'll be able to pull off some good Scrabble in the years to come.
Oh yeah, you are. There's plenty more of Wellington. I feel like plenty more tread on these tires. In North America, we've had Joel Sherman win a championship recently, and he's been playing for 3-4 decades at this point. The late David Gibson as well won a North American championship just a few years ago, easily in his 60s as well. So plenty more Nigel, but a whole lot more Wellington, I expect. I'm getting word that Harshan is back, but Eldar not quite. So we will stick with this for just a few more minutes. Josh, what about you? You've now claimed your North American title in NWL. So what's next? Are you going to continue playing NWL, or have you claimed what you wanted there, switching over to CSW now? What's up?
Oh, I am very bloodthirsty for Collins right now after my suboptimal performance in my first Worlds. So yeah, I'm definitely going to try and find some strong opposition in the Collins side of things in the next while. But of course, I still live in an area of the planet where the North American lexicon runs through everyone's blood. So I'll definitely be continuing to play NWL against my peers, and I all I want to do really is play against strong opponents and play inspiring Scrabble. So wherever there's a strong field of players, hopefully I will be there if I can make it. And just continuing to live stream, create content, and hopefully use this lucky victory of the national championship to my advantage to just keep me rolling and try to grow the game as much as possible. So yeah, you will see some more CSW, some Collins games for me, some Collins tournaments, especially if I can make the 2024 Alchemist Cup, which is pretty much the most prestigious tournament. It's not the biggest championship, this is, but I think the most prestigious event ever in Scrabble, the Alchemist Cup being 5 players, top players from every nation, every Scrabble playing nation around the world, fight off, I think 10 games a day or something. And I really look forward or hope that I can make Team Canada and play people like Welly and Nigel and whoever shows up in front of the board.
Yeah, what an exciting event and an exciting goal for Josh down the future. And I know watching all of this CSW play and the international players and the affair here, it really makes me want to play Collins more. I'll play both lexicons, but I've never studied Collins specifically. I'll be in a situation in life where for the next 2 years, I won't really have CSW opponents near me, unfortunately. But if I do choose to study words again and try to get up at the top, CSW, I think, is where it's at. This international scene is so exciting, so fun to watch. I have received word from our team that the players are back. So I do hope selfishly that we see more of Wellington. I appreciate your analysis, but he is going to switch out for this game. More Wellington means we're back at a game 7. No Wellington means Harshan has clinched in 6. If we don't see you back, Wellington, thank you so much for putting on the headset. I was so excited when I got a message this morning saying you were interested in joining the booth, and I'm sure everybody out there really appreciates having you. But with that, we are going to switch back over to our live stream and Will on the headset. Thank you, Wellington.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Wellington.
Yeah.
All right, and cutting back to our live stream, David Eldar on the overpowered left side of the board here. Again, player sitting on the left side is the player going first, and the player going first has won each of the first 5 games. Harshan, his ability to break serve here would clinch him his first world champion title. Can he do it? We will find out shortly as the tiles have been bagged. We are just about ready to go. Folks, this is so exciting. Could this be the final game of the World Scrabble Championship? Only time will tell. Will, are you with us?
I'm here, and I'm hoping. I have no real horse in the race here, but I am rooting for David Eldar in this game so that we can get one more game, that decisive game 7. That would be amazing. But if Harshan closes it out here, it will be an incredible accomplishment for an incredible player. So there really is no negative outcome here.
You see the check in the background behind David's head, 10,000 American dollars to the winner. Harshan would love to have it, but that's going to be difficult as David has found a blank on the first tile out of the bag. Blank EERT, a G, and a P. So David to bingo here, perhaps fitting a protege to play for 74 points. And both of these players opening vertically all series. I'm here for it. I'm a verti myself. So 74 points and an opening turn bingo for the Aussie David Eldar, who is playing for his life. But this gives back a nice medical word to the doctor, and he's already seen it. Epitaxis for 84 points, or expiates another 8 through the same tile for the same score. Will, is there any strategic merit to one of these plays over the other?
It doesn't feel like either of the plays through the P are necessarily that different from one another. I guess I would probably prefer to play XP8s. Maybe not, actually, given again that Harshan can expect to be down an average score after David's next play. He may opt to play Epitaxis, and he has, to make a much more hittable line off of that first E of Epitaxis. If he's trying to assume that he's still going to be down and that he needs a little bit of extra openness, that is a little bit easier to play bingos ending in D or R than it would be had he played XB8s instead. But I really want to shout out Eldar, David Eldar here, for playing Protege so fast, the only 7-letter bingo available with that rack. And he played it that quickly, knowing all the while that Protege actually takes an E hook, I think for a female Protege or something like that, which is a little bit of a risk. So had he had a different bingo available to play, he surely would have wanted to play that instead, but he wasted absolutely no time playing his only bingo here. Very impressive job of time management on his part.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is a humongous swing in Harshan's favor. I actually would have preferred XP8s just because it doesn't give back such heavy overlaps atop the X, but David has drawn an absolutely horrible rack of 3 O's, a U, 2 I's, and an R. He opts to exchange here. That's exactly what he needs to do. And Harshan has drawn both the Q and the Z, and this board is actually not that bad for the Q. So even if Harshan goes ahead with his play of Lazed on top of the ITAXE, exactly the sort of play I would have wanted to avoid last turn, giving David that sort of overlap.
Setting up an easy place to plunk your Q down for 32.
He's going to be able to play the Q next turn. This is looking really, really good for Harshan. But let's see what David has drawn.
He has Snifter.
Wow.
So the fireworks are coming fast and furious here in this game 6.
I think maybe one question: where do you play Lazed, here or 2 spaces to the left?
Right, of course. So that doesn't make the QAT spot that I mentioned. I totally understand that you would want to play your Z in that spot, so I stand corrected on that previous comment. But still,
it's interesting though. I mean, the upside of having QAT for 32 versus the downside of not setting up underlapping plays.
Only a 2-point difference.
Only a 2-point difference.
Oh, it's so interesting. I would have thought it would be more, but yeah. Okay, well, here we see Snifter and that E hook on Protege, and Harshan doing his classic slow roll. We can't see whether he's drawn a U or anything else to help his Q out here. If he manages to draw AT, he'll play Cat and Tax on top of Lazed, which would be a very, very nice rebuttal.
Yeah, AT. I mean, if he draws an I, he has QI and IS. Matt, this is looking good, isn't it?
Yeah. This is going to be a spicy one. I know that.
This is like, even by Harshan standards, a bit of a protracted slow roll here as we wait to see what he has drawn.
So many tiles have been played so quickly. He's got a lot to be tracking, a lot of paperwork to be taken care of. And we've seen from both of these players, the brain drain definitely making the math a little bit harder for them. So he's picked up an S, and he will be able to play underneath Epitaxis. Omen is 46 points, holding QKS. That looks very devastating for him. That's a huge play. The QI opportunity also there. Will you think you have to pull the trigger on Omen or Omen's beneath and take those points? Or do you play the Q first and hold on to those?
I would expect to play Omen here. A couple reasons for that. There are no U's on the board at all right now. So if you play a bunch of tiles, your odds are getting better and better to hold that Q and get some help in the form of a U from the bag. And also, as we were mentioning before, even the most frustrating Scrabble principles, everybody has a price, right? You don't want to keep the Q and the K together with no U or, synergistic letters for them. But for almost 50 points, you will do a lot of things in a game of Scrabble.
I would do nearly anything for 50 points in Elite Scrabble, including hold QK. Would you play Omen or Omens here? Omens would be 5 more, putting down the S.
Interesting point. Josh, what do you think about popping the S down? Maybe you increase slightly your chance of getting more help for the Q by doing so, and you get a couple extra points.
Yeah, I think I keep the S here. It is interesting. There's another principle that when you have a Q and you're not playing it, you do want to play more letters to give you more chance at drawing an I that you might need or a U that you might need. So there is definitely an increased value, not just the 5 extra points in this position, but I think keeping the S long term will have some very significant benefits for Harshan. And at worst case scenario, if he draws all consonants, for example, next turn and needs to exchange, he will have an S to hold. So I think you want to keep the S here.
Oh man, I'd play it. I know it's only 5 points. I know there's spots for it, but I'd play it. I want to make absolutely sure I pick up an I or a U next turn.
It's a very reasonable, you can't be faulted for that. I think that's, whenever you're making a decision in Scrabble, as long as you have a coherent plan within reason. Oh, wow, look at that. He's just played the Q by itself. I worry a lot that those nice overlapping plays might not stay available. But then again, maybe he's thinking that leave of monks with an E, maybe it's surprisingly good with Sokman, with just an A or an E draw, and Moscone. Yeah, actually, that's a Collins bingo. He's just drawn Moscone, I believe. He has
around a 40% chance of drawing into a bingo next turn
genius.
after QI.
So the recognition on Harshan's part that, I hope he sees Moscone.
Maybe he thinks
Gunsmoke not valid, just a TV show my sister is obsessed with.
But that's an amazing recognition by Harshan to realize that weird kind of mismatched leave of Smoke N actually bingos with a lot of draws from the bag.
Yeah, this is really interesting. QI was definitely the first thing that I saw in the position. I'm sure everyone who's a seasoned player, when you have QI available, leaving balanced letters, that's the first thing you want to do. It is surprisingly, I guess, a little bit more difficult than you might think to underlap epitaxis. Of course, Harshan does have a play there that he could have played last move. But yeah, I would worry about the underlaps and I would worry about missing. But then again, you're keeping a K and an M. You can score. So this was a very, very interesting decision by Harshan, and definitely can't call it a mistake.
Yeah, that is neat. That is next level thinking. If I miss the bingo, Omen's likely to be available, but I'm so likely to hit one. Moscone in 2 spots up top with EE for 81, or making snifters for 78, though that a lot more dangerous here. A Moscone to play likely on top's got to be the move, right?
Yeah, I think so. Just playing it with snifter, of course, just floating a letter in the triple lane, maybe the easiest letter to bingo through apart from the S of an E there. Definitely something you want to avoid, even though placing an M in the triple lane might give your opponent a couple extra points from time to time. The overall downside risk of putting an M in the triple lane is considerably, it's much less likely that you're going to get hit with those nightmare plays that take the game out of reach immediately.
Guys, this is a gut check. I am like on the edge of my seat. Is Harshan going to play a phony word here? Is he going to see his valid word?
The drama is intense. I feel,
oh my goodness.
Is he going to miss a bingo? That's better than playing a phony.
Yeah, Omen. I mean, again, we saw Omen when Harshan played Chi a moment ago. I think there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that the bingo is the best option for him here. But as mistakes go, Omen, you could do a lot worse than a nearly 50-point play holding an S in reserve.
Yeah, I wonder if Harshan has actually at any point during this turn alphabetized his letters. We all know that when you're an expert player, when you're getting into the game trying to learn more words, the most common way of studying words is to be given those words in alphabetical order by a piece of software or website, and that way you remember the pattern. I don't remember. Do you guys remember if there was ever an alphabetization of this rack?
He went straight to unsmoke and has since rearranged his tiles here. So he must have imagined that is Gunsmoke a word, and he probably either has correctly decided that it's not, and now we're back to unsmoke. Oh man, this is huge.
Is it unsmoke? Is it Gunsmoke? What is he thinking?
Oh my goodness. And this is one of those too, like if you're studying, I'd probably mess up this alphagram a bunch, be like, oh, unsmoke. And no, it's not unsmoke. It's something else. I wonder if that's going through his head, but I think he's about to play Omen here. I think he's going to miss the bingo.
Oh, this is huge with Harshan on the cusp and David Eldar having a pretty poor rack here. He's not in position to capitalize on a letter in the triple lane that harshly. This could be a huge swing that Harshan looks back at, but he still has yet to play. Let's see what he comes up with.
Let's get the Thatcha shuffle going. I think he's back to Gunsmoke. Oh man, he's seen the phony, and I think that's stopping him from seeing the valid bingo here.
Yeah.
This is crazy. And I mean, David on his last move, it's very possible that the play of JO and OS was a better play. But I don't know that anything is changed in this position other than, what is Harshan going to do? This is the most tense moment I think we've had so far.
He's going to play Omen. Here it comes. Okay,
Wow.
Harshan missing the bingo.
Okay, so again, as bingo misses go, this is not as damaging as it could be, but this will definitely be one that stings when Harshan discovers this after the game.
Maybe he won't need to discover it. It's crazy.
Okay, well, we've got to focus now on David, who has allowed some big underlapping plays. Pad and Pal both play beneath Omen. Pad is 41, Pal 39. He also has Upload, making JA and ID to play off more of these tiles. Josh, are you scoring here with an underlap, holding LOUV or DOUV, or are you playing Upload for 30?
Yeah, I'm definitely playing Pad here. No question. The scores are close. David will be taking a lead after his play. There's nothing really. I mean, he might just be wondering why Harshan took so long in his play, but that can mean many things. Maybe Harshan has 3 U's on his rack. Maybe he has good letters. Maybe he has the other blank. I don't think he can do much with an inference here. I think you just gotta deal with the VU for another move. Hopefully you get bailed out.
Will, what do you think about this Upload for the points?
The issue with Upload is that if I'm David Eldar, I would really like to keep that E of epitaxis alive. Upload does kind of cut that off as a threat to continue making his comeback. You could easily see him draw a bingo, again ending in D or R or E, anything other than an S that's a reasonable letter, and Upload would block that. So instead, he's taking some extra points by playing Pad, and obviously his leave of LOVU is not ideal, but he leaves that spot open for another turn, for another day, and hopefully he gets some kind of miracle draw from the bag. At least that's what he's probably thinking.
He'll need a good draw to bail him out here, although he is now ahead by 19 points. It feels like he shouldn't be. We've seen a lot of firework, though, from both players. E, A, will he get a T? No, he'll pick up an I, so an awkward rack yet again.
It's okay. Ouija.
Yeah, it's not the worst. EKRSUWI, Harshan's rack now. A YEUK playing through the E in epitaxis is 22, holding ERSW. WUD down to the D in Lazed holds EKRSY. He could burn the blank and play Yucks and Snifters for 32. There are other options as well. Will, how do you think you would approach this turn as Harshan?
I do like the KY combination on the rack when you're playing something like WUD in the upper right corner, because in the event that the E of epitaxis stays open, you are pretty likely to draw something heavy hitting with that KY combination, a 5-letter word extending from the E of epitaxis, ending in KY, reaching the double word score will score a pretty hefty number of points as a follow-up play. That being said, Harshan has to be a little worried about leaving that spot open too much longer, because you also don't want to get hit with a bingo there. You want to preserve your chances of staying in the game, not letting David get that bingo that's going to put things out of reach. So I am not 100% sure which way I would go here. Maybe Josh can help me tease this riddle out here.
This is crazy. Like, you see this rack and you assume there are 30, 40 point plays available all across the board, or at least make with the E and epitaxis making a 2-letter word, but there really is not much to do here for Harshan. I'm partial to playing yucks here, scoring the points, retaking the lead, but all of the plays in this position, all of the candidate plays are very close in value. Harshan is taking the defensive approach. He doesn't want to get hit hard on that row, on that third row. And we'll see what he draws here. Things could go well for him if he draws a couple consonants. And if he draws some clunkers, he might be in trouble. But the K works well with a lot of tiles.
So the defense we've come to know and recognize from Harshan on display once again there, as David, Ouija, Ouija, looks to be the very obvious correct play for him out of this rack. Maybe he hasn't seen it yet. Maybe he just wants to take his time and examine options with awry. But I think Ouija got to be the play here, right?
That word is one of those words that I find it very easy to miss. As we see David rearrange his rack, he has spotted it. But, a 5-letter word, a 5-letter J word with 4 vowels is a great word to know, but this is a very weird word form that's pretty easy to miss, starting with an O, ending with an A, and with a J in it. That has not stopped David Eldar from spotting what we think is his best play here.
So Ouija coming down. Harshan holds the last S already at this juncture and could look to try to set it up. Another setup opportunity, HUNK through the N in Jins is 27 and holds EIST, an incredible leave. HUT plays above lazed, making ulama and taxed, would strengthen bingos ending in S, but also allow words ending in vowels after he's just seen 4. SUKH plays from the S in snifter for 24. Will, what would you be looking to do here?
Well, you see Hunk come down. I really like the combination here of a bunch of different factors. On the one hand, this play scores pretty well. On the other, it sets up his T. I would worry a little bit about the C, of course. If David were to have one, it would hurt, but the odds of that are not that likely. And best of all, keeping the EITS leave is about as promising as Harshan could get to maximize his bingo chances here. So I really like a lot of elements of this play, Josh.
Yeah, totally.
Vowels unseen, but he's found an N and 2 A's. He'll draw a great rack there. Antasia, Tayinias, and bingo options for him. A big break for Harshan. A bingo-prone leave yields a great result. David, AELMNNV. I expect him to make a play front-hooking rye with his A. Maven, navel, or maybe a shorter word like van or nav. Or Josh, what say you here?
Yeah, I don't think Antasia is getting blocked, so I think if David sees the A-hook on a rye, which he probably saw right when Harshan played rye, whenever someone makes a play, you always want to look at, are there any hooks on this word that I have to think about until they come up? So a rye, a very commonly placed hook on the word rye. So I think David is just going to analyze, is the LN leave 4 points worse than the MN leave, since naval will score 4 points fewer than Maven, and he'll decide between the two of those. He's very good at knowing leave values, but what's going to be most important here is what does David draw after his play, because we know Harshan is sitting on a bingo of his own, and it looks like Antasia is going to play under the R of Snifter, if I'm not missing a better spot. And depending on what David gets, he might play a triple, he might bingo back, he might be dead in the water if Harshan then draws the final blank. This is very, very tense.
A second bingo opportunity through the G is Saginate, Saginate, if he wants to play conservatively, sacrificing a few points, yes, but doesn't have to open a triple, depending on the response here from David. This is interesting.
That's an interesting idea of, playing Saginate instead. Oh, man. I mean, that does have some of its own risks, of course. It's going to open up easy reparallel plays to that middle right-hand triple. And we see that, wow.
Play a Veal, keeping two ends.
Very aggressive play, leaving the two ends and opening the triple. It doesn't look like Harshan has much to do through that V. There is an 8-letter word, sanative, but it does not play through that V. So Harshan's options have not changed.
God. Okay, here's the moment.
Antasia gonna be the play. So now not one but two triples open on the board. The play to put Harshan up ahead just by 30 points, as David has kept scoring pressure on all game. 333 to 303, the lead for David here.
So David's replenishment draw after Veal was not catastrophic, but also not great. So a lot now hinges on Harshan's draw. If Harshan draws something really good, this could be his chance to seize command of the game in this decisive Game 6 with Harshan up 3-2.
A blank draw would be huge for Harshan. Has he found it in that tile bag? All I see is arms right now.
We see those arm hairs preventing us from knowing the truth. And also Harshan's slow roll preventing us from knowing the truth. But soon enough, we will see.
So David has a play of Bonham through the A of Antasia. And if he manages to draw the blank after that, he'll be in great position. The score is only 30 points apart.
Harshan found it, the blank on his rack, EET to go with it, an O, a Y, and another O, I believe.
Yeah.
So he's found a bunch of vowels, but that blank, David with Bonham or overlapping Antasia 5 times, Ab-Ohm is 43 as well.
So you are thrilled if you're Harshan to see that blank. Of course, the rest of the tiles give David just enough chance to maybe he can fight his way back. It does look like he has a lot of his tiles arranged to play Bonham through that A of Antasia. What will Harshan do here? It's just a race now to see if Harshan can get that blank bingo down before David Eldar draws something to equalize the score.
So no S's unseen, just the blank on Harshan's rack would be the back hook to Bonham. It does take an S. Harshan with no good plays using the V at the top of the board. Top options, perhaps OYE, underlapping Veal to make Vealy, would keep floaters in Antasia available, would keep that V in the triple line available. Potentially he could draw a bingo ending in S. We'll reveal the unseen tiles to Harshan now. There are not too many vowels left for him to draw. Only one E left unseen to him as well. Very interesting pool or distribution here. I'm seeing from my producer. I think we'll get it on very soon. Coyote, also an option. Burning the blank, front hooking Hunk is 47 points. I don't think that's something Harshan looks to do here. Will OYE and Vealy or something else?
Yeah, he can't burn the blank here. It's far too powerful given that the 4 real S's and the other blank have been played. That blank is Harshan's ticket to bingoing now with Bonhams as soon as he's able to get his rack into shape. You cannot burn it here for even an intermediate level score, in my opinion. I do think that as scary as it is to leave the V open, I like this play of Oi to be aggressive. If Harshan is able to draw something flexible, it's very, very likely he'll be bingoing next turn, Josh.
Look at Dave's reaction. I think he is aware what this play will tend to imply. It does seem that if you're playing OYE here, you have pretty good letters left behind. I saw him cringe. He's really good at, on the fly, just making some inferences about what his opponent is keeping. And yeah, I mean, it's a close game, but if Harshan draws a couple consonants here, it might not be close for long.
It's an I, a D, and another I for Harshan. Not the best draw, but okay for
So
him.
video fit from that V. if somehow David does not block that V, which is entirely possible because he might need it to stay open. And there you see Harshan has arranged his tiles in that order. So this could be it, folks. If that V stays open and Harshan is able to get this incredible word down, this is going to be the word that's mentioned in the news articles about this as the word that won Harshan the championship.
But even if
Harshan
he
has
sees
another
the
bingo
other
at the
thing.
bottom. He spotted it too. Tenioid with 4 underlaps under Intriga. Bingos in both parts of the board for Harshan. Oh my
Beautiful.
goodness.
Spotting
Oh,
them both within seconds, that is unbelievable recognition on his part to be able to spot his 2 options across the board from each other, one through the V at the top of the board and one parallel to Antasia at the bottom. That's amazing.
Man, Dave's
will
going to need a
likely
lot of
take
help.
He'll likely take this V away. Vowel or wolf, its anagram, likely to be the plays here, unless he looks to bingo himself. He has to understand he's in some trouble in this situation. Maybe REW and WO down at the bottom beneath Intasia, and cross your fingers and hope you don't get hit with the V bingo. He has to know he's in poor shape right now. After OYE must be a bad omen. Harshan certainly sitting on the last unseen E, and likely some other good stuff. REW and WO gives up video fit. Vowel or wolf give up Tenioid at the bottom. This is an intense moment, but a big swing coming for Harshan in either case.
I should just clarify that even after the bingos, if David is able to draw a good enough rack on his next move, it's not completely hopeless for him. The odds of that are not great, but it's certainly not impossible. And it looks like David has rearranged his letters to play wolf, which would take video fit away, force Harshan into his slightly lower scoring bingo, and it would definitely preserve some winning chances for David to play that here.
Man, this is so intense.
It is intense. With the title of world champion and $10,000 hanging in the balance, every little nuance has to be considered by both players here.
Harshan must be, man, there must be loads of adrenaline.
Yeah. To stay calm and continue to just focus, make sure you're not missing any detail here. And David making Harshan's next decision a little easier for him by taking that big V bingo of video fit away. I think I would expect to see Tenioid.
No E's. There are no E's left.
There are no
He's gonna
E's.
need to draw something incredible here.
Toucan and a
count. That's not going to fit.
He has an unplayable account.
But that C's going to give him big points. CatCon and Chunk is 47. That will pull him to within just a few points of Harshan after this bingo.
He's tantalizingly close to Coconut with Chunk hooking too. Right?
Wow.
So what we're saying here, if you're not following along, we're looking into the future. Harshan playing Tenioid. He's already spotted the word underneath Antasia. He's going to take a 51-point lead after that play. And David is potentially going to score almost 50 points himself, hooking the C onto Hunk, playing CatCon, bringing himself within 4 points of Harshan, leaving 2 tiles in the bag. So it's really going to be interesting to see what happens in these next 2 plays. This is what's going to determine the winner and possibly the winner of the championship.
This is incredible.
we know Harshan has seen Tenioid. He spelled it out. He's probably just making absolutely sure that he's not missing either a better bingo or potentially sometimes when you have the blank, the best option is actually to keep it. If you're able to score something like 35, 40 points somewhere, it doesn't look like there's anything close to that on this board. So I do expect Harshan to make his play here of Tenioid, and let's see how quickly David responds, and then it's really down to the replenishment draws here.
And after Tenioid, there will be four unseen vowels. There will be a V, two Gs, so Harshan could run into a lot of trouble in his next draw. It's definitely not over here, and yeah, a lot is riding on what is being drawn in the next couple moves. This is, yeah, I already said this is intense. I think Harshan's getting ready to play Tenioid. David's going to have to spot CatCon keeping a U, or maybe he could play Toucan in the same spot with Thunk, but CatCon probably giving him the best chances, but leaving him with the U. He's going to have to avoid all of those landmines. There's another U to draw. There's a V. Yeah, there's two Gs. We're talking about the G a lot. This is, we just have to wait and see, guys.
So here it comes. Tenioid coming down. The draw after this play, so pivotal for Harshan. We know CatCon will bring Eldar within 4 points after the play. Harshan definitely looking for 2 vowels at least on his post-bingo draw. David shakes his head. How could I get hit with the bingo there? I wasn't expecting a bingo there, and I don't get to play a count back. Man, that is a killer. But he's got to stay calm, realize he's got a big play back, 47 points for CatCon. What will Harshan draw? How many blanks will he get? Let's recount the play real quick. I'd be shaking too.
Yeah, draw like GG, RRR, UV or something like that would be really devastating for Harshan here. Not that he would not have winning chances even in that state, but something flexible will leave him in very good shape here. Let's see what he gets.
He needs vowels. He needs vowels. I-O, a great way to start. L-R,
my gosh.
U-V. And
all 4 of the vowels.
Nearly every vowel in the bag. Incredible draw for Harshan. Wow.
This might be it.
So it is an excellent turn of fate for him to have drawn all those vowels, but I would not say that this is the most flexible rack. You've got the UV combination. Of course, the fact that you have so many vowels is going to be huge because you know that in all likelihood, David Eldar is going to be struggling with a ton of consonants. So just looking at the unseen tiles right now, just to emphasize, that is from David's point of view. So from David's point of view, the bag contains A, I, O, U, but what we actually see is 4 out of those 5 vowels on Harshan's rack. There is only 1 more vowel available in the bag for David to draw, and that could come with 2 G's and 2 R's, or who knows what other unwieldy combination.
The 8 tiles in the bag, B, D, F, G, G, I, R, R. So David will hold on to a U after CatCon, the play we expect to come down. But will he find additional relief? That I is going to be big for him to pick up. And even then, he's going to have a fairly inflexible rack, putting Harshan in a in-game situation.
Something like VAR and Raxed for Harshan is going to be really difficult for David to overcome. That will score quite well for Harshan, and more importantly, it will leave 3 vowels to come to pair with those consonants that are likely to come out of the bag. I do feel like a play like VAR.
ALAMA?
Oh, sorry, never mind. I am wrong. I need to think a little bit better. Is there any? Sorry, folks. I forgot that I'm looking at the U hook, not the A hook there.
And we see Dave considering playing Ulama himself here.
Oh, wow.
I have to wonder, does he probably realizes the devastating unseen letters here, and he probably thinks that there's only a very small chance that even after CatCon, he'll be able to pull out the win. So I think He's trying to consider whether he should be keeping all of his good letters, maybe threaten to play a bingo underneath Tenioid if he draws an I. So cut.
It's amazing recognition on his part just to make sure that he's keeping a couple of vowels. He's keeping that C. There are no T's available for Harshan to play thunk. He has the last hook to hunk on his rack in the form of the C, and this gives him much, much better chances of having a great follow-up play on his next turn. I really like that choice for David Eldar here.
Okay.
And he has...
He's pulled into coding.
Coding
So
50
he has
points
a
with chunk and
very
holds
big play. Oh, man.
So once again, we were very quick to assume what David needed to do, and he comes up with an potentially even better plan. Once again, we're just telling you guys, like, we're sitting here. These guys are the real deal.
That's
finding
amazing.
Every chance that they have. David maintaining his hook to hunk, and he's drawn into a 50-point play. He's only down 20 points. Harshan in a situation where there are 5 tiles left unseen. He's not going to want to play 5 tiles here unless he thinks that's his best chance. This is a very big gut check here for both players.
Clocks are dwindling as well, so you do not have a ton of time to think this over. I mean, if you are Harshan, you're looking at that pool and you're saying to yourself, wow, there are only 3 vowels to 9 consonants. Do I really need to worry too much about a bingo under Tenioid? The answer is probably not too much, but I would definitely be concerned about the chunk hook. The question is, how do you block it while also scoring enough points? And if he plays ovular,
Oh my God, Gonadic.
he will lose to Gonadic and Erg here. This makes a lot of sense to block chunk.
Keep a vowel, score points.
But this is, I mean, this does accomplish some of the goals that Harshan wants to accomplish here. Blocking chunk, ovular, again, playing underneath the T and E of Tenioid, but it has a huge drawback of opening a triple word score to a bunch of letters. I just don't think he's going to play that here. I wonder if he's going to play this instead.
Thinking of viola, but that's next to the BON of Bonham.
Yeah.
That might do it as well. I mean, maybe you do want to empty the bag here, score as many points as possible.
Viola will score well, and it will force David to empty the bag if he makes a 6-tile play starting with the C of chunk. So maybe that's what he's thinking of here.
DFGRR is what Harshan's going to draw if he plays viola.
Oh, man.
I think it's going to be so close. He's going to have so much stuff to deal with on the next turn. David's going to have an endgame to himself. I don't know. Is that winning?
You have to assume the C is on David's rack. You have to assume the C is on David's rack after a play like cut. With that hunk spot available, you have to assume he wouldn't play a C without the other one. You've got to be very worried about that spot. But how do you address it? Harshan clearly wants to with these plays he's set up, and we just happen to know he's going to get hit back with worst case out bingo scenario here. But I don't know. Is there any way to block it through the O in Ouija? Come down that direction instead?
I don't know. All I know is that I've just looked at this sequence, and if Harshan plays viola, he will lose by 2 points to optimal endgame play after coding. This is crazy.
Insane.
I mean, David has like pretty much some of the best things he could possibly have here. You have to spend all of your time here. You don't want to go overtime, of course, but he's looking at ovular again, and that's just an instant loss. Is he going to put it on the board and take it back? I don't know if I can handle this, guys. Someone help me. Someone rock me.
We've seen Harshan before try to leave 3 tiles in the bag. That pite or light play looked very strange compared to some other options. That's got to be another thing he's thinking about. Maybe I can survive the chunk play if I play 2 tiles, VID down to the D enlazed. Maybe something we see as well. Ovular looks to be a decent play with the information he has, but it does lose to Gonatic. This is so hard. This is so hard.
I do have to say, on the lunch break, Harshan was lamenting his choice of playing PITH in that previous game, and he felt like he just was not able to stay focused in that game, and I think he's suffering from just maybe some form of mild PTSD about what happened in that previous game where he almost lost after playing PITH. So I think he's going to play Viol, which is nicer to keep the A.
Yeah, that A is a huge difference maker for him.
I think it might still not be enough. I don't know. He's scoring 7 fewer points. David's going to be going out. Yeah, David's going to be going out on the next move no matter what, I think, if after coding. And he's playing it. I mean, there's nothing else to think about, right? Is there?
No, he's played it instantly, knowing that it is going to put him pretty far up on the scoreboard. I'd say something like 10 points going into the end game.
This is winning for David. He's only up
David's
9
won
points.
the game. David's won the game. Even best in-game sequence from Harshan, he gets outrun. He loses by 11 here. David's got the game.
Wow.
That is incredible.
Wow. This is crazy. David's play of Cut, the most incredible play I've seen so far.
Yeah, Cut looked so wild, but it is so good in hindsight.
It had everything to do with the unseen vowels in the pool. Instead of playing CatCon, leaving just a U, David used his weakest vowel and kept his 2 best ones in the O and A, and he did manage to draw that one lone I that was still in the bag, and it paid huge dividends for him here.
I've watched a lot of World Championships, guys. Every time they've been streamed, I was there. I don't think I've seen anything like this. This is so suspenseful.
Yeah, the 2 plays of the match so far by David Eldar are 3-letter words, tan and cut. That's Scrabble for you, folks. A lot of people think that it's about the biggest, craziest words. And in fact, nothing could be further from the truth. The words are just playing pieces that cover up the beautiful strategy of this game.
This is what Harshan is feeling. He plays Fubar. That's probably how he's feeling about the game. Oh my goodness.
To have a lead so late in this game with the World Championship hanging in the balance and have David Eldar steal it in this fashion must hurt. Harshan's got to shake this off. He's got another game to play, and I, for one, am thrilled that we are getting to Game 7 of this incredible match.
All right, so David holds serve. We'll cut to overhead mic and hear if we get anything from these players here.
477, 464.
What was your remaining tiles here?
Hey.
All right, that's good to know. That's really good to know. There's nothing I could have done.
No.
You could have had the bingo if I tried to block, right?
Gone at it.
Yeah, so this unwinnable game, basically.
Well, except for Muscone.
Okay, fine. Let's just roll the scores.
That was a hot mic moment.
I know.
So Fuba, Fuba's 29. I was 425 before 29. That's 454, correct? No. Sorry, I got all right. So that's 4 and 4. That's 8.
Okay.
That's 9.
Okay. Can I see your score sheet?
Yeah, have you got me at 425 before, after 10
Yes.
yards?
Then
Yeah,
446.
yeah. And that's 4 and 4. That's 8. That's 9.
That's 18.
So hold on one second. 9. And that's 21, right?
Yes.
So that was 21. That was 21. That's 446. Okay, fine. All right. That was 446. And then you got coding for. 6 on 8, 9. 36, 40, 43, 43 and 7. Yeah, that's 50. So coding. So that means you're 4, 5, 6. I've got FUBA, which is appropriate. 6, 9, 10. That's 18. 4, 64.
Yes.
And then you went out with 6 on 8,
4,
9, 10,
7.
11, 15.
Yes.
15. Okay. That's 471.
Plus 6.
Yeah,
4, 6.
sure.
Thanks.
GR plus 6. So 477, 464. Well done.
Thanks.
Well played. Really well played. Lovely. Really good.
So we will cut to one more final break between these two players after David sneaks out a 12-point victory in a back and forwards game. The first two of David's victories, he dropped 4 bingos each time. This one, he had to work for it, and work he did, putting on a pre-end game clinic. Harshan asking the extra tile on coding, realizing, oh, I was done no matter what. Anything I tried to do to block would give you Gonatic back. Both players realizing the end of that game, just the level of thought these guys put into these end of game situations is absolutely incredible. And we will move to game 7. One game of Scrabble will determine our world champion. We'll cut back to the booth as I'll be joined by Will and Josh while these players look to shake off the nerves and give us one more game.
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing to watch, I have to say. It's just been an incredible final. And I got to give props to Harshan. There have been a couple of losses here where David did something spectacular. Actually, it's not true, not losses. There was one game that Harshan won where David made a spectacular play to give himself a chance. And in this game, David made a spectacular play to steal the game. And in each case, Harshan was incredibly complimentary and instantly understood the depth of skill that David had shown in that game. And just kind of a rare level of good sportsmanship on his part. So I've been very impressed by that, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. What a game 6. I can't even imagine how game 7 is going to go. It's probably just going to be a one-sided game. I hope not, but it's usually how these things go. We're going to have Will and Wellington back on the mics. I'll be, as we hear the applause, I guess I should have waited for that to end the prediction. But this is the best Worlds I've ever seen, and I'm not just saying that because I'm commentating, having the joy of being here. It's surreal. So looking forward to the final game.
This is so intense. This is so fun. This is so fun. Everybody watching this stream, are you not having a great time right now? This is incredible. Wow.
Suggestion to not have a prediction for the final game. We will make absolutely sure not to resolve it until long after the game is finished. We will not spoil the climactic conclusion, we promise. We've learned our lesson here. But as Josh said, it's hard to think of a finals. I mean, often the finals are best of 5s, so we are getting more action than usual from the Worlds. We have a best of 7 this year, so it's even more Scrabble than we typically get, and the games have been of just unbelievable caliber. So we hope everybody will stick around for the decisive game. I know that it's probably late for many of you. It's just about 5 p.m. here on the west coast of the United States, but we know that we have viewers from all around the world, and we thank you very much for being with us here. So I'm not sure, Matt, how long this break's going to be, but not sure what to add, honestly. It's been amazing.
I want to add ways for those of you at home watching this now, watching this in the future, to find Scrabble near you. I know in North America, the end-all be-all of finding Scrabble near you is going to be cross-tables.com, a website that lists numerous, basically every upcoming tournament on the calendar, where they are. You can find players, their history, their results, their current ratings, where they live. But of course, all the tournaments coming up. If you're looking for a Scrabble club in your area for more casual play, NASPA would be the best place to look for that, NASPA, and find a list of Scrabble clubs near you. They generally meet once weekly for 3, 4, or 5 games. NASPA for both USA and Canada, the governing body for sanctioned club and tournament play. For WESPA, Will, are you aware of resources that players can find Scrabble in their area?
So the one thing that we were talking about before is that if you're looking to up your game, there was a link that I spammed earlier, but can probably be Googled. Wellington was discussing it quite a bit. The tools that are available to become a better player, such as our word study tool, Ziziva, and a couple other tools that we use frequently as players at this level. But anybody can get started learning a couple words, improving your game. Scrabble is a tremendously enjoyable game to improve at, regardless of your level. So just starting out on that journey, you will notice that the words that you're learning, if you learn those, really impactful 3s and 4s, a couple of those 7s and 8s to help you get bingos down, that's going to take your game up hugely in a short time. And Scrabble gets really fun once you start to add a little bit of those skills to your game. So for anybody out there that's watching the level of play here and saying, oh my God, what is this? Don't be daunted. Not everybody plays like this. These are the world championship competitors, and everybody starts somewhere. So definitely encourage those that are getting the Scrabble bug to go to Google, search for Ziziva, search for our engine Quackle, and just start playing and improving. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's a huge learning curve to be a grandmaster in Scrabble, hours and hours and hours of study and practicing anagramming, but there's a very small learning curve to first getting into the game. If you sit down and review a list of the 2-letter words, there's just over 100 of them. That's going to take you very far in terms of holding your own in a Scrabble in a Scrabble environment. You'll start to pick up the 3s as you play more games, either online or on Scrabble Go or in your local club or with your friends. And it kind of progresses from there at your own speed. You learn as many words as you want to do, but the learning curve to get in is very, very small. Pick up those 2s, and it comes with time and osmosis, just playing some games. You'll get it quickly.
And I'd like to add, of course, if anybody has young children or is a young child, there are very many programs, school Scrabble programs in the United States, specifically in Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. If you're in one of those cities, you can definitely enroll your children or child into one of those school Scrabble programs that are run by just really incredible Scrabble players that are just devoting themselves to just teaching the new generation what this game is like. And there's a school Scrabble championship every year, and it's really incredible to see what these kids can accomplish. So yeah, just so many ways to get involved and so many different possibilities.
There are so many ways to get involved, so many people who put in a lot of work to help as well. And if you work with children, you have a daycare and after school center, you're a teacher yourself, I'm sure there's Scrabble players in your area who would be happy to hop on board and serve as a mentor and a coach for those players as well and help steer them. Scrabble has been such a huge part of my childhood. I played my first tournament when I was 12, played the school Scrabble championship in middle school 3 years in a row, and stuck with it through high school. It taught me sportsmanship. It taught me logic. It taught me discipline. I had to sit down and study the words myself. It taught me how to make friends from all walks of life, all ages, gave me mentors. mentors, gave me friends, and now I'm the mentor to others. So super cool game. It's given so much to me. I urge you to try to get involved and to get others involved as well.
Yeah, comment. I know we're a little behind potentially from what I'm seeing on Twitch, but I'm seeing a comment about this is way better than Ding versus Nepo, which was the chess world championship. I mean, that was a pretty epic match, but this one is really reaching new levels of entertainment. And I just want to thank the over 600 people watching, even on this break, waiting with anticipation for the decisive Game 7, which I think we are extremely excited for as well, with former world champion Wellington Jighere also behind the scenes waiting to come back into the booth. I'm happy for him to take my spot, by the way, if you want.
I'm going to be hovering over you too.
All right, fair enough.
Salivating at every word. Sorry, that was weird.
I think we've got booth 1A, 1B, and 1C here. There is no best booth. There are no two best commentators. But, you know, to keep the rotation going, Josh, we may say goodbye to you. Yeah. And you can go hype up the live stream, jump up on the stage or however they've got it, and make some noise with those people who I'm sure are also on the edge of the seat. The Brits in the room, I'm sure, Team Harshan all the way. The Aussies in the room, Team Eldar all the way, and everybody else, Team, I can't believe we got Game 7. I'm so happy to be watching this. Everybody's a winner right now.
This is it, guys. Really, thanks a lot, Matt, for having me. It's been a pleasure, honestly. I hope I can come visit you in Bikini Bottom one of these days. And
there's my pineapple right there.
I'm gonna hand over the mic to Wellington while we get prepared for the final game and questions in chat of what will happen if there's a tie. I think someone can figure out who has the better point differential. It's probably David.
I assume it's David based on several wins where he bingoed so often.
Yeah. So I think a tie will go David's way, but maybe there'll be some Armageddon. Maybe they'll play a blitz game to end it. That would be hilarious. Anyways, Wellington, let's go. Come on. Come in here. We can have the three of us on camera for a minute, and I'll just hand it over to the world champ.
Yeah, while we do that changeover, just a reminder of what's at stake here. You know, David Eldar is a former world championship winner. He won in 2017, and who did he beat in that year? None other than. So this is Harshan's chance to, thank you very much for the massage there. This is Harshan's chance to avenge that finals matchup and to write his own name in the history books. And again, people have been saying it in the chat that Harshan's career is absolutely, so many impressive wins in the UK and abroad. A world championship would really fit very nicely into his trophy case. But for David Eldar, as Matt was mentioning earlier, very, very few players, first of all, very few players are able to win a world championship to begin with. One of them is sitting beside me right now, but to win two of them is an incredible feat, and David Eldar is on the cusp of doing that right now.
He would be one of two. Him and Nigel, the only ones potentially to win two world championships, would be an incredible feat should he pull it off. And at his age, wow, the potential for more is very high. So impressive stuff. Just some incredible calculations going on in his head. And Harshan, man, I just can't believe how quickly, the discussions. What was the leave there? Oh, I see. You were doing that. I see. It's just incredible how fast they figured all of this out, and just next level thinking. It's incredible what we're seeing from these two men.
Yeah, Wellington, do you have any thoughts on any of the plays in that last game? For example, cut over CatCon for David Eldar. That just seemed like an amazing choice by him. Any thoughts from you on that?
Well, I think that was a very, very amazing move because at that point in time, most of the because I watched in the foyer where everyone was gathered, and the general consensus was that the game was pretty much over at that point in time until he came up with that cut move, and everybody was like, "Oh, wait a minute, something could still happen." And then all of a sudden, when he drew the tiles to form a coding, and we were looking for, even with the benefit of having seen both racks, we were all looking for ways for Harshan to possibly win the game, and there were very, very few options that we could find, even with the benefit of seeing both racks. So I think that shows you the level of thoughts that went into that cut move. And but I think Harshan missed the chance to fly way ahead much earlier in the game with the Muscone miss, and that would have been a very, very good time to put the game to bed, especially with the fact that Eldar was struggling at that stage in the game. So I think that was a very, very huge miss, and I just hope that it doesn't bite him in the ass at the end, in the long run. Yeah,
True.
yeah.
Yeah, that Muscone miss could be one he rues for years until his next shot at a world championship. We will see. Here's dog cam for everybody. This is Colby, our key commentator, along with my pajama pants. You got to stay comfy. So Colby has been providing commentary for us as well. He's about to provide a lot more, as this is the latest I've gone so far on stream. He's not happy about it. He's been a trooper, though. Maybe I'll have to buy him a Philly cheesesteak and a pint as well when this is all done.
Seems very well deserved. And yeah, again, just I noticed earlier when I asked the chat to give you your flowers, Matt, for working so long and so many hours doing such an amazing job as our host for these broadcasts. The chat was just going berserk with love for you, so maybe they can shower it on both the two of you as well. Yeah, it's been amazing. I'm sure the players are just working out getting a little stroll before this decisive game 7, before they sit down. And I really hope the tile gods favor us with an incredibly close game. It would feel a little anticlimactic to see a blowout, but Scrabble doesn't really obey any rules. We're just as likely to see, a lopsided game as we are an incredibly close battle. But it just feels like we're destined to see a tight showdown in Game 7. I hope it happens.
To me, Game 6 felt like Game 7. It always kind of feels like that in sports, a 7-game set. Game 6, the dicey one, and then Game 7, just a blowout one way or the other. So we'll see, hoping for a big climactic game decided by word knowledge, deep, in-depth strategy and thinking. But it could just be somebody draws 2 blanks really quickly. That's Scrabble. It's always how it goes. But I'm hoping for fireworks. I'm hoping for excitement. I think everybody in this booth is as well. And we will certainly have a champion one way or the other after this game. I'm getting word from our production crew that the players are not ready, but we are planning to do a final interview with the champion. And we're going to bring them to where Will and Wellington are currently sitting and try to get them some questions. So apologies to Colby, but our Philly cheesesteak and our beer will be on wait as we try to get some thoughts from either David Eldar or Harshan in just about 45, 50 minutes, something like that. But you can stay tuned for that, their thoughts, their gratitude, their victory speech as well at the end of all this.
Yeah, Scrabble is not really a game designed to come down to one game. So that's the issue, right? Like, you have to remember, in the context of the greater event here, all players, even the ones that didn't make the finals, played 32 games to determine the top 2 placements in the finals. And we're playing a best of 7 match, which even that is not long enough to work out all of the variants and all the kinks that can happen in Scrabble. So Wellington, would you agree that sort of a one game, even though it's very exciting for it to all come down to one game, it also feels a little unnatural for that to decide it all in Scrabble?
Yeah, it feels so much unnatural for it to all boil down to one game, and like I said earlier, I'm expecting a blowout in this final game, because if I was in either of their shoes, I'm going to be I'm going to come all out. I'm going to be very, very daring. I'm never going to be defensive. I'm not going to hold any punches back. So, and that is going to make the game end quickly, either in my favor or against me. And so that is what I usually like playing in decisive games. I'm going to take a lot of risks if I were in either of their shoes, and taking a lot of risks means that the game is going to be decided before it gets to the end game, and that is what I'm expecting in this final game.
I find it incredibly ironic and also incredible that the two plays Will's going to go back and make videos from in the Best of 7 series are the words tan and the word cut.
That just goes to show you, right? In whenever, and I'm sure Wellington can relate to this even more than I can, when you get interviewed about a tournament that you've had or about your career as a player, you constantly get asked, what is your favorite word? What's your crazy word? And the answer is often expected to be some kind of incredibly obscure or incredibly long word. But actually, there are plays like the ones that you mentioned, Matt, the ones like tan and cut, everyday words that in a Scrabble board can just become magic based on the situation at hand. So it's, Matt, I'm sure you're hearing.
Yeah. Are you guys ready? I think we're ready for Game 7. Let's cut to the board.
Here we go. Well, there's Harshan, still completing his stroll.
$10,000. I think they've moved that check just a little bit closer, haven't they? Put it a little bit more in reach for one of these two players.
And the money is nice. There's no question that these players would love to get their hands on such a nice sum of money, without doubt. But I also think in equal measure, the players are even more excited for that title of Westpac champion. To be the world champion is a feeling that David knows already, one where Harshan's gotten so close and would love to experience it himself. I think it's probably the title even more than the money and the glory as well that the players are hoping to achieve here.
Yeah, you'd say that check has been brought to the left side, and in the right side, what's that in the background? Not Kieran O'Connor, but beside him, the trophy right there as well. And our esteemed director, Art Moore, but that trophy about to go home with one of these two guys, David with the eyebrows as well. Of course, right as I cut over to Trophy Cam.
Yeah, he's almost as if he's saying, I'm thrilled to even be in this Game 7 after how Game 6 transpired. Things were looking pretty grim for him, and he found a way, an incredibly resourceful series of moves to preserve his winning chances and ultimately secure that all-important win in Game 6 and force this Game 7. And we are thrilled. I'm not sure, Matt, if your dog is thrilled, but the rest of us are so excited to be here for one final game.
Yeah, I can make Chubby's cheesesteaks wait just a little bit longer, I suppose, for one more game of Scrabble. Harshan, David, for the world champion, 100 letters away. Who will win? Will Harshan keep up with the trend? The player playing first has won all 6 games in this series, all 5 in our last finals. Or will David finally break the pattern and pull his second world championship out of the hat in Las Vegas? Big shuffle of these tiles for David. Get them good and extra random for this game.
Shuffle those 4 U's and the 2 W's up to the top if you can. Of course, that's not how it works. But we'll see that all important. I know it's kind of an axiom in Scrabble that going first is an advantage, but it does seem shockingly pronounced. As you said, Matt, all 6 games in this match decided or in favor of the player going first. Wellington, how do you feel when you see that you're going second in a game? Is that like cause for distress, or it seems like maybe we're underappreciating that impact?
Yeah, the starting advantage has become a very, very obvious one in this challenge, and I'm actually really surprised at the role it has played so far. Oh, here it is again.
Wow. And it appears to be no different here.
Okay, and okay.
That
track isn't that bad either. But I think starting bingo is a very, very good way for this game to start, and but I think this one will be a closer game. And like I said earlier on, I expect the player on the back foot to be more aggressive in this game, and so we're going to have a very thrilling game one way or the other, because I'm not expecting Eldar to just sit back and receive the punches this time around. So we'll have a very lovely game. I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. So definite bingos for Harshan here. He can play a couple things. He has a bingo he could play the normal word rejoice. I think he's likelier to play, and I was literally about to say he's probably going to play something like Echo Ear, and that is the choice here. I think this is a reasonable option.
Yeah,
Echo Ear, CICOREE. If you're looking not to give an additional floating tile, is another option for him. But Echo Ear with no back hooks, also a great choice for Harshan here. AERRTWZ is how David is going to respond to this. That Z does give up ZE plays, WAZ, W-A-Z, or Rez, R-E-Z, but those are going to open up huge opportunities back. So Wellington, you think W-I-Z likely to be the play we see here?
Yeah, I guess for David Eldar, plopping a play with Zay down here would require him to open a triple, and look at Harshan's rack. He has Opidin.
Then Peponita with both.
And Peponita.
Wow.
So Wellington was boldly predicting that perhaps this final game might be an anticlimactic blowout, but it does seem like Harshan's on the verge of bingoing a second time here.
So Rewater going to be the play here instead. That's
setting up the Z.
Yeah,
brilliant.
These kind of plays I was talking about earlier on, because you can't just sit back and receive the punches. You must do something. And I think Peponida is going to come down here through the E of Rewater, and it's going to be very, very interesting, because something like Zip is going to follow afterwards.
Ooh, yeah, so the blank now falling on David's rack, the E he's drawn to guarantee Zep after Peponita through the E and Rewater. That easily the highest scoring bingo and a totally reasonable thing to do. David will play Zep in response and hold CGGV blank. We are off to the races. This is so exciting. CEGGVZ blank. Of course, it's going to be Zep, I think, in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, that is great to be able to follow up with a play like Zep. Of course, leaving such clunky consonants together is not ideal, but certainly David will be happy to take a bunch of points, and hope against hope. Maybe he'll draw a couple of vowels on his next turn, or else he's going to slow down a bit.
Harshan, again, the slow, methodical approach to doing his paperwork. We have not seen the tiles yet, and David's already made his play. Zep comes down 67 points, and despite being out bingoed 2-0, David only trailing 160 to 97. We'll get that score bug updated at the bottom. That seems a little wrong to me. But that's the score I've got here. And Harshan picking up 3 I's and the Q. IIILNQ. And what's that last tile there? A B.
A B. So he will, he's very likely to play. Well, actually, I'm wondering if maybe he shouldn't play just QIN to the N of Peponita just to keep the extra consonant. This seems reasonable as well. I guess it scores a couple fewer points. And it looks like he's gone ahead and played that. What do you think of this placement, Wellington, versus just playing into the N of Peponita?
Well, I think this might be my favorite placement because the singular factor is being that I'm utilizing more tiles, and I think BLI is not a too terrible a leave, and I will probably choose this over just the QI from the rack. So I think it's a great choice from my own perspective.
They are pretty close, I guess, Matt.
Yeah, they're rather tight. Our score bug's a little bit wrong. Harshan at 188 here, not 180 is what I'm showing. David has found a vowel into the CGGV blank leave, but one vowel not going to provide a lot of solace for him. Vog or vlog likely plays through either the O in Echoweir or the O in Peponita here, or maybe look to exchange out of that awful CGGV combination. Will, what do you think we're going to see here?
I think that maybe Vogue through, or I guess Vlog or Vogue through the O of Peponita is just good enough to play. I think exchanging, if you can just play Vlog leaving CAG blank, you've got just enough chances that I think it's worth the points of playing here. I guess my only question is I'm thinking about, is the L actually helpful here to keep along with those other letters? I'm feeling like maybe not. I guess I would rather have some vowels as opposed to harmonious consonants. If he can just get one more vowel, his odds of bingoing should go up quite a bit. But looks like VAC might be a play he's considering. Would that be with Nav here? I certainly don't like leaving 2 G's if he can avoid it. Wellington's already been candid about his dislike of the G. So,
yeah, but I think in this case it doesn't leave a very terrible rack lip. GG, I think it is complemented with the L. And so all you need is a couple of harmonious vowels, and you are good to go. And the good thing with VAC is that it prevents your opponent from utilizing most of the high-scoring lanes to shoot further ahead. So by playing VAC, you are preventing your opponent from hooking something nines to the NA float, for example, and scoring downwards. It leaves restricts the options to some bare minimum. And I think with the benefit of having considered both moves, I might choose, but with the way it has been going, it is actually difficult to just let go of your singular vowel. So I'm going to be thrilled by whatever choice he chooses to go for.
I just want to point out that he has 2 places to play VAC, and there's a big difference between them. One is on the left side of QIN, making vid and Anna. The other would be on the right side, making nav. If David plays on the right side for whatever reason, he will give back biotical to Harshan through the C of VAC. So this, of course, David can't know that. But if he is considering playing VAC here, the difference between the two in terms of the result in the game couldn't be bigger. And he plays Vlog instead. I think it's a reasonable choice.
Yeah.
EBIILOT, the rack for Harshan. The score bug was right. My brain was wrong. It is 180 to 113 after vlog. Harshan's advantage, and he looks to build upon that lead. He has options. He could look to play long, NAB and a 5-letter word biota, or biali, each playing there. He could play tight, idiot, an extension from the ID, also an option for him. But biota looks to be a very solid play for him, and he's going to waste very little time on this decision before putting it down. Wellington, are we in agreement with biota here?
Yeah, I'm totally in agreement with biota, although I probably would have gone with Bialy because the T is a more viable floater for the opponent, and also is a more valuable consonant to hold in your hand. So I'll probably go with Bialy, but I think biota is also a very lovely move.
So biota, the play, puts Harshan up ahead 208 to 113, and David has found some very interesting tiles to go with that blank. A, C, F, G, J, O, and the blank on his rack, and he has already set up G, A, J, O. That'll play on the left side of biota for 40 points, stringing out a big S hook. David does not have that S. No S's have been played, but he does have a blank on his rack. Aside from that play, there are no good options. Jog and JA. Gajo at the top of the board above Rewater for 10 fewer points. Will, do you think you've just got to open up that spot with the Gajo play and see who draws an S?
Yeah, I think given the score, Wellington mentioned it before, in this decisive game, especially facing a deficit like this, you cannot be afraid of taking a risk. And I think the worst thing David could do, and I don't think he will do this, he's very comfortable with making the correct play, even if it's a little scary. Here it comes. Yes, this is a risk. If Harshan has a big bingo ending in S, the game could be over right away. But if he has a big bingo ending in S, the game is already in some trouble for David. He's got to make a play like this and give himself a chance, put Harshan in a difficult situation if he doesn't have an S. And in fact, we see that he doesn't. So it's going to be a little tricky for Harshan. What do you think, Wellington? Is this the type of risk you were talking about pre-game?
Yeah. This is the type I was talking about earlier on. Because if it was any other game, you might want to consider it. But even at any given stage in the game, Gajo, considering the kind of rack he had, was by far the best play. Whether you are trailing, whether you are leading, given most circumstances, Gajo would have been the best play, and that it still was the best play in this situation. So I think, but he's not drawing too fine, and it might just be a pattern that can cost him this game. He really needs to draw better.
Yeah, you see,
I can see ticks coming down for Harshan.
Sure.
Yeah, TIX through JAIATT, and David can't burn his blank ears to play jives unless he wants to do something outside the box, and so it's really is going to be a very, very interesting game to see going forward from here.
ATTTIXJAI Wellington points out a great play for Harshan, scores 33. ATT does not take a back S, so that will make it even more defensive. Perhaps REX and Jong, maybe something he's thinking about here. He's got the L to set up the Jarl spot or Jarl spot. It's got an I to play behind the X. Is that too cute, Will, or do you think maybe there's some merit to that play?
Well, it's a little scary. Of course, it's not as scary as it could be with a gigantic S hook already on the board in the form of Gajos. So playing something with Jar to set up your L, playing Rex in particular, leaving the L and leaving the I, if you're able to somehow hit something with the pattern of L-I, I guess you could draw an E and play L-E-I in that spot for a very nice score. it makes sense to me, though it is definitely a little scary. If I were Harshan, I would certainly be focused on trying to block that big S hook on the board as opposed to making new ones with all 4 S's unseen. You could really get into trouble, for example, if David has 2 S's and hits you with a 1-2 punch of scoring plays, not even bingos, in both of those spots. So
a long way to say that is a terrible idea.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it's terrible. I just think it scares me personally, and I think I would favor Wellington's option of ticks instead. It seems like a much more careful play, which, by the way, does technically set up your L with jail for small scoring plays if you're able to draw a U or an I and something good with them. So not a thrilling setup by any means, but better than nothing.
The way we've seen Harshan play and the way he's arranged his tiles, I think he's looking to play through the I and Echo Ear, either ticks or nicks. Look at that. I'm good at my job. Nicks. Definitely not an option we talk too much about here, but the EILRT leave nice and bingo prone. Not many bingo opportunities on this board, utilizing the R at the end of Echo Ear, perhaps on top of Rewater, or 9s through the AT, unless he pulls an S on this draw. What do you think about that play, Will? Do you like the defense?
So I understand this play, but if I was going to go with this sort of play, oddly, I might be interested in playing LEX for about 10 fewer points through the E of Echo Ear, simply because your leave is still very strong and you retain an I for ILEX. Your 7-letter bingos are much likelier to actually play after a play like Lex as opposed to Nix, which gets you a few points. But I'm a little worried about where these bingos you're going to draw will actually play for Harshan without an S in hand. So not saying this is a mistake or anything like that. It's definitely a defensible choice on Harshan's part, but if I were going to make a play like this and sacrifice points over ticks, I might go all the way and sacrifice a lot of points and really pump up my chances of playing a bingo. But again, these are really hair-splitting plays. Just throwing out another idea there.
So Nick's the move that Harshan's decided to make. He'll find an E and a K on his pull, and David Eldar CEFGYV blank on his rack. FY plays to the right side of by. Oh, no, it doesn't. Right? Never mind. So what do we do here? VEG and GOV and JAG, GYVE. Do we burn the S on the Gajo spot for 45 and play jives?
Well, it looks like he's gone a different direction entirely of Feis, leaving GV blank. I think that's reasonable as well. It's at least gets rid of a few of his high-scoring tiles. I don't love leaving VG on the rack. I feel like Veg and Gov a little bit further down did have a little bit more synergy with that CFY, but not super much. I don't know. Do you have any instinct, Wellington, on that play?
I think it was a reasonably nice play given the circumstances. It didn't have too much of an option. The other option was Veg, leaving FYC blank, which isn't great either. So I think it was a great play. It was a great play, and I think the bag has also rewarded him because of the great play. He's coming down with the bingo nest and throws the game open, and it's now going to be a very, very tight one.
So Harshan opting to play Kurtle here, KIRTLE, Kelty in the same spot an option, or REKE to the right side of Biota, making JAK also something you could have thought about. And David now to bingo, a great pull into VG blank of EINS. And he'll have great high-scoring bingos, 99 points, making NABES and playing something like Serving. Or maybe if he wants to, he can play in the Gajo's spot instead. The word Vexings is 97 there. Wellington, are you looking to play on the right-hand column for 99 or knock out the more dangerous-seeming Gajo's hooks with Versing or Vexings?
Well, in tandem with my earlier position of making the board as chaotic as possible, I'm going with 7. I'll still leave these gajos for anybody to harvest. And since I'm going to be disposing seven letters, I think I'm in a good position to draw an S. And I'll most likely be going with 7, thereby leaving gajos for anybody to harvest on the next turn. So I think if I'm to choose between both, I'll go with 7 nabis.
It's a really interesting choice between those positionings. It's so, because you could theoretically play, even though it would give back some hooks, you could theoretically play versing and gajos and block off both the spots. The problem with that, if you're David, is that you don't go up by that many points. And if Harshan is able to somehow score decently on his next move, you might wish that you had those spots open to continue your comeback. So I am very sympathetic to what Wellington is saying, that it looks like David is going to play versing and cut everything off, but we'll see if he regrets that, if Harshan's able to do much. Maybe he won't, because he's got a pretty difficult rack there.
So versing, an interesting play. I think if I'm going to play here, maybe vexing's instead the move. There's so many extensions to this word. Reversing, traversing, subversing, conversing, inversing, probably good as well. Harshan has reversing already set up. So, you think this is a board closing play, but it's not.
Yeah, it seems like with the two players that we're watching now at such a high level, I would be shocked to not eventually see an extension to versing be played. And that V at the front of the word makes it pretty much impossible to block those extensions with a parallel play. There's no 2-letter words with the V, so those extensions are likely to just sit there until eventually one of the two players uses them. So I'm intrigued, and it's such a close game in this decisive Game 7. Whoever gets that extension play could be a huge factor in the game.
So Harshan already has reversing available on his rack, but it holds the dreadful EOUUW for him. He's also got a great play of Rewon, REWON, down to the N and versing for 36 points. Otherwise, he looks to be in a good amount of trouble out of this rack. Wellington, would you look to extend reversing right here? Would you play Rewon, or would you try to exchange and get some different tiles on your rack?
Definitely exchanging is not one of the options I would consider, because irrespective of what the situation is, but I think I would definitely favor Rewon, because reversing you struggle with that rack for a very long time, and you might need to change much later. But Rewon leaves EUU, which is something that anything can happen with it. You can even possibly draw a bingo with it, and I actually don't like this reversing move. It scores decently, but it's not. Is way below par, and I think he might be punished for it in the long run.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Wellington. It was absolutely pivotal that Harshan try to get rid of that W here. The W and the U's together are such a toxic combination, and Harshan had a way of avoiding the fate that he's in now, holding this UUW combination and scoring about basically as well as reversing did. So I think that's kind of an underrated mistake here by Harshan.
This could come back to hurt him big, as David plays HOO. That'll set up his T's and his S to play on top of that and give him opportunities next turn. Bingo or Val pull here could be huge for David. Let's see what he draws into this. He's pulled a D and an F. No Val for David.
Tough.
Wow.
And Harshan tough on the other side, EEMOUUW. He has EEW, making GOEATE and jaw for 26. Or maybe looks to exchange. Most of his good options play over to that N, or Umu is one other way he can work out of this rack. Umu and UR above reversing. Would you play Umu? Would you exchange?
Oh man, it's brutal. I mean, it looks like so Harshan's chosen to exchange. So what I think doesn't matter as much anymore, but I think it's really close between exchanging these terrible tiles and playing for 26. You see the score is so close. It hurts to take an exchange here, but at the same time, if you're Harshan and you try to plod through this terrible rack, it might take you much longer to finally get back to good rack health. And Harshan has drawn a little bit better than before. At least he doesn't have the WU combination, but he hasn't really gotten too much relief from that exchange.
And David gonna address the opening he just made, FLIT, how he's gonna play out of this rack, holding the nice DST. Harshan with a bad pull, AAELMOU. If I got the rack right before, yep, AAELMOU. We'll display the unseen tiles now from Harshan's perspective to show you what the players are thinking about here as well. Harshan not with a lot of good options. He was hoping for a better pull after that exchange. The word ulama, he's got some plays between the F and the R. Uma, O-U-M-A, ulama, amu, but all of those give big options back to the opponent. M-O-U-E and E-F playing above flit, maybe something else. I'm not seeing anything that really stands out without giving good options back. Maybe the overlapping ULNAE through the N next to Echoier. Olney scores 14. Wellington, what are you looking to do with a rack like this in this situation?
Well, first of all, at this situation, I think this situation was mostly brought upon himself by Harshan through the reversing play, and you have to find a way to move past that. And then I think exchanging had its merits, but I think I would have probably plodded through the game instead of exchanging that. But all that is past now, and I might this. Well, first of all, the first thing you have to think about if you are in Harshan's shoes is the fact that you exchanged lots of vowels and you picked a lot of vowels also. Then you have to also study your opponent's last few moves, and you see that you can infer from his last few moves that he might be struggling with the vowels. So if you infer that your opponent is struggling with vowels and and you have a lot of vowels both in your hand and in the bag, I think it might not be too bad to take some risks and come out a little. But I think AUE is, it seems like a decent play, but it wouldn't be the kind of move that I would make. I would not be afraid to come out a little further. Ulama might be a good move. Ulama is not bad, leaving an OE, and a lot can still happen on the board.
Will, what say you? Do you like that AUE play Harshan has set down, or something else perhaps here?
Well, to Wellington's point, because David has just played HOO and then flit, 3 consonants and 1 vowel, he's not played very many vowels. And again, also, as Wellington pointed out, Harshan just exchanged a bunch of vowels into the bag, including several U's. So I do feel like if I'm Harshan, a play such as the one he did put down, this very useful 3-letter all vowel word of awe, it makes sense to me because he's changed it to moo instead.
But this is going to be funny because LUE.
Oh my God.
LUE at David has spotted it.
Yeah. A shocking mistake.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Wow. I think this game has all the signs of it going David's way. And
that is shocking.
Yeah, that is shocking. And it was these are the kind of situations you try to avoid in tournament play, because these things happen a lot more often than we give them credit for.
And Harshan just picked it up. They didn't even go to the challenge computer.
You don't have to go, because that one was an obvious error on his part, and it's a very, very terrible one. And I really hope he finds a way to dig himself out of this and make something out of this game. But
You hate to see it.
it is becoming very, very glaring for him right now.
That is a shocker, Matt. I just would not have had that on my bingo card of something to see in this game 7. But I guess we did mention earlier in the broadcast that, these players have now, this is their 39th game of Scrabble that they've played in just a 5-game span. You are apt to see players do things that they would not do if they were completely fresh in their first game of the tournament. And that might be an example of it.
Yeah, that was shocking. Phony threes definitely not on the bingo card. An accidental oversight by Harshan, who's thinking about so many other things that he made an oversight of a rather simple one there. David responds BUN. Harshan hits back AUE as he wanted to play last turn before pulling back on it. And AADOSST, the rack for David now. But David with a 29-point lead with a lot of the good material left on his rack, looking at a pool that has 12 vowels, knowing my opponent's already in vowel trouble, you have to feel like this game is certainly to David's advantage right now. Harshan still has life, options to draw bingo above rewater using the R in recoiner, but he's going to need good draws here. He'll likely need to hit a bingo to get back into this one. Big swing on the accidental mistake. And David's got a very hard turn to make as well, with 2 of these S's with the lead on a board that is tight, but unable to fully address the lines on this board. What do you do here? Do you just try to score? Do you try to block any lines? Do you open things up? Do you fish? There's so much to think about here. Very tough.
It's just frustrating from David's POV that the only way to score a reasonable number of points, anything even close to 30 points would require him to burn both of his S's and play something in between jabs and nabs there, which, the S's are valuable. But again, on this board, echoier is an adjective that doesn't take an S hook. I might be inclined, if I'm David, to just grab as many points as I can get here with something like sodas in there. But he's going to potentially split the difference, keep an S, and just play ados and jabs. Maybe that's the better way to go, Wellington.
Yeah, I totally subscribe to that because this is not. He has a little lead, and this is not the time for you to burn all your aces. You have to keep some for the rainy day, and the board is not very friendly to score on. So you score the most that you can, and let your opponent find a way to get back into the game. But so far, I think it's comfortable for him. There are a lot of chances for him, and SAT is a very, very wonderful leaf, considering that there are a couple of E's missing and some flexible consonants missing as well. So I think I totally subscribe to this play of Ados.
So Adu's the play for David. He is up by 48 points. Harshan a little bit close to a bingo here. He's got good scoring options. YGO, scores 27. You can see he's looking to pull the trigger on this one already. If he fishes just a Y and finds one of those 3 E's, he'll have Hemiola on his rack. But I don't think you can fish just a Y in this situation. I think you have to go look to play a little bit longer here. So YO and Ego, or maybe OH on the top right part of this board, making OK and OH, also a scoring option. The 6-letter HOLMIA plays above rewater if he wants to make a long play. Will, what do you think he's going to do here? Just YO and Ego, or think harder?
Well, I've had that spoiled for me by Harshan playing right after you asked me that question, but I'm not so sure that I wouldn't just, in Harshan's situation here, you have to, it's probably fine to play yo. I was just really weighing the idea of just playing the Y, just because that E draw, even though there's only 3 E's unseen to him, we know David has one of the 3, but I just worry that, you really might have to fish for, and when we say fish, we mean play a very low number of tiles, going for a very specific word. I do worry that David's not going to open anything new for him. So going for that word and try to hit it before David can block it, which he's going to eventually try to do, as he plays duo very quickly. I might have just played the Y by itself there, but hard to argue with Harshan's play of Yo.
So Harshan now, AHILMRS, trails by 31 points. He can just play the H. CH is 21. Hold a good leave. He's going to do this quickly. It looks like this one's going to come down on a very, very tight board to who draws a bingo first, will their opponent bingo back, or who can score the most points on a very, very tight board. This next draw for Harshan, a big one into AILMRS, and David, ADENSTU, the pull here. He will be able to bingo with Daunters for 62. But the way Harshan has been playing, if you bingo here as David, you expect to get bingoed back on with 15 tiles unseen, 8 in the bag. If he bingos here, Harshan bingos back. David will draw 7 tiles. Harshan will bingo, or will draw 1. You have to wonder whose game this is. Harshan's bingo likely to score a little bit more than David's. David's going to draw 7 tiles. Should David bingo here, Wellington? What's your gut say right now?
Well, leading with 10 points and bingoing and not emptying the bag is definitely a recipe for bingoing, because you don't want to be caught, because there isn't actually much choices outside bingoing, especially with the fact that you are not emptying the bag. So I'm definitely going with playing the bingo straight away.
And the crazy thing is, even with Harshan's rack of mailers, which is a beautiful looking set of tiles, it looks like he doesn't have a counter bingo through any of the letters of Daunters.
Yeah, that is
incredibly. That is unbelievably frustrating for Harshan to have such good bingo tiles and all of these nice letters to play through. Well, I guess only really the D, A, and U, but Dismaler does not fit on the board. And I guess the other letters do not yield anything either. So this looks like this might be the play that swings things in David Eldar's favor. It's very difficult to imagine Harshan winning with only 1 tile in the bag. If Harshan, he's got a bingo, so he must play only 1 tile. And once that happens, David will know Harshan's rack in full, and he'll either be able to block the various spots or just outscore. He'll be able to find a scoring play that outperforms. So this feels like David Eldar, through an incredible comeback in the series, he might be about to punch that ticket to be a 2-time champion here.
Yeah, Harshan has no way to outrun the play of Adwoman, ADWOMEN. A 1-tile fish may allow him to bingo out, but there's no way the bingo will score enough points after that. David is going to win this game and be your 2023 World Scrabble champion.
I mean, barring we did see the unthinkable of Harshan playing an invalid 3-letter word. If somehow David does something like that, which I think is one of the least likely things in the world, but maybe there's a non-zero chance of it. That's pretty much the only thing Harshan has to pin his hopes on now. I expect him to fish off probably the M somewhere and try to draw into bingos in different spots of the board. For example, an E draw will give him realize on top of the R of rewater, or realized to the D of Daunters, but neither of those, as you say, Matt, will score anywhere near enough to outrun Adwomen.
Adwomen, maybe, Harshan has to try to hope that E is in the bag to draw realize, but, there are so many other ways for David to score a good amount of points. Harshan's going to spend his time on this turn, as he absolutely should, but even a play WEAN or something atop Daunters is going to outrun him as well. There's nothing he can do in order to catch up in this situation. I
misspoke. If the E is in the bag, Adwomen won't be possible, as you indicate, but there will be other plays that score enough and get rid of the M and W on his rack to win the game. So this looks like it. Wow, an incredible match. To come down to a game like this is, at least we got a close game, Wellington. It wasn't a blowout.
Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't, and I think it was. It all came down to the reversing play, because that would have really keep Rewon at that stage would have almost confirmed that things were going to go here Harshan's way, but and then of course there was the LUE mistake on his part, and but I think at this point congratulations are in order for David Eldar. He did give a good fight, and it's only proper that he gets rewarded for his doggedness in the game, especially in game 6. And usually I think this is where lots of playing experience comes into the game. I have seen this kind of game having 2 bingos for a start and losing the game without exaggeration lots of times. And usually when I start with bingo in a game, I become very, very watchful for all the possible ways that things could go wrong. And it is in watching for how things could go wrong that you kind of avoid those booby traps. And one of the most important booby trap because in the case, I think it also boils down to the reversing play, because it was the reversing play that necessitated the exchange the next turn and all that. So my heart goes out to Harshan and his fans, and he's a great player. We believe that he still might be able to make it some other day, but not today.
Yeah, just an incredible match. Well played by both of these guys. David making his mistake round 1 with the phony that was knocked off, but Harshan, his share of mistakes, a couple bingo misses, the accidental phony 3 in this one. At this stage, performing at the top level, exceptionally hard to do. Still some incredible calculation and in-game sequences by both of these. But at the end of the day, David is going to be only the second person to ever repeat as World Scrabble Champion, winning in 2017 and again in 2023. Harshan, last time he faced David in these finals, did not even win a game, got swept 3-0. Has to feel great about his showing here. And the irony, of course, is if this were a best of 5, as the previous one was, Harshan would have already won the thing. But this year they opted to play 7 games, and David able to pull off each of the last 2 and win. Incredible stuff.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. It really is amazing. David is just, he's made a number of plays here that certainly for me watching along, as soon as he made them, it dawned on me in a flash, like, wow, that is a great play, right? Like plays that I would aspire to make. I've played a lot of Scrabble, and seeing somebody like that, I get the same feeling watching Wellington play as well, making plays that I don't get it at first. And then when I do, I think to myself, wow, that's such a good play. And it is such a treat to watch both of these players, frankly, but David's made a number of plays like that, and I hope you guys in the chat watching along on Twitch, I hope we're properly conveying how impressive that is, as we do see Harshan fishing for a bingo, playing his A at the top, and being able to play slimier or smilier hooking ear will be a nice score for him, but it does feel like that's likely to be blocked by David for enough points that the eventual bingo that Harshan may play just won't be enough.
Yeah, I think arrow fishing was just to get the game over with. I think the only thing he needs now is a miracle of probably David playing a wrong word or David misplacing tiles, and it is not unheard of in the world of Scrabble, but I don't think that is happening this time around. So barring any unfortunate circumstances, or as we say it in Nigeria, if devil not you can put this one the riches.
Yes, and it looks like women will be the play for David, probably hooking at the top of the board to block Smilier. I'm curious to see whether Harshan will play his incredibly stylish a 6-tile overlap underneath Daunters of Mill Race. But he does have Ramillies through the A of Daunters. So Harshan is going to bingo out to end the game, but it won't be enough as David Eldar will outscore that bingo and become only the second ever multi-time World Scrabble champion.
Wow.
This has been pretty high drama, Wellington.
Yeah.
It's been amazing to watch.
It has been amazing, but I think it was a chance to lose. This is where experience comes in. That was what I was alluding to earlier on. I think it needs to do. I think he's a very great player, but he needs to do a lot more plays amongst that would really avoid some of the pitfalls that he allowed himself to be pulled into in the course of the game. But then we all fall into some of these things. I wonder what is taking Eldar's time.
I guess with the world championship at stake, you just want to be extra careful. But I agree. It seems like this, you can just plop this down and finish it off. Looks like he's just taking a couple of deep breaths, making absolutely sure that the word women is a word and that the word ear is a word. And once he confirms that to the best of his knowledge, I expect we will see this be played.
Yeah. Or maybe, I think, I like to think on the board. I prefer to put the word on the board first and let it be written there while I look at it carefully. That's
good point.
It has, because if you wait till the very last minute before you put it on the board, that is where this kind of a dramas could come in. So just put it on the board first, and then you can take your time to go through it and make sure everything is in order before you tap the clock. But having it on your rack like this, I don't think is a recipe for possible. But I don't think that is happening today.
Yeah. So this is it. The final moments here. We have yet to crown our 2023 champion, but we know that barring some kind of cosmically unlikely event, that it's going to be David Eldar. Matt, you're almost at the end of your commentating and hosting journey. You've seen a lot of David Eldar. Do you have any thoughts to sum up his play?
I'm pleasantly surprised to see that he shook off a bad case of the yips from yesterday. Remember, he had a game where he missed a 135-point double-double. He packed out of doggiest in that same game, just making some uncharacteristic, very non-David mistakes. But he came out today. Aside from that one roll of the dice with Fariner, he played very, very solid Scrabble early in the game, mid-game, late game. Word knowledge was there. So I don't know what he did last night to help him recenter and refocus, but clearly it's paid some dividends for him. He's played some great Scrabble today. Good to see him get it back on track and play great. As Harshan going to bingo out with Ramillies, that'll be 70 points. In the final in this one, 480 for David Eldar, 439 for Harshan, and David Eldar with that play is officially your 2023 World Scrabble champion. Congratulations to David. Congratulations to Harshan as well, making it to second. Incredible. And let's cut to the overhead mic and see what we can catch from these players.
Wow. You played really well. You deserve it.
Yeah, that was fierce competition.
I think reward is a phone. I was really hitting.
I think you're right.
I was basically, I really tilted because of it, because I let it, it was really quick. Everything happened really quickly. And I tilted because of it.
You're right, it's invalid.
Oh, no, it's good.
Oh, never mind. I take it all back.
It's good.
Oh, there you
So
go.
I massively tilted because of that, basically, because I spent the whole game thinking it was a
Something
phony.
like it is not valid.
I think it's like an addition. So I was like spending the whole game beating myself up about letting a phony go, basically. But I mean, now that I know that it's good, can I congratulate you again on excellent? On a good even better, right? Even better.
Are they talking about rewater?
Can I let you
I
know
think
something?
they're probably talking about
Yeah.
Gajos, probably.
Got it.
The first
Probably.
one of the tournament.
Ouch. The other one was mine, actually.
Huh? What do you
The
mean?
other one was my first.
Oh, right, yeah.
The first challenged phone.
But I mean, full credit to you. The reason I played it is because I felt under a huge amount of pressure, and that's because you played really well.
Thanks.
So it's it's full credit to you. You did really well. Congratulations, you deserve
man.
it.
You can't.
You're very gracious, Harshan. You both played exceptional Scrabble.
Truly are.
Like that was a wonderful, wonderful thing to watch all the way through.
Congrats. So you're the only person apart from Nigel who's won it twice, right? You know that, don't you?
Nice of him not to come.
All I can say, David, is that one day I hope to be as good as you. That's all I can say, honestly.
Way too kind.
I'm working on it. Give me time, all right? I'm working on it. I'll give you a better fight next time.
That was funny.
Yeah, I mean, you played exceptionally well. Really, I think your strength is not only do you play super accurate, but you do it really fast, incredibly fast. And that puts a huge amount of pressure on your opponent. So, full credit to you.
Thanks, man. It was brutal games. Really pushed the end. Could have gone either way.
Yeah.
Really could have.
I presume you had the S when you played Gajo. Is that right? Or it was just a huge score, right?
Yeah, it was just a lot of
massive score.
And FC.
I wasn't sure whether
FC blank.
I mean, what else are you going to do with those letters on this board, right? I mean...
yeah, there were all S's unseen. I was worried, but then you play this and you never had the X. The S, sorry.
The thing I really admire about you is that on the outside, like superficially looking in, it looks like you're playing really impulsively, but you're not at all. You're not at all. Like, it's really incredibly accurate, right? And I need to learn to do that. I need to, avoid playing Scrabble in chimp mode, basically. It's a real skill. It's nothing to do with like intellect. It's temperament, really.
I think it's pretty easy to go on tilt if you think you let a phony go by.
Yeah.
Been there.
I mean, it's just ironic because it was a good word, and I think the reason I think it's a phone is it's been added on a.
I wasn't sure. I was 90% sure.
Yeah.
And then I just played it because I don't know.
I was thinking, oh crap, he's blocked my bingo. Oh no, he's given me another E, and then it's a phony. That was my thought process, basically.
Another
so it was just brutal, absolutely brutal.
Another 5 would have made it easier.
I admire the way you took like your time over your outplay.
Yeah.
I mean, because like it's very easy. It's really easy under pressure to make a mistake. So that was nice.
So many times.
Good composure. Good composure.
Learn so many times just to use all your time.
Yeah.
Or so I learned anyway.
No, well done. I mean, I thought you played well in all the games, all 7 games. And whenever I look at your annotated games online, they're super accurate. They're really, really good. So I really admire you. I think it's really well deserved.
Way too kind, man. Way too kind.
Congrats. Well done.
Thanks.
Says when you're ready.
I'm just going to take a quick picture just to complete my set.
Don't forget to fill in your results so that it's official.
Yeah, otherwise it doesn't count.
First, right? Or are they all coming in here? They're all coming in here.
If you want to tell me what the final score was, I'd like to just
Okay, and with that, we have finished the 2023 WESPA, which serves basically as the World Scrabble Championship. David Eldar defeating Harshan in a thrilling set that goes down to the wire. The last couple turns of the last game. Incredible stuff. we're going to try to grab David and do a post-tournament interview with him. You can hear Harshan nothing but compliments to say, you played the better game. You're an incredible player. I admire this and that. Incredible in defeat, Harshan, as well. Many players out there could learn a thing or two from Harshan. He's been dreaming of this moment, I'm sure, for decades. And, to shake your opponent's hand and just compliment him. Incredible sportsmanship from Harshan. He seems like an incredible man. I strive to get to know him one day. And he much deserved second place for him, at least. His spot in this finals made apparent by strong defensive play throughout the set. And hats off to David Eldar, who played absolutely stellar Scrabble all across this set. Really did feel like he made perhaps the better plays in this set. We'll see if we can get now to our two-window view, and we'll grab David Eldar when he's ready. So we'll switch over to Will and Wellington in the booth.
Yeah, hard to even know what to say. Just in the wake of Harshan's incredible graciousness in defeat there, can't feel good to come down to not even just one game, basically one or two moves that could have gone the other way in that final game, and yet Harshan incredibly gracious in defeat. I was very impressed by that, Wellington.
Yeah, very, very impressed also, especially considering that this same guy has deprived you twice. His 2 World Championship wins have been off your back. It's actually more difficult than you think to pick someone like that compliments given the circumstances. But he's a great guy, and I appreciate that he was able to do that.
Well, we have our champion here. We've only got 2 headsets, so maybe what I'll do is, I was going to offer to give my headset up.
I think you are the chief presenter. So.
Okay, if you say so.
Come on now.
Then we've got Harshan here too. Maybe the best thing to do if Harshan, if you're willing, it seems like you are, maybe we'll just give the 2 headsets to the 2 of you and let our host Matt Canik ask you a few questions about how things went. Incredible final by both of you. It was a privilege to watch.
Hey man.
Hello to both of you. First off, I just want to say congratulations to you both. The whole internet in love with all 7 of these games. It was intense back and forwards play, extremely high level. So congratulations to both of you. A lot of people have a lot to learn from the clinic that the 2 of you both put on. And congratulations to David, of course, on your 2nd World Championship. You and Nigel, now the only 2 humans on this planet. And to accomplish that feat, and some people would categorize Nigel as not human. So
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I'm in that camp too.
Yeah, so it's just incredible stuff. David, how does it feel for you winning your 2nd championship?
Yeah, unbelievable. I'm just very lucky to be here. Yeah, I can't believe it. I don't know if I'm necessarily the most deserving player, but I'm very happy to be here nonetheless.
Yeah, we especially enjoyed the pre-end game awareness that you had. Some plays that looked a little non-standard, and the longer we looked at them and examined them, we're like, oh my goodness, wow, that is cool. And I think it was so cool, Harshan, that you were able to immediately spot some of these things after the fact as well. That play of Tan, I believe it was game 3. If you remember that one, just TAN through an A for 5. Fishing for sealant on the top of the board and bingos at the bottom. I think that was incredible. And Harshan immediately recognizing it after the fact as well. That was cool. The play of cut as well from David in game 6. You had CatCon for 48, 49 points, something like that.
Yeah, 47, yeah.
And you bypassed it to make a play that we didn't even consider at first that just looked so good after the fact. That was some incredible stuff. I think a lot of people have a lot to learn from your pre-end gameplay, certainly very strong there.
Thanks a lot, man. It's funny. I actually came in today thinking like, wow, my end game and pre-end game is easily the worst part of my game. I really need to.
Nonsense.
I really need
Complete
to tighten.
nonsense.
I really need to tighten that up. This is legitimately. So yeah, I'm thrilled to hear that you guys were impressed.
we were, yeah. And Harshan, we over and over across this tournament, and especially in these finals, we've seen some plays from you that, again, at first seem a little strange, and then, especially like defensive blocking type plays. And it's the longer we watch too, the longer we see you've created a board shape that works so well to your advantage. You've got a great control of the board, and I think a lot of people could take some time and analyze some of the plays you made here. Some really interesting stuff we got to watch from both of you. So congratulations to you both on some great games. Harshan, how does it feel in this one? Yeah, you've played David now twice in a finals. The first time swept, this time down to the last couple plays of the last game. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think I'm getting close, aren't I?
Yeah.
So hopefully next time I'll get you, right?
We better not play again.
Third time lucky. I mean, I know there's a history to this. I know Pacon, I don't remember whether it was the third final he won or the fourth final. So it took him like 3 or 4 goes to win his first world championship. And that was a major, major saga. So, I mean, reflecting back, the player I was in 2017 is I mean, honestly, I think it was a very pale shadow of the player I am now. I'm a heaps better player in terms of word knowledge, tactics, strategy, composure, those kinds of things. The issue I have with that is that unfortunately everyone else has also improved over the last 6 years. So it's an arms race. But I'm really happy with my progress. You know, I unretired from Scrabble, I think in 2010. Came back to it in 2016, like studied really hard for a year, and then played David in the final in 17. And it's been for me, it's been a major, major journey. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm really happy with how my game has progressed. I'm a much better player. I think that was reflected in the performance. And yeah, I'm happy that I gave David a good fight. I think it was a good spectacle. You know, I think some of the mistakes I made it even a better spectacle. It made it very dramatic, which is good for the spectators. Yeah, I'm happy with my performance. Yeah, I think, in my opinion, like David's a really worthy winner. I think he's probably the second best Scrabble player in the world to Nigel. I mean, I study his games all the time to learn from him, especially the end game and the pre-end game.
It's an honor, man.
Which is why I laughed when he said, well, that's the weakest part of my game. What? I mean, seriously?
Yeah.
I think we all have a lot to learn from him. It's been really hard playing him. You know, I find it really, really tough playing him, but it'll make me a better person and a better player in the future. So it's all good.
So what is next for you, Harshan, after your showing here?
So I'm happy with my balance, my work life, my Scrabble life balance, I should say. So I got it's been a hard 6 years of word study, but I got my word study down to the point where the daily commitment, in theory, it will be like half an hour, 40 minutes. And that's like maintenance. It's not learning new words. It's just maintaining existing words. And I reckon that's sustainable long term. I reckon I can keep that up for 10, 20, 30 years. And I'm going to be playing lots of tournaments. I'm really encouraged by this tournament. I felt really in the zone on the final day of the league stage, like completely tuned in and focused in the zone. I was quite flustered in the final, and that's something I need to work on. I need to work on my temperament. I need to find the place I found on the final day in the league stage in a final when the pressure's on against really tough opponents. I think that's it for me. I think I'm nearly there with the words. I'm very, very close with the words. Long way to go on tactics strategy. I need to learn from people like Eldar and Nigel on tactics strategy endgame. Those are the areas for improvement, really.
Gotcha. Yeah. So a lot more of you I expect to see on the scene internationally. Of course, you've claimed nearly every laurel there is to have in the UK and came so close to a world championship here. I expect, and all of us expect, to see you back up here on this stage very shortly, perhaps in 2 more years. And David, for you, now claiming your second world championship, what's next for you?
in Scrabble? Yeah. Much like Harshan, I've actually just been doing maintenance as well, and that is not an incredibly taxing workload, maybe 30 minutes a day. And then I moved on to learning the nines, and ever since I've started doing that, my rating has been slowly decreasing. And I've also noticed a lot of 8s and 7s have started gradually falling out of my head. So yeah, if you ever saw me on stream, like, oh my God. Yeah, that's because I'm thinking of all the 9s that I'm 1 tile away from and wondering whether the 7s or 8s are a word. Probably I'm going to just continue on the same path. And yeah, stick to maintenance and stay at this level, which is taxing, but it's manageable. It's a manageable amount, basically. And yeah, I guess as for tournaments, I'll just be at the next one.
All right. Well, we're going to let you guys have your evenings to celebrate, to call your families, to regain your wits, to go enjoy all that Las Vegas has to offer. I want to thank you both for sitting down and taking the time to talk to us, as well as 7 great games of Scrabble that we got to watch today. Thanks to both of you. Congrats to both of you as well.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciated.
Mm-hmm. And with that, we are going to wrap up our coverage of the 2023 World Championship. Big thanks to everybody who helped put this event together. We rattled off all the names already, but big thanks to each and every one of them. And we are going to cut to the ceremony cam now and watch these 2 gentlemen collect their checks and watch David collect his trophy as well.
Thanks, dude.
Thank you. Cheers.
So chat already taken advantage of this, but you can watch David Eldar play. He's got a stream. They've dropped links to that. Harshan and David Eldar both active on woogles.io to play plenty more Scrabble. Hop on, observe their games, look at their history. A lot can be learned from both of these 2. I am absolutely exhausted. I have anchored 11 out of the last 12 days between SPC and this event. I will not be sticking around for the award ceremony. Once again, this is Matt Canik. I've been your anchor the whole way through. I want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in, watching all of this. I want to thank my dog, Colby, and my better half for putting up with me sitting and talking at a screen for 9 hours a day. I want to thank Art Moore for giving me the opportunity, Christian and Andrew on the back end, everybody who came in with the quick emergency save, flying co-host with me, Will, Wellington, and Josh for jumping on and doing analysis today as well. With that, I am going to Chubby's. I am going to get myself a cheesesteak and a pint or 2, and I am going to sign off for a while. But Scrabble not done for me. I've already committed to playing 7 games tomorrow with my friends and driving down to Delaware for a full day of Scrabble on Saturday. I've got the itch. This has been so rejuvenating and revitalizing to see, and I hope this has inspired y'all to come out, play more Scrabble online, in tournaments, at clubs, what have you. But this has been so fun to watch. Thanks for flying alongside me the whole time. Matt Canik, over and out.
Let's go. Are you going to take the mask off for a photo? Not even while you're up there? You're like, the closer you get, the more masks I'm going to add to my face.
Okay, thank you all for staying until the exciting end of the WESPA Championship. Just a little program note, we're going to start with the prize awards, the award ceremony for the Spades challenge, for which so many of you stayed. I was impressed with how many people actually wanted to play Scrabble instead of watching the screen. But
They're insane.
Yes, they are insane.
They're insane. You're all nuts.
So we'll do the Spades Awards to thank those people who have shown up for basically free prize money for free entry, followed by an announcement about the team standings for the WESPA Championship, and then the moment that you're all waiting for, which is welcoming our new world champion. So, starting in the second division in the WESPAC Spades Challenge, winning the second class prize with a record of 4-4 plus 164, winning $50 US, and it's important to him because he's living in Canada, Abdul Khan.
Yeah.
Okay, I can take it over for him. Winning the class prize in the B division with a record of 5-3 plus 156 from Trinidad and Tobago, $100 goes to Varuna Duki.
Yeah.
We may need to advertise the class prizes better in the future. I'm not sure actually we have any of the prize winners in this division.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, well, I'll just are the Nigerians still here, or do they all live? Curtis should be here. Okay, well, spoiler alert. 6 and 2 plus 1,050, winning second place. $100 goes to Curtis John.
Look here. Look here, Kurt. Yeah, look here. Thank you. Keep looking here. Thank you.
And the winner of the second division in the Spades Challenge with a record of 7-1 plus 1,009, also from Nigeria, winning $200, Osekena Ojior.
Yes!
I believe he's already left. Already gone. Moving quickly on to the next one. In the upper division in the Spades Challenge, winning the second class prize with a record of 5 wins, 3 losses, plus 261, winning $50 from Northern Ireland, Rick Kennedy.
Thank you very much.
Okay, look here. Keep looking here. Beauty, thank you.
Winning the first class prize with a record of 6 and 2 plus 222. I think I saw him playing at the top table in the last round, so I knew he was doing well. From Trinidad and Tobago, winning $100, Leslie Charles.
Series to left.
Okay. Finishing in second place overall with a record of 6 and 2 plus 638. Winning $150, Winter.
All right, Winter, look here. Keep looking here. Perfect.
Thanks.
And the overall champion of the last open event of this year's WESPAC with a record of 7 wins, 1 loss, plus 692. From Canada, winning $250, Adam Logan.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you all, and congratulations to all the winners. It is my pleasure now to pass the microphone to the chair of WESPA, Chris Light.
Woo!
Thank you, John. One of the things that makes the WESPA Championship great is that everybody here is representing their country. They qualify to have a place on their country's team, and everybody can be proud that they competing in the event is an accomplishment that everybody can be proud of. And as well, we calculate statistics for team performance. Now, these performances will be taken into consideration by the WESPA committee, and as we adjust allocations for the next WESPA Championship. But I would like to announce the top 3 finishers in the team competition, give recognition. It's calculated by the mean rank of all of the players in the quota, so larger and smaller teams get to be on an even playing field. In 3rd place, with a team that averaged 47.64th place out of the 134 players in the main event, is Team Canada. In 2nd place, with a mean rank.
Third?
That was 3rd.
Oh, I thought it was 4th.
Yep. In 2nd place, with a mean rank of 39.23 place, is Team Nigeria.
Yay!
And edging out for the title with a mean rank of 32.24 is Team USA.
Yay!
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So the moment we've all been waiting for, welcoming our champions. This was the closest and most exciting World Championship that I've had the privilege of being a part of. You'll all recall that in the preliminary rounds, it was Harshan taking the lead, 23-9 plus 1283, and Dave Eldar half a game behind, and we had that last round 32 where it was effectively a semifinals, and then they gave us really the best show I've seen all year, even in Vegas, with a best of 7 that came right down to the wire. Would you please welcome first our 2 finalists, Harshan Lamabadusuriya and David Eldar. You don't look happy enough to be champions.
Right? Take one step.
It's been a long day. Yeah.
Perfect.
It's been a long fortnight. I think we should probably get a photograph of just Harshan with, just Harshan with our.
Yep.
Yes. Harshan, for his efforts, wins $5,000 US.
Yeah.
Of course, in respect to admiration of his peers that they're
Yes, yes, for sure. So gracious, too. Such a gentleman.
Let me get one in.
Yes, go ahead.
Just get on social right away. Thanks. Okay. And now if we could have an even larger round of applause to welcome our new world champion from Australia, David Eldar. Okay, we'll have a group photo, and we'll ask David to give us his thoughts on the whole championship process.
There you go.
Go for it.
Hey guys, I actually had already pinned the skeleton of this speech for winning the finals after I'd won 2 games against Wellington. Because I thought there was absolutely no way I could lose that. And I thought there was absolutely even more no way that I could ever win this again. But you know, here we are. First off, thanks to John, Art, Chris, Judy, Andrew, Christian, Kristen, Sarah, Will, all the directors, all the data entry people, and everyone else who is working to make this entire program run as smoothly as it does, which is very, very smoothly.
Yes!
And thanks so much for also hosting it in an attractive location, such as Vegas. I don't miss Chicagoland. And bad luck to Harshan, who fought hard and is a very worthy opponent. He took it to the limit and was just missed out at the end. Really unlucky. And is very complimentary, but he's a very, very fierce, constrictive player who really knows his stuff, and his very consistent results aren't based on luck. It seems pretty weird that I guess to me, that one of the world's best players would come from somewhere as remote or with such a small population as Australia. But about 20 years ago, when I had just started, a seismic event happened, at least for me. Two of the best players in the world moved to Melbourne, I think in the very same year even. And by name, that would be Naween Fernando and Andrew Fisher. This had an immeasurable impact on the level of Scrabble that Melbourne and Australia brought to the table. And I was directly influenced by their contrasting styles of gameplay. Naween's craftiness and gamesmanship, and Andrew's all-out word power, which no one in Australia had ever experienced. This reference might have lied for a lot of you, but it was like Vegeta and Nappa landed for the very first time. It was mind-blowing. This caused elite level players such as myself, Peter, Alistair, and Anand to rise, but also forced the incumbent rising stars to raise their game to an elite level, such as Edward and Chris, bringing a countless amount of players who didn't strive to be elite, but still had to really raise their game to keep up with how good everyone had got to be just to maintain the same results. And this event caused Australia to be one of the most competitive Scrabble countries in the world. In this time, Australian Scrabble suffers a hard blow, losing a prominent figure and with the idiotic dictionary divide. I want to say now is the time to put away any petty emotional divides and focus on uniting. We need to unite the player bases for a better future, because I love this game, and I hope to be attending these till I'm old. Thanks so much, everyone. Bye.
Thank you very much, David, for that beautiful speech. I have 4 last thank yous to give before you can all be on your way. I would like to thank Chris Light and WESPA for awarding us this bid and this privilege.
Yes.
I would like to thank Art and by extension Diane and all of the crew that he hired.
Oh my gosh,
I wasn't going to actually count too many. I think I miscounted because I didn't want to omit anybody, but it's actually going to be 5 thank yous. I feel like a Monty Python sketch. I would like to thank Judy Cole, whom some of you may have encountered throughout this process, for actually getting all of you here. And I would like, 4th out of 5, I would like to thank my wife, Kristen, for, and I choose my word very carefully here, enabling my behavior here. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you, the players, for whom we all do this, and without whom we wouldn't be here, we wouldn't know what to do with our lives. So, thank you very much all. See you next time.